Type in exclamation point enter. Like right now. Oh, you already did Nomald. You just said I'm here and I saw that first. I was like, uh-oh. Type an exclamation point enter. For your chance to win a mug. It would. It would. You were just saying hi. Well, hi! How are you? You guys want to see something cool? Gonna mute this for the moment. Until I find the actual link. There it is. For some reason my search engine didn't want to find this, which is weird. All right, check this out, chat. I got something neat to show you. After you see all of my tabs. There we go. Thank you very much, Devilbot. Don't mind the flickering, that's just OBS being dumb. Appreciate you, Devil Don. You're a bit of an MVP at the minute. Yeah, so this is on Kickstarter. This was a, what do you call it? Originally a mod. Okay, I really need to look into why OBS does this. That's starting to actually drive me nuts. What the shit, OBS? But it's I'll link the Kickstarter if people are interested. Now my whole web browser's freaking out. The hell? That is a thing that I've been following for ages. It was originally an Open Red Alert mod that ballooned out of proportion. What the shit is going on with my computer at the moment? Can you come back to reality, computer, please? Oy. Anyway, I would chuck that on your Steam wishlist if I were you, if you like Red Alert. But this feels like CNC. Naturally, comes with the territory. But what I really want is I want them to release that soundtrack. That's what I want, so I can listen to it while I do other things. I'm meaning to play Dune 2000s again. I wonder how well that game ages. I like how it starts off like kind of like a normal looking like military RTS, and then there's just like a fucking what are those balls of light from Protoss called? It's basically just one of those at the end, just like just drifting through the air, glowing like fucking Dr. Manhattan. Archons, yeah. Like there's just a dude who looks like an Archon if he was a Dr. Manhattan. Just flying, blasting things with a lightning bolt coming out of his fucking forehead. I don't know, looks pretty dope. That's all I got. That's basically it. I wish my web browser didn't like cause OBS to freak out. Yeah, the music is pretty something. Divine Wind. Music is something. Yeah, I'll be honest, I was kind of worried about that thing because it's been in development for forever. Like, I think I first saw GIFs in, like, pre-2020. Like, they've been at it for a while. And they've had a Patreon going, just, like, quietly working on it. And I've always been like, oh, this is just going to be a PvP thing. Like, originally they were like, yeah, we're just doing a skirmish mode. I was like, oh, god damn it. Like, I'm never going to play this. But now they're like, we have a campaign. And they've already funded it. And it's only been, like, what? A day? And then it's like 250,000, they hire another person. And then, like, 300-something thousand, they expand on the campaign. Which, you know, it's a Kickstarter, so I'll believe it when I see it. But I've always wanted to see a Kickstarter where it's just like, give us this much money, we'll hire a person. Give us this much money, we'll hire another person. Give us this much money, we'll hire an additional person and a project manager. It's just more money, more hires. It's the way to do a Kickstarter. I haven't backed Kickstarter in so long. I've been burned too many times, but that's one that I would probably back at this point. I remember backing RimWorld. I remember seeing the RimWorld Kickstarter and downloading the demo and thinking I wanted to back it, but being so broke at the time that I literally was like that or groceries, so I bought groceries. Steady. I backed Starmancer, that didn't turn out well. I backed Ancient Cities, that didn't turn out well. I backed... What else did I back? You backed Mighty Number... I know a few people who backed Mighty Number 9. Yeah, Starmancer, like, was a beautiful art style that never had the mechanics to back it up. And, like, they were supposed to release in, like, a year and a half after the Kickstarter, and then they released 4 years after the Kickstarter because they changed engines. And then, like, they released with a publisher that at the time had a lot of, like, scrutiny around it. Which I don't know if that publisher's ever fixed that, but... And then it just kind of didn't sell, and the development just kind of stopped. Bloodstained was a pretty good bet. Some others, Bloodstained is a pretty good bet. I don't know, I look at backing a Kickstarter like supporting a streamer. It's like, I believe in this idea and want to see this happen. Actually, that's not true. I have backed a couple Kickstarters since the last video games I backed, but they were all music related. Like, there is a metal band that I really like in the UK who once every 4 years will run a Kickstarter, and it's like, this is the, like, vinyl pressing of our new album. Back it here to get this. And it's like, the album's not out yet, but, like, you can listen to 2 tracks, and I really like them, and it's like, they use it like a pre-order, and you just back the Kickstarter, and if it gets through, then they do a pressing of it. So I've backed those a couple of times. I've done a few of those, actually. Maybe like 3 or 4 now. But that's just like, I'm buying a record, basically. So I don't know. I'm weird with Kickstarters, but that's one that I would point at and be like, they've been around long enough, and I think that they've put enough groundwork in that I would trust them. Like, I feel kind of bad because, like, there's a game I really like whose developer recently did a Kickstarter, and I basically didn't mention it at all because it looked so early. Like, so completely early. actually just gonna go look at it and see how it's doing. Yeah, it didn't make its goal. Which is a game called Slumbox. Like, it's the developer of Warsim, he made this, is working on this with like a friend, and like their Kickstarter is just like them playing guitar for a minute and singing, and then very, very unfinished gameplay. Like if I was kickstarting a music video, they might actually have me on that, but I feel bad. Like, it's a neat idea of what they want to do, but it's like even the developer himself's like, yeah, no, it's like not ready for public consumption. It kind of looks like they're trying to make a oh geez, what's the name of that game? There's a sequel of it coming out soon. I want to say it's published by tinyBuild. Let me go look. Enter the Gungeon. It kind of looks like that, but I think it's more of Streets of Rogue. It kind of seems like a Streets of Rogue 2, which is like an open world Streets of Rogue. Yeah, we got there. Nix. We got there. Like an open world sandbox kind of thing. But I look at it, I'm like, yeah, but like everything is placeholder. And like even mechanics, like this is a proof of concept, not even, but yeah. So I kind of feel bad. Like I got the adventure mode finally yesterday. It's beautiful. I wonder when mine will arrive. Because shipping into Canada is weird. Like, sometimes things go through the US. I'm actually unironically expecting to have to pay import fees on mine. Like, I'm just getting mine shipped to me, like, because I helped work on it. So they're sending me a free copy. Greg and then some. But, like, I'm expecting to have to pay an import fee on it. I will be surprised if I don't. Pleasantly, but still surprised if I don't. That blows. That's America for you. Even if you're a Canadian living on this continent because of certain states. It depends where it ships. If it ships directly into Canada, I won't have to pay an import fee. If it ships through America into Canada, then I'll have to pay an import fee. And there's nothing I can do about that. I have no choice. That's actually the reason I order a lot less stuff. I basically don't buy records anymore. Like, I haven't bought a record outside of like stuff that's I can purchase in a shop locally in maybe a year now. Getting there, basically, like since around last spring when all the tariff stuff started. I ordered a record, which wasn't for stream, but was one that I personally wanted, and it was like $30 for the record and like $20 shipping. So I've already spent like kind of a lot of money on this record, and the record arrives and I had to pay an additional $40 in import fees. And I was like, hey, I almost sent it back. But how to exempt if they just read the label correctly, but they gave me... Sent me an email on how it is exempt if they just read the label correctly, but they gave me no way to dispute the $20 fee. Sadly, the fight wasn't worth the wait. Yeah, and I gotcha. Speaking of, like, with materials on your new house, oh, Jesus. Yeah, like wood? Wood or tiling? Jesus. UPS in this case, you just walk out, that's fine. I figured it was like UPS or Purolator or unnamed other like shipping company. And you're in the States still, right, cutest? Like, you're still in Texas, right? And you're not getting postcards from Italy? That's weird. You had some unique metal that came from Canada that got held up and super messy, I believe it. As a winter holiday gift for a good friend in Denmark, and when they arrived, their mother was like, "Why is there a package from Russia?" And the funny thing was funny, but they arrived safely. Wait. So like you shipped it from Russia, or like it had to ship through Russia? I used to love ordering records from Russia, back when I could still do that. One, because they were really cheap, and two, because I could get weird like pressings of metal albums. So like, yeah, that's fair. I was just clarifying there. I could buy a, I remember seeing one, but I never actually bought it, like an Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark pressing in Russia with everything was like in Cyrillic text, right? Not in English. And it was like a third of the price. But the question always is like, will it actually show up? Or will it show up in like 50 pieces? And the few times I did order records, which were usually like, this is a random like thrash metal record that I've never heard of before that is $3 and $6 shipping. And I'm like, I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. Then I buy it and forget. And then like 8 months later, like, a box arrives that's 80% like bubble wrap. Like there's more than $3 in bubble wrap around this thing, and it's like got 80 stamps on it, and it's like the lowest possible like ruble amount of like Russian stamps, and there's like 40 of them to ship it to Canada. And it's just like, look at this, it's like, wow, this is amazing. I miss that. You could get some really weird music that way. Just buying stuff you can't read. But oh well. I'll have to stick to ordering weird music from South America. Because similar vibe, you know? Like find a hardcore band or something in Venezuela and order that. But, you know, c'est la vie. I basically don't do that anymore. These days, I go into local shops and try and buy stuff. It's your postal service who fucks up, but they lost one postcard from Japan. It was a postcard with an anime girl, so I assumed that they got horny and took it, but your sis sends your postcards with the new Pope and Jesus, and now you're confused. Your sister's doing a lot of traveling. Holy shit. Yeah, is your sister, like, filling your address out correctly? Like, is she forgetting something? Like, I know I've had stuff delivered that is, like, missing the postal code, or, like, missing a delivery address, or, like, missing things, and they've managed to deliver it because, like, when you live in a place long enough, Canada Post just kind of figures out who you are, and generally, like, you get it anyway. But, like, I don't know, I could see a world where, like, something is getting screwed up somewhere. Like, if you're just not receiving anything, I would just suspect that your sister's filling something out incorrectly. There is a Russian, like, new wave British heavy metal band.
Grenades.
So, like, Iron Maiden kind of 80s style metal. I don't know if it's on streaming. You might be able to find a rip of it on YouTube or something. It's probably not on streaming. Tech, good to see you. Thanks for the 63rd month. Welcome back. Called Formula One, which I impulse bought for, it was like $8 for the record and like less than $3 for shipping. Mostly because a friend of mine found it, and there was a person selling like 8 copies. He's like, yo, this looks amazing, and bought it. And then I bought it, and it has like this weird skeleton pinup lady on it, covered in like, it's somewhere between like Warhammer and like He-Man on the cover, but like also a pinup lady. It is wild, and the band is called Formula One, so I bought it. That was very silly. Plays great, but it's a very low quality record. Like, as in, like, it's super, 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 super thin. It's good to see you, VadTech. I was playing a game recently that made me think of you. I was playing some Menace a couple weeks ago, and that game has a lot of explosions. I was like, man, VadTech would like this game. Where's VadTech when I need him? VadTech would have a blast. Something explodes. I was like, great. Blowing up buildings and stuff. For a specific Linux thing, Shadow's upgrading of a kernel module code for a specific Linux thingy worked. What specific Linux thingy? Oh, you received the first postcard from Japan, but after no luck. Weird. Yeah, that's odd. That, or what's going to happen is in like a year. I don't know how recently all of these packages have been shipped, Cutest, but maybe in like a year you'll just get like 5 postcards all at once. Like they just all got lost or like held up, but like at the same time in the same place for different reasons. Right. Well, good luck. Glad it worked. How you doing, Romanoid? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, it's morning here. Mr. Bonebus in YouTube chat. Still morning here. It's 10:13. Yawn. So in a DM talking about a piece of software with somebody, he referred to it as, it should just Todd Howard, but we all know how that goes. And I like how you could just say it should just Todd Howard and like immediately autocorrect that in your brain to just like, it just works. That's quite the streak raging cave. Holy shit, dude. Like, good lord. I can't stop yawning. What the shit? I slept for like 8 hours last night. Okay, 7.5 maybe. Why do I keep yawning? I would like to stop yawning. But yeah, I think a little bit of housekeeping chat. For those of you who are unaware, behind the scenes, I've been working on a video on a classic Dwarf Fortress story called Room Carnage. Now, I've read Room Carnage from beginning to end before, but it's been a while. And I started recording it. And we've made it to about chapter 20, a little bit past chapter 20, actually, me and my editor. And it's going all right. But we've found ourselves in a bit of a predicament. And the predicament is, it's going to be like 16 hours long. Because some of the later chapters are like multiple parts. And I made a mistake of like not getting a full word count before starting. So I think we're going to put that project on pause and pivot from that big project because we don't really know how well these videos are going to do as a concept. And I can't just make a 16-hour video. I thought it was going to be closer to like 6 or 7 hours, but then I could just put out the 2 parts and be done with it. But with it looking like it's going to be closer to the 16-hour mark, what we're going to do is we're going to pivot and we're going to go to the Hall of Legends. This is some old school Dwarf Fort shit. These are old school forum-based Let's Plays from like 2014 and earlier. Some of them go as far back as like 2007. And I'm going to find or read some of those, because I haven't read many of them. I've read a handful of them over the years, but mostly, like, it's been a while, I'll put it that way. But there's plenty that I haven't read. And I'm going to go into there and I'm going to see if I can find some that we could fit into a video that would be under 2 hours to just get something out. And see if we can get a few of them out. Because I feel like I've been quietly working on this side project for a while that nobody has seen. And it kind of sucks. Basically, like, the prototype for these videos, the idea is like the Boat Murdered read that I did. Where I read through all of Boat Murdered. Would be similar to that, but with different Dwarf Fortress stories. The reason I want to make videos like that is I don't know about you, chat, but I really like just digging into old forums and finding weird shit. And I think that if I could quietly build up an interest in me reading old Dwarf Fortress stories, maybe we could expand that out into other weird forum dives, because there is an audience for that on YouTube, and I am part of it. And something that I like to always tell people is I try to make things that I like watching. And the types of videos I make, I like watching. So that's cool. But it would be neat if there was other things that I could do that expand upon that outside of where I'm currently fixed, if that makes any sense, right? And I already do the Future of the Fortress every month, which is effectively that, a forum read video. But like, you know, it's just a Q&A, right? It's a very simplistic thing. So that's something that I'm thinking about doing, and I'm going to try and do soon. As far as the fort goes, that we're currently doing, we have... We have about 2.5 years left, because we're in late winter of 221. We need to get to fall 224. So we're going to try and finish this fortress today. If I do, I'm going to take tomorrow off, and I'm going to try and get 2 things done. The video of this fortress, and ideally, if I can, if time allows for it, record a separate story to be edited. So, who's ready to try and finish a fort, chat? I have a few ideas on how we can finish this, because we're following a vampire for 10 years. I have this image in my head of a fortress where everybody is dead, and only the vampire is still alive. And my idea is pretty simple. If we could get... Because the vampire is the captain of the guard. If we could get the king to arrive, okay? Get attacked by the goblins. Isolate the king and the vampire, separately ideally. Try and allow the goblins to kill everybody in the fortress. Then release the vampire after the goblins have left, or set it up so that the vampire can kill the goblins. Or elves or whoever, it doesn't actually matter. And then when migrants arrive, the vampire will eat a bunch of people. And then when more migrants arrive, we arrest them all and just keep them around as food bags. That's kind of what I want to try and accomplish. I don't know how doable that'll be, but that's kind of my goal. So I'm open to ideas of how we could accomplish this. Feel free to fire your input off whenever. There's no such thing as backseating in a fort like this, after all. And I'm going to start my recording up. Do me a huge favor, Weed. I can see the view count. Don't worry about stating it. It's all good. You can cheer for it on your own end, but I don't need to know. That's end stage capitalism with all the steps. I'm trying to remember, what was the name of that sci-fi movie that had vampires in it? It was like Dawn or something? Or was it Dusk? No. There was that movie that came out in the mid-2000s, and I just remember the guy inside of the car that is a completely enclosed box, because if he goes out during the sunlight, he'll die. Was it Dusk Till Dawn? Maybe. Did that movie have Will Smith in it? Fuck if I know. Maybe. Nope. That is not the movie I was thinking of. Vampire movie. Sci-fi. I'll find it. 10 science fiction vampire movies. This is gonna help. Nope, not Blade, not Life Force, not Underworld, not Daybreakers. No, was it? Actually, I think it was Daybreakers, 2009. Yes, it was Daybreakers. Wasn't a good movie. What did Rotten Tomatoes think of it? IMDb says 6.4. Okay, it's got a 69 on Rotten Tomatoes. I remember it not being very good. It just had some good visuals in it. Does anyone else find it odd this fort we just migrated to only produces beds, booze, and food? Also, that creepy mayor just locked the gate behind us right after we walked in. I don't know, Eurist. This seems not okay, man. So that's kind of where we're at. As far as the named dwarves in the fort right now, we got Bertrude, we got YouTube, we got Eurist, we've got Christopher, we've got Elena, we've got Handchest, we've got Edward Grin, we've got Emmanuel Kent, we've got Jim Lahey, we've got Balfagor, we've got a lot of engravers. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the vampire training, actually. We've got Nothing, we've got Emily, we've got Moreb, we've got Seth, we've got Aunt Gladys. Devil Dawn, thanks for being the real one. Hey, Jack, can I get a round of beers? Devil Dawn used to be rich. We got Tiny Hash. We've got Earl Grey. We've got Key. We've got Micah. We got Freeways. We got Silk. We got Bloodbag. Amelia. Sparse. It's good times. You might actually have been kidnapped, Tight. We did have some prisoners taken by the elves who I wasn't able to get back. Yeah, you might have been in that list. You may have also just died. I'm not actually sure. All right, so I'm going to get the vampire training. But we're going to give the vampire his own space to train in. It's a bit of an isolation thing, but we may or may not need that. A noble? I have a mayor named Eurist, who's not thrilled. That's basically it. I mean, I've got people I can't name. I've got a militia commander. I've got another person I can't name. I got another person I can't name. I don't have a chief medical dwarf. Could have a chief medical dwarf. It's basically all I can offer you. It's always an idea, and you might have the solution. You said sounds good. I gave you 2 options. Which one did you choose with the sounds good? Sorry, like there's 2 options there, and you just said yes. Also, Micah is not happy with your bedroom anymore. Let's put some fancy gold tables in here. And some gold thrones. Medical, okay. Also, credit where credit's due, YouTube chat did guess the name of that movie that I was thinking of. Killed with Style. But there's a scene in Daybreakers where he's just like inside of a car that's like an enclosed box, and the entirety of the inside of it is just flat screen monitors, which is really silly, but also like even sillier when you look at like some of the self-driving car concepts that Tesla's put out. Like, it's really silly, but also significantly sillier. And you're like, wow, that is really dumb. Also, wow, someone's actually trying to make that. Anyway, this chief medical dwarf is in a constant state of internal rage. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He doesn't generally think before acting. He is always tense and jittery and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He always enjoys the company of others and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is slow to trust others and is quick to form negative views about things. He can handle stress and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He does not reveal personal information. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He talks very loudly whenever he's annoyed and lowers his eyes when he's nervous. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. No, it's okay. I'm also kind of tired right now. Maybe not tired. I'm kind of stressed right now. I wouldn't say tired necessarily. There's more things I should read. Your last name is Stable Spear. If you type in !legends, which I'll do for you real quick, that'll give you a link to where you could look at the legends of the fortress, or you could just go to legends.blindirl.net, which will give you the ability to, you know, read about your dwarf, Stable Spear. You've been in the fortress for a little bit. I mean, you've got some friends who have died. You're close friends with the Duke and the Mayor, which kind of checks out. Or previous Mayor and Duke, I guess. And you feel, empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. And we are at the classification to get a, disable overlay. What? We are in the position to get the king or queen to show up. So there is that. As far as the vampire, who's currently meditating on death, goes, he truly treasures the company of others and has an incredibly calm demeanor. He's confident under pressure and has little interest in joking around. He rarely feels discouraged and it tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is slow to anger and is not particularly interested in what others think of him and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity, and doesn't really care about anything anymore, and dreams of raising a family, and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and does not particularly value the truth, and does not care about art, one way or another. Where are you taking stuff from? I think actually you are connected to that stockpile over there on the right. This stockpile. So these should get moved over there. Anyway, whatever. So the rules are for this. I can pause on the 5s, the 1s, and the 0s of the month. When the game is paused, I can do stuff. When the game is not paused, I cannot until I get to the next 5, 1, or 0. But yeah, you guys looking forward to the end of this fortress? I hope the video of it turns out well. But I think what I'm going to try to do is just see if I can make a safety hold and train this dwarf up. Get him into a, like, not a squad necessarily, but put him into a military position where he has the gear as a solo combat dwarf to be able to fend off the end parts of a goblin siege on his own. I mean, he is pretty competent in combat already, but he's pretty new at things. We could give him an army of war dogs as well. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about leaving him at. That's where we're at. So, yeah. We're also trying to do some weird experiments with lava. I don't know if that'll pull off, but I'm trying my best over here. So, I do have to say a real quick early thank you to Vadtech, Devil Dawn, Audio, Elfie, Scoats, Thades Hammer, Cutest Ghost, and everybody else for the early subscriptions and the gifts, because it has been a very slow couple of weeks. and I've been very money stressed recently, just because it's an expensive time of year, and things have been well below what I would consider to be a consistent normal average. So thank you to those of you who have helped keep the channel funded, and to those of you who have stuck around through these times, because this is a crowdfunded channel. I'm only here because people tip me. Or rather, I'm only here as consistently as I am because people tip me. And at the end of the day, the best thing that you can do, regardless, is hang out in the Twitch chat and help keep that chat moving. Any kind of conversations, whatever you're working on, hobbies, what you're doing today, what games you're playing, what you've been playing hooky at work for, I don't know. Because I am very spirally and in kind of a cruddy headspace at the minute. So I will just kind of devolve into complaining, most likely. But I will do my best to try and stay on topic and focus on the game. I mean, our dwarf here really wants to make some cloth trousers, and I really want him to not make some cloth trousers. I actually really want him to work on other things, but and then eventually get into that training space that I'm digging out for him. That is my goal. So, I mean, interaction is key, and chat helps with that. I can't do that without chat. What was your problem? Killed with style? You got a meal? What's for lunch? Dinner? Dinner. Probably dinner. I was thinking about just letting a bunch of ghosts run wild, but I might actually, like, deal with those again. I might actually, memorialize them. Because they aren't really having the effect that I wanted them to have. Couple ghosts is fine, but I'm going to get rid of the more poltergeisty ones. Someone was found dead drowned. Well, that's interesting. I can pause because it's the 5th. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Solon Medorf. We are chopping down a whole lot of trees down here. Let's see if I can do some just weapon traps down here. Probably can. Why did I not click keep building? Really game problems. There we go. Yeah, they're left in the trap components menu. So yes, they are trap components and can be used as trap components. We're also expanding up here to get magma pumps higher up. It's a drill that will pierce the heavens. Yeah, you know, it's like, I'm trying to think of video games that have like a corkscrew weapon. Many games have like a corkscrew weapon. It's a pretty common trope. All right, so my noble needs a coffin, which I started building and never finished, which I want to say I put in one of these big open areas. Maybe I didn't. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Oh no, I did. There it is. Is there nothing fancy? Nothing fancy. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do a Stibnite tomb. Let's do 2 of these. And this can be a tomb, which will be given to the Duke. And the Duke is not thrilled with it and would like some extra chests, so I'll give you an extra chest down here. Do I have any statues around or instruments? How about offering places? I do! I have any statues? No statues. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure that's a thing that exists in that thing. Machine hasn't been that responsive in a while. I've had stability issues with Kashi. Like, I kept breaking things on my laptop. But that's mostly just because I'm learning it. I might move to Kashi. I don't know. I don't know how much I want to mess around with Arch-based systems. I think I've been actually debating on just going to raw Debian at some point. But what do you think the approximate military size for a fortress of 200 is? Well, it depends on how consistently your military is dying. I mean, I have about 4 squads. Although one of them, I have about 3 squads right now. It entirely depends on like how frequently you're getting attacked. If you're not getting attacked super frequently, then you don't really need much. If you're getting attacked super frequently, then you might need more. But if your military isn't dying, you just need like 3 really good squads. It's entirely up to you though. I realize that's kind of a non-answer, but it's kind of the best I got at the minute. All right, what else am I doing? I'm gonna go out here. This is the weird side project I'm working on, which might turn out, it might not. If it does, then yay. If it doesn't, then eh. We should be able to get this done as long as I'm consistent about remembering to add on to it. No, that's totally fair. I mean, like, Kashi is supposed to have more guardrails than, like, raw Arch, right? It's sort of like Mint is supposed to have an easier install process than raw Debian. But, like, Debian removes some of those guardrails. It's just whether, like, what system are you used to using, I guess, at that point. Like, what commands are you used to using? What, are you used to using Pacman or Sudo, etc.? And at this point, I'm pretty decent with Debian built systems. Well, thankfully, we're not back in the day anymore, Devil Dawn. I can't remember the last time I had a good Yorkshire pudding. I've had a couple collapsed ones that were, like, free because I was at a thing that had them, and they were like, do you want these? We can't sell them. Stone, but I can't remember the last time I had a good Yorkshire pudding. I do like a Yorkshire pudding, though, when it works. I think the last time I do think the last time I had them was either my mom made them or my grandma made them. I can't remember. But I remember having them at my grandma's house. I need to pause the game anyway because we're in an ad break. So now's a good time to catch up on Toasted himself. I mean, he does truly treasure the company of others and has an incredibly calm demeanor. And he is confident under pressure, and he has little interest in joking around. He rarely feels discouraged and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is slow to anger, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. I need to get you into the tavern. That's what I need to do. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and does not particularly value the truth. He doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes chromite, trifle pewter, and green jade, as well as alpaca wool, cows for their haunting moos, and the words of the mediation of droplets, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries of impossible. Of course, he prefers to I thought I just saw a fly around my hand, and then I looked down and it disappeared into thin air. And I think it was either my hair, dust, or me hallucinating. Nope, it was light reflecting off my glasses. Cool. He prefers to consume gutter crewer and maize flour and absolutely hates bats. That's like you hearing my brain work in real time. His ear is still busted. So I'm gonna get you drinking in or dancing in the tavern for a wee bit. Which is up here. We're gonna go train. He grabs his fancy sword, which is a steel short sword. Welcome back. You know, I've only ever used Ubuntu for virtual machines, but I've heard, like, kind of nothing good about Ubuntu. I don't actually care about speed that much. I care about stability and consistency is where I'm at. No, Ninta's Debian. Has made DIY kernels actually pleasant again. I find that kind of hard to believe, but... You are correct. I am wrong. But yeah, I have swapped my laptop around a bunch to different distributions. They just kicked the commercial canonical stuff out. Yeah, that seems to be correct. I was just skimming the Wikipedia page. Yeah, I've tried a bunch of different distributions. I don't think I like Kashi very much. It's not for me, at least at the minute. Maybe in the future. I quite like Fedora, actually, but mostly just on my laptop. I don't think I would use Fedora outside of my laptop. I quite like vanilla Debian, like just Debian Trixie, I think is the current distribution of that, which is what's currently on my laptop. Okay. Weaver's been found dead. Did I do that? Oh, that seems not good. A ghost batters. Edom. We've got a ghost that killed somebody, chat. Now that I've got a ghost that killed somebody, can I arrest a ghost? Okay, well, I've got a scholar who's causing problems. So I will arrest Freeways again, but... What's the name of the dwarf that was found dead? Edom? What was the ghost that battered him? Ezim. I don't see a live ghost at the minute for it. That's a shame. I think I'm just going to avoid Arch-based systems, MinYogi, just in general. Just because of the two different attempts I've had on my laptop and general issues making things that I need for work run consistently, rather. Running, that's a weird way to word that. Rip Wilm? Was that who Wilm was? Uh-oh. And Gory Paws has been put to rest, because Gory Paws was causing some problems. And not fun problems, just like toppling statues. I want fun problems like what that other ghost just did. Gonna have to let him work here. Bled out? Yeah, if I recall correctly, that was due to the elf incursion, but I could be mistaken. I was watching a stream the other day. It was Casual Elephant. He was putzing around with Linux OSs and distributions and stuff, messing around with things. And he kept referring to Arch-based systems as Arc-based systems. And it melted my brain a little bit because I've never seen them referred to as Arc-based systems. They've only ever been Arch-based systems. I was like, I don't think that's right, man. Not gonna say anything, but my God, what the heck? His chat was giving him a hard time too. So I clearly wasn't the only one. Right? Intel's Arc. I will say Intel's like graphics cards have the best naming scheme. How's the Immortal one today? Pretty okay. I've got an idea of how I want to end it. We'll see if we'll be able to end it though, because I've got kind of a lot of time left. So we're gonna let things run a little bit because the vampire needs to train. He needs to train. He needs skills. Uh-oh. Looks like he's gonna go eat somebody. He doesn't generally walk this way unless he's gonna go eat someone. Yep. There we go. Rimtar has been found dead, completely drained of blood. What a shame. It's crazy that Freeways managed to kill somebody while in prison. I guess the bookkeeper must have done it, because now I'm arresting Seth. Well, yeah, I didn't even do that. This must be like an unrelated noble annoyance. Although the nobles being unsatisfied with their needs is great for the vampire, because he really likes chaining people up. He loves his job. How you doing, Bird Bones? Yeah, I mean, just like you use the thing that utilizes your skill set and the managers and like software that you're used to, right? Like that's, to me anyway, that's like the most important thing. It's horrified after being haunted by the dead. Who are you? Dishmab? I might actually memorialize Dishmab. Purely because I want fun ghosts, and that one just goes around spooking people. Let's get outside, go to here. Oopsies. I don't know anything about current generation Dell laptops, like at all. Like quite literally at all. Back where I used to live, the running joke was like, you mean the homeless shelter? Because there was a, like a bar and lounge called the Dell, which was then converted into a homeless shelter. So in like local jokes to where I used to live, Dell was just a shelter. That evil vampire killed you? Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, you did move into a fortress with an evil vampire in it, so I mean, unless your name is whatever the guys from Castlevania are called, unless your name is Belmont, I think you're in potentially lukewarm water. With Ubuntu pre-installed and worked like a charm on it. I mean, the thing though is like the big difference with people like Dell and what I would look into is whether or not like, because I know there are some brands of like laptops specifically like Razer is like notorious for this, where it'll just ship with a what's it called? A like base level of features where, or not base like UEFI or like bootloader that makes it really hard to install Linux. I'm like blanking on all of my terminology today. What is wrong with me? Where they just won't let you install it in the first place. So I don't know what. Yes, UEFI or BIOS. There's too many different words now, and some are current and some are no longer current. But like BIOS isn't a thing anymore, right? It's just UEFI now, or UEFI, depending on who you are and your sense of humor. But yeah, I know that there are some laptop brands that are like kind of a pain in the ass for that. That doesn't mean that you can't do it. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass to install. Okay, well, he sorted out his need to hang out with his god, and now we're just trying to get him to get served brewskis. I'm just gonna wait until he gets some alcohol served to him. Well, it's more like UEFI, but UEFI! That's like a curse word that a cartoon character would call somebody. Hello, Absolute Catastrophe. By the way, YouTube folks, I'm working through the process of trying to blend YouTube and Twitch chats, so things will be more chatty over there soon, hopefully. No, but like some just have like secure boot pre-enabled and like protections that don't let you into the UEFI, like period. Like that's the issue with the Razer laptops. Like they basically you need to like force it into safe mode in order to even get into the UEFI, and then there's some cases where it still doesn't let you do anything. I don't really see the purpose of streaming at a level that half my audience can't watch at, purely for the purpose of putting more strain on my computer. Spot Allen? So, no. I mean, I could also do that on Twitch, but I'm streaming at slightly lower resolutions because I edit at lower resolution. My videos are at lower resolution, just for, like, logical and storage purposes. Text is blurry. That's a bitrate issue, not a resolution issue. I could try turning up the bitrate, but I can't do anything. I'm not going to do anything about slightly blurry text here. I don't know if that'll change anything, but I'm changing some settings. Cheers, Spot Allen. No, people on the YouTube side apparently are getting some slight issues with text blurriness. YouTube is like kind of a pain to stream to in a lot of ways. Like Twitch gives me a lot of analytics, so I can like tell what things look like. YouTube is like, bah! And then like if I were just taking what YouTube's stats in the dashboard told me as factual, according to it, I'm streaming at 240p because that's the only viewport they give me. Like they don't give me like a full resolution restream of my own stream, so I can't even see what my stream looks like. So I'm flying by night here. I just turn on DLSS 5 and then I'll look like, I don't know, I'm on Snapchat. Have you had any booze? You have not. Where the fuck are all my goddamn tavern keepers? Storing items in stockpiles. All right, get into the tavern and do your goddamn gerbs. Sheesh McGeesh. You know my pain. Well, appreciate it. Something that you could try doing, Spot Allen, and this might sound nuts, is try rewinding the stream by about 10 seconds and don't watch live. Because sometimes YouTube re-encodes the stream as you're watching it. Like, I see this all the time on, like, premieres and stuff, where, like, it'll be, like, 480p, essentially, is what you're getting text-wise. And then, like, you just rewind the stream by, like, 10 seconds, and it's, like, full resolution. I don't get it. But if that doesn't do anything, then I don't know. You could always try Twitch, but outside of that, I don't know what else to do. You know, it's like this is Dwarf Fortress. It's like this is Dwarf Fortress with the LSS5, and it just looks like, oh geez, what's the name of that game? Gorn? Dwarf Fortress Combat. DLSS 5 on. It's Gorn, where you're just like grabbing a guy's head and ripping his head off. Hey! Your ruler has arrived with full entourage, and your thriving site is now the capital. And with continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. I mean, that's what I would do, Tibbe. But, mountain home these nuts! Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Time to arrest the king. Okay, I just want to see them arrive. I know that I'm supposed to be following the dwarf, but he ain't doing anything noteworthy. You related to the queen? Nope, just unrelated. And a donkey, great. Okay, so it's Zan and she's a queen. She's married and she has 2 lovers. Damn it! Oh, I mean, maybe we can get a lover. It would be fun if I could make the vampire hook up with the queen, but that might be difficult. That might be difficult. Yes. But year 8 starts in fall. Sounds like she has 2 dead lovers and 1 ex. Well, I saw a dwarf tell the story of the masterful gold scepter created by Tubal for the mountainous vale at Aftercasket in the early spring of 220 at the Boot of Ale, and it is very interesting. I'm sure it is, dude. I'm sure it is. So, I've got an idea. I really want the vampire to be like Wormtongue, because that would just be a fun way to go. I need the queen to be alive to become a mountain home. That isn't to say that I want to kill her. But I would like the fortress to end with just 2 dwarves alive. Me and the queen. And we'll see. Actually, oh no. She does worship the right god, but she's a member of the wrong religion. For shame. For shame. For shame. Such shame. It would be really fun if I could make the vampire into the king consort, but I don't know if I can pull that off. Could she be princess? They don't usually follow, like, next of kin, which is, like, actually kind of frustrating to a lot of people, like, that the dwarves rarely follow next of kin when, like, appointing new royalty, but yeah, maybe her niece. Who is her niece? I mean, she's been here for a bit. She's been here since last fall. Already has sons, is married, has husband. May or may not be alive, I don't know. But Actually has quite a lot of like local royal adjacent family. Devil Dawn, thank you so much. Appreciate you for the 10 pack. Hey Chili, how you doing? Today might be the best day of the month. We're rapidly approaching that. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go, I think, to right here. So this is connected to the vampire's office. And I think I'm going to connect this to the vampire's office as well. And I'm going to put the queen's stuff all up in here. I was going to do something else with this, but why not? Just do it this way. Why not just do it this way? Siege operator named Bishop. Don't think I have any siege operators. I have one siege engineer who's in the military and probably won't ever do siege operation. I don't have anybody really specified for such tasks. I do have a handful of people that have, whoops, those are orderlies. I do have a handful of people that have those jobs assigned, but they're not specifically siege operators. I get that you're trying to make like a chess piece, though. It hasn't been a huge focus of the fortress's defense so far. I don't have any ballistas in the fort, and I don't really have any intention of making them. So I guess this Boyer. Although is he still in prison? He was in prison. Yeah, you don't want that Boyer. He's super pissed. I really don't. I have 2 catapults, which are mostly just for knocking things off the bridge, and then I have these bolt throwers. I don't have any ballista. Mostly because, like, this fort is, like, not short on wood, but, like, not super heavy on wood, and mainly it's just my vampire that ends up, like, shooting the bolt throwers, but I could give you one of these peasants if one of these peasants stands out to you, but, like, yeah, it's just not how I've been prioritizing the fort, really. I mean, there's crutches, which are effectively that. But some dwarves, if there isn't a crutch available and they never pick one up, just never get the opportunity to equip one because they need to be in a hospital and have a doctor bring them to them. If dwarves just knew that they could go get a crutch to fix that problem, then maybe they would do that. You mean people with red hair? I don't know. we have a lot of hoods in the fort, so like actually determining hair color is kind of difficult. But I'm gonna actually ask you a question. Could you give me a second choice instead of like a siege engineer? Because like it's really not something that's a focus of the fort. If you mean like red hair, ginger is not a British only term. I don't think so. But could you give me a second choice? Like, could you be like beard or no beard? We have plenty of engravers. We have woodworkers. We have rangers and trappers. We have plenty of military dwarves. We've got lots of crafters. We've got farmers of various varieties and flavors. We've got some mechanics. Bald ranger. That's what I got. They're all in the military. Would you like a male one or a female one? They all have helmets on. Can't tell you if they're bald or not. The more specific you are, the harder this is. Male dwarf. Okay. They're both about the same happiness, so we'll go with this one. Do you still want me to call it Bishop? All right, routed pillars. That sounds like a bishop to me. You know, it's a routed pillar. You go in on routes around things and are a pillar. A pillar of strategy is a coward and completely overwhelmed with fear when confronted by dangers. So you're like the guy running into combat going, ah! The whole time. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and has a narrow focus on the current activities, screaming, mostly. Can't handle stress and has a greedy streak and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He doesn't often feel envious of others and exhales slowly and deliberately when he's reading, when he's getting bored. He personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, believes that peace is preferable to war, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes earthen... So I'm misreading this. I was reading his last name. Ral Mozak Amathurbam likes Realgar, copper, onyx, bitter orange, wood, pigtail fabric, linen, paper, picks, bracelets, and coins, and skinks for their colorful tongues. And when possible, he prefers to consume dwarven rum and hates toads. Your younger sister died. I want to say in the Forgotten Beast incursion that happened. Good in theory, your nephew is also dead. You worship a bunch of gods. You are friends with Dishmab, the other, hunter, which is kind of fun. You're a member of the Communion of Gods, the correct religion, and you were hunted by the dead recently, and that made you frightened. Yeah, if you're pushing this stream to a 55-inch 4K screen, the blurriness is probably going to happen. But that's also interesting, Spot Alan. Actually, out of curiosity, chat, what resolution are you watching this on? And what size monitor are you watching this on? And are you seeing blurriness? Just general show of hands, I'm curious. I've not played a Pokemon game since Pokken Tournament, and quite frankly didn't know that it existed until a week after it came out and people said they were playing it. I could not have less interest in Pokopia. It's fun to say. Someone told me, or someone said on a podcast I listened to that it's kind of like that one Rare game that came out ages ago, Viva Pinata, which is interesting, but no, could care less. I am not interested in any Pokemon game. Also, hey, Enemy, what's up, dude? Saw you jump onto the Fluxer. It's good to see you over there. 1080p on 4K, no blurriness. I wonder what's going on with Spot Allen then, because Spot Allen says that they tried rewinding the stream as well as doing some other things, and they're getting a little bit of blurriness on a 55-inch 4K screen. Because I feel like, because I watch my own videos. I have a 64-inch TV, a pretty cheap one, but it's 4K, so it's got a crappy panel and it's a Samsung. Bought it on sale, but it my videos don't show any blurriness, and I stream at the same resolution and bitrate that I render my videos at. So there's something weird going on there, then. On auto, Twitch looks okay. It's probably just 1080p, then, if you're, on a 55-inch, assuming that's also 4K. But, for clarity here, I'm on a 1920 by 1080p 144 hertz monitor. It's 32 inches, but, that's what I play at. So I'm upscaling if I stream at higher rates. It's possible, actually, that do you have a game mode setting on your TV, Alan? Because that's actually a good call here from Chili Willies in Twitch chat, that it's possible you might have, you might have, smoothing or something enabled. Wait, so you have both of those monitors set up? 1080p 16-inch? That's a tiny monitor. It's a little baby screen. What do you use the itty-bitty 16-inch for? Or is that just... That's not a tablet. It's too big for a tablet. We should be through the ads now. Not noticed any blurriness? Yeah. The smoothing thing is a good shout, though. Because I know the my TV when I first got it looked like shit for any game, and then I like went in and realized that there was cinematic options and also like, oops, I'm following the wrong dwarf. There was cinematic options, but also like game options, and if I set it to game mode, it looked way better. It just looked crisp. And then I've never set it back, but. Nothing wrong. Oh, the 16 inches of MacBook. Yeah, actually, that would make sense. A 16-inch display, being a laptop would make sense. That would make a lot of sense, actually. I've always wished that like I could buy like a tiny monitor. I'm sure that you can, but like I have this monitor that's like all the way over here. It would be really nice to just have a monitor that's like yay big that I could just put below my game monitor and just use that for chat. Like that would be so nice. Just like effectively build like my own little teleprompter, more or less, or like put it like directly behind the camera. I don't know. I'm not in a position to be spending money on more stuff that I really don't need outside of vanity. So I'm just kind of accepting that as a maybe a not vital purchase at the minute. All right, let's work on satisfying this queen, shall we? Why is there books? Who keeps throwing books? Who must I arrest? I think it was actually just Freeways who threw those books everywhere. All right, let's go down to here. Okay, I need to go to bars. What do we have for bars? 428 gold bars. It's tons of gold. Whoops. Gold statue. I don't need to assemble those adamantine ballista arrows. After all this time, I'm still assembling adamantine ballista arrows. Gold throne. Gold table. Gold armor stand. Gold weapon rack. Gold chest. Gold cabinet. These dwarves are gonna get some strength training putting all this furniture away. Gold door. This is so extra. Let's do 12 gold doors, 20 gold cabinets, 20 gold chests, 16 weapon racks, 16 armor stands, 12 tables, 12 thrones, and 30 statues. I am 100% assuming, Nick Paw, that you are referring to the Swedish Sid rock band because they used Sid chips in their music. Something, I can't actually remember the name of the band now. Were they literally just called Ex Machina? They might have been. Anyway, there's a band that I listened to a very long time ago that had a song called The Throne of Games. And that's now stuck in my head. I can't even remember the name of the band. It's been so long. It's been 10,000 years since I thought about that song. For around $100. So this monitor over here is a 24-inch 1080p monitor, which I bought in 2014 at the source. Guess how much I paid for it? Ilmirin. I did buy it on sale. I will note that, so you can have that as an advantage of like figuring out how much I paid for it. But how much do you think I paid for it? $20 in an IOU. $38, and I had a gift card, so I didn't actually pay for it. $100 seems like too much money for a monitor that size. I don't know, man. But good to know. That's good to know. Maybe when I have some disposable income, which probably won't be until after tax season is over, so like after April. Okay. Have you had booze yet? Still wants to drink alcohol. Especially considering, like, on most purchases and stuff like that, if it's done online, then I probably have to pay a tariff because most things ship through the US still. But as annoying as that is, it is what it is. Okay, so now we've got all that. Okay. And you all the way up here, you're set up and good to go. There is a duck up there. I don't know why. Nor do I know how long you've been up there. No, totally. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe if I was a bit pathos in YouTube chat so that there's some neat 1080p and 1440 mobile displays and all kinds of stuff. I need to, like, dust off my AliExpress account because, like, yesterday we were talking about RAM and the subject of Chinese RAM came up and I made a joke that, like, you know, 3 years from now RAM prices will be normal again, but it's not because we'll be buying RAM from, like, where we got RAM historically. We'll be buying RAM from Chinese manufacturers on AliExpress. And I'm just kind of like sitting there thinking like, maybe I should actually go look. Like if I could find like some sort of affordable RAM on AliExpress, if it's DDR5, even if it's slow, just something that I could throw into like my server or whatever that just runs. Beatronics? We got Beatronics and B-Link. Man, all the cutesy names. We are going to have some tantrums pretty soon. When you actually look at the upset dwarves in the fort, I may actually do a little bit of a purge real quick. Because I do have a bunch of... helixes. Okay, Domas, what squad are you in? You're in the Mountainous Arches. I'm going to make a new squad. I'm just going to say melee with metal armor. Because that dwarf is very upset. Basically, I'm taking dwarves that are upset that are also in the military, and I'm filtering them out into their own squads. Although... Tomas Lorbam, and then Momus. You are stumbling around obliviously. Well, that's not good. That's literally my militia captain. Well, I'm going to throw you in here. Also going to make an additional squad. Make another melee squad, and we will throw these legendary dwarves from the queen into there. You're going to become this. And I'm going to send you, the Crystalline Tours, to go take over something. I'm going to go up, whoops. I'm going to go to the overworld. And you know what? Why don't we go take over this over here? Crystalline Tours, Conquer and Occupy. Good luck, Angidorf. Oh, there's Hand of Fate. Lovely. At least he's got happy thoughts. And our vampire still hasn't had any booze. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know. I won't be buying anything anytime soon. Basically, like August and beyond is when I start buying like electronics for work, like office stuff. Because around August is when I end up in a position where I can like have an idea of how much money I'm gonna make for the rest of the year and approximately what I need for work tax deductions. That's when I start buying stuff. It's around August, which is why I bought a server in August, like late July, August last year. Because I was getting an idea of what I was gonna want for deductions for work for next year, so I was like, all right, well, I can do that. And I bought a new monitor. I bought the server. I bought a new case for my computer and a bunch of cables and things. Yeah, that's like $100 more than I'm willing to spend on something like that at the minute, but that is neat. Oh, it's like for pies. Got it. Oh, it's touchscreen too. That's nifty. That's nifty. Yeah, I couldn't see myself using that. Spot Allen in YouTube chat says that he's the guy who goes around Best Buy's turning off smooth motion on the TVs. You love turning it off for people who've had it on for a long time and don't know, and the look on their faces is funny. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Oh well, at least we ran through the basics. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like weirdly fascinated by like B-Link mini PCs and stuff right now, Nick Pa. Like, because we were just talking about like streaming at a higher resolution and whatnot. It's like something I want to do is I want to actively take, just because of like the cost of computing right now, like the cost of home computing, I want to take as much stress off my computer on the day-to-day as possible so I can underclock my CPU so I can make it last longer. And something that I've been very much thinking about is like the viability, I guess, of like finding a mini PC with a decent APU on it that could do onboard rendering for streaming. Like something that could record my footage for videos, because I'm recording 1080p 60 FPS video right now. I record about 30 gigs a day. I'm streaming to 2 platforms, which uses a not small amount of CPU power and some GPU power for encoding. So like, basically right now I can't, because of the amount that I'm streaming on this PC, I can't stream higher fidelity games, even if I want to. Like current gen high-end modern fidelity stuff, even though I can run it like just fine when I'm not streaming, I have an old enough computer that like I can't do it while streaming. Like I can play Stalker just fine with everything cranked up to the max. But like if I try to stream it, I have to turn everything down to like medium low. And it still barely runs. So hello Necrontier, how are you? So they discount the hell out of everything into inventories? Yep. Yeah. It depends on the product, Pathos. I've definitely bought stuff that I could have bought on Amazon from AliExpress that was a third of the price on AliExpress. It just took 6 months to arrive. Like the last time I did that was like, although admittedly most of the stuff I've bought from AliExpress is like for repairing tape decks. So like, it's pretty specific, but like I could buy like, okay, this is gonna sound very silly. I could buy a pack of 30 Mitsubishi motors for $2 a motor, or I could buy a motor on Amazon for $30. So 30 motors for $2 a motor, or I could get one for like 25 to 30 bucks. It's on right now, can't you tell? You know, oh, I know what happened to Sharast. Sharast fell into the water and drowned. Oh no! Anyways. Just waiting for the 10th, then I'll pause. This is set as part of the tavern, is it not? Oopsies. Clicking the wrong people. You're waiting for FPGA cards, which are bit-coded for YouTube or Twitch encoding that offload from the GPU, NPU, APU. Oh, hey! That cranky military dwarf did their job. The tomb of Grizzly Onions, far to the west, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. We finally took over that location from the beginning, which feels good. Round of beers to that. Success in our great victories. Now we're just waiting for the turn. Yeah, I'm very perplexed. Why are you? Why you know? Okay, maybe I would just make more mugs, but there are plenty here. Maybe I need a additional one of these. All right, we are in a spot where I can pause. Let's go down to here. I might actually make some gold floors because I very easily could, and I almost never do. And I think that that would be gaudy and extra and ridiculous. But this is a queen's space, so why not? Nothing wrong with being a little extra for royalty, eh? Let's just... For the doors, I really need to move this stockpile. This stockpile is fugly, like holy shit. This can be the Queen's Tomb. Let's just throw nice and... Oh, no, I actually can't do nice. I don't actually have enough. We'll figure that out in a little bit once we get some more stuff. Oh, hey, there's a person over there, too. It's always fun just seeing the random ghosts around. It's the same rules as the video for COG, yeah. This is kind of a successor to that, because people have asked me to do another one for a while. We are in the latter half of it now at this point, though. Because we started in the late fall of 214, so we're getting there. Oopsies. I'm kind of hoping to finish this today, and then take tomorrow off stream and just edit all weekend, basically. That is kind of my plan, but we'll see. Oh no, a bed was toppled. Okay, that's actually really annoying. Why would you do such a thing? I want ghosts that do damage to people and not just topple beds. So I'm memorializing the ones that are annoying. But leaving the ghosts that are evil. It seems like somebody just did a crime, but maybe not. Maybe they're all probably just leaving for construction reasons. Where are we at for combat? Novice Swordsdorf. Also, hey, Angel Matt. Thanks for tuning in. And more dwarves won't by. Also, in case anybody's interested, the name of Dwarf Redemption is available at the moment on Twitch. But yeah, that's my plan. And then the other thing that I mentioned earlier, which is I was skimming through the Hall of Legends earlier last night. Hall of Legends, for those of you unaware, is... Actually, hold on, let me check something real quick. Actually, just going to take you off of this specifically. Hall of Legends, for those of you who are unaware, is more or less just a collection of classic Dwarf Fortress tales. And I have had in my mind for a while that I've wanted to start making videos reading them, and I did. I've done two. I did Arch Crystal a while ago, and I did Boat Murdered more recently. And behind the scenes, quietly, I've been working on Room Carnage for some time now. And Room Carnage is much longer than I thought it was. For some reason, I had it in my head that it would take me like somewhere in the ballpark of like a dozen hours to finish it, so I could put it out or like somewhere less than that. So I could put out like maybe 2 4-hour videos to do the whole thing. But it's looking like it's going to be closer to 16 hours once edited. So we are going to pivot slightly and work on... actually going to put... I just realized I don't actually have any religious leaders in this. That's actually a problem. I'm going to pivot slightly, and we're going to pivot slightly and find shorter stories from the Hall of Legends in Dwarfort. I mean, I can too, but like if I'm spending like $800 to $1,000 on an editor to edit a video, spending like 20 hours of time recording a video and then uploading it, I want to make sure that people like the format before I do that. So we're like a third of the way done and going like, let's do some smaller things first, Necrontyr. I know that you're a bit odd, but I'm not making these for Twitch chat. I could make some very, very weird abstract things for Twitch chat. 30 of you would watch it, and it would be fantastic. But I need to see if, like, the normies who don't watch the streams like it, you know what I mean? We gotta test the waters with them first before I can do the really, 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 really big ambitious thing. Because YouTube hates 4-parters, so it would need to be something that, like, would do well on the YouTube channel before there's ever going to be a point where it's worth even, like, throwing the idea around and looking into. Basically what I'm saying is, I know that you would like it, but what I'm asking for is, if you have any favorites from the Hall of Legends, or any stories that you like from Dwarf Fortress lore that aren't like Gemclad, which is always the one people recommend, which by the way is like 500 fucking chapters. That thing's fucking longer than One Piece. That's not true, but it is very long. It is very long. I'm open to suggestions, and because like there's a part of YouTube that I really, really enjoy, which is like the internet archaeology, like deep diving into forums type stuff. Like Syrup Leaf is always one that comes up, but that one's also like probably be like a 7-hour video. I mean, that's more or less what they are. They're like audiobooks with banter, basically, is what those old forum stories are, because it's like half of it is like people bullshitting around the gameplay and then going, help, I don't actually know what the fuck I'm doing. In between. Like, those are my favorite ones. They're the ones that are just like chunk of like in-character lore followed by, oh god, why? Like, those are my favorite ones. So there's a few that I have in mind. Like, I like Fail Cannon from back in the day. Eternal Realms is another one. Akistanath is another good one, which was written by Mayday, I think. But basically, like, it's not a pivot because I want to keep doing the stuff that I'm currently doing, but it's the stuff that my editor can work on that I don't like editing, basically. But the stuff that I like making. if that makes any sense. Like, there's stuff that I like making that I don't like editing. I realize that's kind of like almost a contradiction. Hold up. We're executing a criminal. Who are we executing? And what did they do? Violation of production order. Man, we're just straight up like executing people now for not completing production orders. That is kind of wild. I mean, we do have the queen now, so executions can be handed out for more reasons. Went and grabbed a hammer from literally the other end of the map. I need to make a storage place for... Isn't that wasting food for the vampire? I mean, we've got 196 others. A 40k for it? Dwarves can issue out execution commands under extreme duress, but it's basically just like the queen or murder sentences. Like mass murder sentences where they're actually witness committing the murder. And like nobility, like treason is a reason to do that. Did you even kill him? I don't think you did. I don't think you killed him. It said execute. Bashed him in the arm. That's not an execution, my guy, but imagine just like you get put on death row and then the executioner just like walks up, goes to give you the lethal injection and just like doesn't fully stab your skin and it just sprays everywhere and goes, better luck next time. Like, trying to go back into the slammer for another 10 years. Yeah, they forgot to load the bullets, or like everybody, they're just stormtroopers and they all miss. Just well, rip. It's like English muskets and they all miss. It's kind of the vibe, honestly. I'm going to take you entirely off of working after making these blocks. And then on the first, we will do some construction after the game saves. And also, Devil Dawn would like the most unhappy dwarf available. Last time you did that, there was an evil mood. We'd have to find somebody who's unhappy, but also like not insane. And hasn't made a strange mood. Hasn't made an item yet. We'll see what I can do, by the way, Devil Dawn. Sorry for like not responding to that for a few minutes. I only just saw it. My brain is running at not full capacity at the moment. Speaking of forgot to load the firing squad, I forgot to load my brain into my skull today. Clearly. The real concerning fact is the fact that I had to load it. You want the most upset dwarf. I might not give you the most upset dwarf. Okay, this could be doable. Never mind. D-V-I-L-D-A-W-N. Just be aware they may or may not live for very long. Auga. You are quite a bold flatterer, extremely friendly, but just a little bit insufferable. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He lacks confidence in his abilities and is prone to strong feelings of lust. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He occasionally overindulges and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and is very humble. He doesn't handle stress well, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally values eloquence and values peace over war and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. In what way? Aside from all of them, I guess, Devil Dawn. He likes shales, steel, and sapphire, and giant cockatiel leather, giant cassowary bone, coffins, rings, and ballista arrows, and crabmen for their sideways walk. Okay. And the words of the sport of power and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. And prefers to consume cat, spelt beer, and whipvine. This is the easiest dwarf to please in a dwarven fortress because they prefer to eat cat. He likes the crab walk and he likes consuming kitties. I could make a lot of very tasteless jokes out of that, but I'm not going to. Instead, I will just point out that you do have a wife and 2 children. So here's hoping you don't make your children into an artifact. Then why is he unhappy? I would say look at this fortress, but I guess all the bodies have been cleaned up. You experienced some trauma. You were forced to endure the decay of one of your children. That would do it. One of your children died, probably when the elves attacked the last time. And you were forced to endure their corpse decaying. Her? His corpse decaying. So... yeah, that'd do it. Honestly, valid. I too would be upset. Oh, also, by the way, have you guys seen these? Aren't those dope? Fucking statues of Bronze Colossus now look rad. Fucking love it. Bertrude's still around, Bert, by the way, if you were wondering. All right. How are you guys liking the Legends viewer thingy now that it's been up for a little bit? I've had some pretty good feedback on it in general. So this can be the Queen's dining hall. And this will be assigned to the Queen. And I will redo these walls with something nicer. Not necessarily gold, but something nicer. I do hope that at some point we can get some updates pushed. That's mostly a feature request. I mean, there's some data that isn't necessarily parsed by Legends viewer as well. Like, I personally would... What were you... Oh, I see. You're fighting with the... beating the dwarf. I would actually suggest, like, if you wanted to have more data, not necessarily to go to DF Hack, but look to see if there's anything that can be updated on Legends Viewer. Because this isn't the original Legends Viewer. This is a fork of the current Legends Viewer, which isn't perfect. Oopsies. It's not perfect. Like, it's got some issues. I would personally really like to see it upgraded in the future. We're just kind of a ways off of that. What the shit is that? Looks bloody weird is what that is. Even just to follow random ones? Has anybody been following random dwarves? It's cool, but since you're unfamiliar with it, it's hard to use. I mean, it's mostly just like clicking on things. Historical figures is where you find dwarves, right? Once you're in the historical figures screen, or just like ask somebody in chat and they can find what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for a specific menu, somebody could just be like, I don't know, if I, let's let the game run in the background. If I go here and I go, you know, society historical figures and just look up Tosid, Guilt Monk, which is the name of our dwarf. I click on him. I could then just click on this and copy it or bookmark it and then paste it, right? So like if you have a dwarf that you want to follow, you could actually literally just bookmark this URL. And until I move to a new world, it'll stay consistent, which I don't know how long that'll be, but you'd love to find your cat Elliot in Legends Viewer? That should be pretty easy, actually. Back to historical figures. Cat, Elliot. Was born in 212, died in 220. That's actually not terrible for a cat, all things considered. That's your cat's family tree. Elliot was a legendary climber and gave birth to all of these unnamed legendary climbers. The most notable thing you did was die. I'm sorry, but that is the most notable thing you did, was die. Yeah. You're welcome. Now, we can follow this. Follow and chill. Accepting, remembering trauma. I'm hearing combat. Uh-oh. Some sort of fighting happened. Nice table was broken by Raul. They broke my table. Chat, they broke my table. Like, literally, they broke it. Like, there is no more table left. Well, that's a crime that must be convicted, I think. What a horrible crime, breaking my table. Watch it be a ghost. No, literally, like, Raul brawled under the influence and broke a table. There must be justice. On the 10th, because I can't do it until the 10th. Kill him? I don't know about kill him, but chain him up for, like, 6 months. Short time in the whammer at the very least. Disorderly conduct, see? Beat criminal. Oh no. That might as well be an execution. Let's see how this goes. Oh, and then chaining. Bruised, 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 bruised. Okay, it's mostly just bruised. He's not quite strong enough to, like... Whoa. This dwarf is morbidly obese. She is short, broad, and morbidly obese. That might be the reason she only got bruised. She may have survived because she was obese. Saved by her thickness. Thick skin, if you will. But yeah, as far as, like, Legends Viewer goes, like, my hope with hosting it and sharing it and showing it to you guys is I really, really hope that people get the opportunity to see it, become aware of it, start using it themselves, and then demand more features from the developer and or go work on it themselves. Like that is really my hope, is like I'm kind of low-key hoping that by promoting it and telling people that it exists, some more people will use it. I mean, what is our dwarf's description at the minute? His very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, his long mustache is neatly combed, his very long hair is arranged in double braids, his somewhat broad ears are splayed out, his silver eyes are narrow, and his very low cheekbones and a deeply recessed chin. I mean, if they don't do active stuff, they do gain fat over time. So, like, they can gain and lose fat and gain and lose weight, which will change their description. But because this dwarf never eats, he's very skinny, probably. Also, he consumed alcohol, which is what we needed finally. Euphoric due to inebriation. need to see how to set it up for your own world. You do need dfhack to get all of the data, but you just need to install it. You launch it. You go to Legends in your world, and then you click the Export Legends button, and then you open up dfhack while in Legends, and then type in Export Legends, and then you upload the two .xml folders, or load the two XML files that are in your save directory. It's like one will be Legends Export, and then the other will be Legends Export Plus, and will be about a third of the size. That's literally all you need to do. Like, there's very few things that I actually, like, wholeheartedly feel okay recommending dfhack for, but honestly, Legends Viewer might be one of the few things. Like, I don't like the automations, but that's just a personal thing. However, like, you don't need the automations to use Legends Viewer at all. Let's see how many of these I can do. I may actually have figured out a method of doing this better. I'm doing this all in the wrong order. There we go. I don't think they'll build those. If they do, that's a problem. It's the entire reason you use it. I just use this screen because I'm used to it, but yeah. Because you can basically have the same functionality as the Suspend Manager from that screen. Is there still a strange mood happening? Yes, there is. Huh. What? So, Chad, where do you suppose he going? Where's she going? Well, like, what's she at? Why are you down here, Dwarf? Where? So the fort entryway is over there. Did you go over here? Are you trying to go there to get? What direction are you going? I need to know. Okay. Apparently Aunt Gladys was found dead. You know, more power to you, Dwarf. May you find your artifact items. Did I beat Aunt Gladys? Oh, I see. Ezem beat up Aunt Gladys. A ghost beat up Aunt Gladys. Now we're gonna go chain up Ral the Miner, who we beat up earlier. She's climbing high on shrooms indeed, yeah. Let her cook. You know, honestly, she seems fine. And the mayor got reelected. Well, that's good. There's a lot of things in this fort that are genuinely just, I don't know, this is fine. Hopefully you guys are as amused by this as me. That's a good question. No, he's like middle of the road. He was pretty upset for a while, but he's gotten much happier since I made him into the captain of the guard. He likes beating people up and chaining them up regardless of if they committed crimes or not. So it actually makes him quite happy. So I'm like intentionally ignoring all of the mandates so that I can put dwarves in prison constantly. Literally just waiting for this to be done. Okay, now I can pause. Let's see what we're doing down here. Making noble quarters. Like it's nobody's business. I could do copper walls. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do iron walls. Let's do iron walls. So I've just got so much iron. I could pretty easily do that. And it would be a nice outside of the ordinary material for this fort. We'll do some windows along there. Some windows along there. Never mind, I'm not going to do any windows. Changes his mind immediately because he realizes he doesn't actually have that many gems. Instead, I will do Electrum bars, because Lordy knows I'll never use those. The queen is not happy with her office yet. How do you feel about that? Not happy with your office, but we can work on it. We can do some of this. And we can do some of this. And we'll see where you need to be after that. You need 10 chests, 5 cabinets. Hand amulets! Oh, the other thing I need to do is I need to go over here and see how this did. Oh, I haven't actually unpaused long enough for anything to happen. I just need to make sure that that's not going to get queued up. Cool. You're starting up a Dwarf Fortress. You're starting up a Dwarf Fortress YouTube channel, and you want advice from me. Mate, I don't fucking know. Like, genuinely, I don't know. Do what feels right. Don't use AI, because no creator will respect you. That's it. Be creative. Have fun. Oops, somebody dead. Emily has been found dead, completely drained of blood. Hey, chat, you know why that's important? Why that's a kind of a wild thing that just happened? Because Emily was the second to last friend that our dwarf had. The second to last. Can I get a wild round of Fs, chat, please? Please and thank you. The last one, of course, being Micah, the Duke. But it is helping us move towards the goal of having nobody left in the fort. We just need to go coax the enemy a little further. Let's make steel short swords. Just do 10 of those. Micah's next. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make them immortal, right? Right? Roblox, the Thresher has risen from the fortress. So once again, if the ghosts misbehave and break stuff, I will get rid of them. Oh, actually, where's the strange mood at? I mean, she seems kind of stuck. I'm going to give her a way up. Yeah, we're going to do that. Also, our vampire needs a new set of shoes. Can't unpause because I've moved up to the 26 now. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Ruby. How you been, Ruby? Maybe I'm going crazy, but I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. It's not the first time he's killed his friends, but he gets angry when he kills his friends. He doesn't feel anything generally when he kills not his friends, which I think is interesting. Uh-oh. Glass half has been found dead, contorted in fear. What's funny about this is there is a non-zero chance. Yeah, it seems like Aitan, the ghostly swordsmaster, has risen and is now haunting the fortress. Maybe I will What do you think, chat? Yeah, I think we should leave the murderous haunts to sow a little bit of chaos. I can relate to that, Ruby. I can relate to that. Mass, thanks for the 23rd month with Prime. I do appreciate you greatly. Thanks a lot. It means a lot. It goes a long way. Okay, you're just sleeping. That's the problem. Was horrified after being haunted the dead and didn't feel anything after seeing a dead body. Some more migrants have arrived, despite the danger. I may also turn off migrants at some point to achieve my kind of end goal for this fort. Because my end goal for this fort is to kill basically everybody in the fort, except for the vampire, and ideally the queen. That is my goal. I don't have that much time to do that, so it will be difficult to do that. But I would like to do that. Uh-oh. Peasant has gone berserk. I'll bet you that was the strange mood. Can't fix stupid, though. Yep. Nope. Absolutely was. I'm just going to send the Marks dwarves down here. They'll just go snipe them. Because now I've got this dwarf up here who's stuck trying to let that dwarf out. It's a bit of a shame. It's weird. I wonder, actually, it's like this is one of those times where it's like I kind of regret doing this because I don't know how that dwarf was there or why that would have happened eventually, but I mean, here we are, I suppose. Okay, so how's the queen feel about this? Not happy with her bedroom. Her quarters are just modest. Where is the queen's quarters? Hey chat, can I get a big round of beers from Asmaras, who threw in that Prime subscription, helping keep the channel funded? So your bedroom is right there. Well, that can go to literally anybody else. Literally anybody else could have that. And then here, let's just go assign some new bedrooms. That, and that. And then, oof. Let's just do iron bars right there. And then this can be the Queen's quarters right here. And as a reminder, this is a crowdfunded stream. I exist because people throw bits, subs, gifts, and tips at me. Or rather, I exist as much as I do because of that. If you like what I do and you want to help keep the channel funded, the easiest way to do that is by checking to see if you have a Prime sub available. And if you do, potentially using it on this channel. Because those do add up, and they do keep me here. And of course, outside of that, the second most helpful thing you can do is just hang out in the chat and chit-chat. Because that's the other thing that keeps me here, consistently anyway. There we go. Peasant has been killed. Which is a shame, but is what it is. Is a shame. Yeah, I think the thing that I need to figure out right now is just surviving the next 2 months, because it's been a tough month, and right now is a perfect example of this, where, like, in my head, maybe this is me gaslighting myself, I don't know. I always felt that it was much easier to keep chat in active conversation, like a year ago, when times were slow. But right now, it really doesn't feel like that. And I don't know if that's just my own headspace being shitty, which is probably possible, but, or if it's something else that's changed, because I feel like it's like nails on a chalkboard trying to keep the chat conversations flowing naturally. Like, I'll come up with the topic, things will be active for a minute, and then it'll just die out, and I feel like I've gotten worse at this. Significantly worse at this. And I don't know why. That is really driving me kind of nuts right now. And I need to figure out how to fix that. Like, promptu. Do I have any other bookcases? I don't think I do. No, I need to make some more. We're better and we're all locked in? I don't want to be better in that way then, because that is... Like, you know, when you're enjoying your job and you don't look at the clock over the span of the entire day and you're like, done, day's over. When chat is really active, now we're in an ad break. When chat is really active and I don't feel that I need to do that, that happens almost every time. I'm not in a foul mood. I'm just stressed, really. Possibly Steady Yeti, I don't know. But like, I feel like there used to be a collection of people in this community that were very, very, very active chatters, and I feel like they all just kind of dissipated at the same time, or all went quiet at the same time. Maybe everybody's just depressed, but I don't know. But I really want to try and figure out how to keep the chat moving currently, which is one of the reasons why I'm looking into ways to like blend the chats now that I can do that. Because when chat is active and conversations are naturally flowing, my job is very easy and I'm very good at my job. And this has happened historically, like back in the day when things would get really quiet, especially in the summer, when I had a third of the people watching before Dwarf Fortress released, where things would get quiet for like 30 minutes at a time. And I would just go off on some random tirade. And it wasn't good entertainment, especially looking back on it. And I don't want to go back into that position. It's tricky. And like, I know that I could just like talk about current politics, which almost always gets the chat moving, but that's not pleasant for anybody. And it's like, I used to be very good at just talking about video games, but these days, you know, you talk about video games, it's like, yeah, I can't afford a new PlayStation. Or can't afford RAM. And I'm in the same boat. So like I'm not following modern current games as much as I used to. Looks like the squads are back. And Dwarf Fortress is an entertaining game, but it's not always... It's not a game where it will always be the center of attention. You know, it's like playing a city builder where sometimes you're just waiting for things to complete. And that was always, for me, historically, while streaming, my strength was just I could fill in the gaps with conversation. But it does kind of require audience participation. And so I'm like really, really kind of stuck in a weird spot right now where like my style of streaming has gotten harder recently because of like just shifts in audience activity, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, people are still tuning in, you know, there's 133 of you here, which is lower than I would like the number to be. But admittedly, there's still 133 people watching, and that's a lot. And I need to figure out how to, with less pool of an audience, with a smaller number of people watching, seemingly by the stream, like that's also stressing me the fuck out. I need to figure out how to keep up the interaction the way that I used to. And I'm definitely running into roadblocks with that right now. Because this is the part of the job that I really enjoy. Like earlier, Weed asked me if my editing last night was a burden. Editing is work, but calling it a burden is like being overly dramatic. Like it is the job part of this job for me. I don't hate it. I don't like it. I don't love it. I don't dislike it. I'm just kind of mid on it. I do it, and the result is satisfying. The process of doing it feels like work. Streaming doesn't feel like work, unless chat is really lurky. And then it doesn't feel like work. It often feels like wasted time. It's hard to explain as to why. Especially like if chat is lurky and I don't make money. Like we've done quite well today, so I'm not going to complain. We've done better than yesterday, that's for sure. But like if I don't make revenue from the stream and chat is lurky, I'm not entertained, and I feel like I could have just done the same thing recording off stream while listening to a podcast and been entertained, if that makes sense. So that puts me in a weird spot because like the part that I love about streaming gets lost in the mix then. But I was making something. What was it? Gold something. Bookcases. Actually, let's do some wooden bookcases. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you, Chef Western. I don't actually need to make more bookcases, but I'm going to because it looks better to have books spread out over more bookcases when you have a very full library like right now. But I will try and get a bot that will blend the chat so the YouTube folks and the Twitch folks can intermingle a little bit. Because that'll help keep the conversations more natural, is one big thing that I'm thinking about. Since I'm allowed to do that now, I might as well do it. Should have also worked on the tower. Oh well. We've also got to check the result of the siege, which seems to have gone fine. Your browser was lagging a lot? That's unfortunate. That's kind of what happened to me earlier today. It was very odd. Certain websites make my browser run like shit. It's because it's blocking all kinds of trackers and cookies and things. What even are bits anyway? It's 1 bit equals 1 American penny, and it's a way of tipping streamers through Twitch. It's like buying credits on MFC.com back in the day. If you know, you know. If you don't, please don't ask. I also really like the colors. We ended up with some great coloration. Really makes me excited for the next fort I do in this world, because I could do something else in this region and get some awesome colors out of it. Absolutely awesome colors. I like this dwarf's period. This dwarf's like series of events. Interested, 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 interested. Horrified, interested, interested. Angry, interested, interested, interested. Ghost is spooking the hell out of him. Excuse me. I wonder how much of this I can do like this. I could actually just straight up do all of this like this. Because then they'll build this, and then they'll build that, and that, and that, and then I can go up one level. Why didn't I do it like this all along? What the hell is wrong with me? So this would be floor, ramp, wall. Then get rid of all this, get rid of all that, go up one, and then floor, ramp, wall. Get rid of these, go up one. Wall, ramp, floor. Could use some more obsidian. I wish I liked the look of obsidian in this version. I liked it in older versions, but I really fell out of love with obsidian in the premium version. There's just something about it. Maybe it's like my monitor coloration, but it just looks like a missing texture to me. And I can't separate that from it. It just looks wrong. Okay, so floor, ramp, wall. Especially out of shops. That's what you like about it? See, I don't like that, I guess. Like, it's sort of like back in the day, people, like the Dwarf Fortress community hated microcline. Because it, on like old CRT monitors, the precise color that Toady chose was so bright that it would like be eye-searingly bright and hard to look at. And then later, Toady changed it, or at least changed the default settings for it. And then it just looked like fake adamantine, which like annoyed parts of the community for different reasons. Like you'd get mocked with a lot of humor, admittedly, for using it because it was fool's adamantine. Like, what are you trying to do? Fool the dwarf? What kind of fort is this? Fort that doesn't like actual reality? Lots of jokes were made. But I kind of feel that way about like Obsidian now, where it's like, what are you trying to pretend that your fortress doesn't exist? What is wrong with you? You fake dwarf. I also realize I've screwed this up. Vad would like to name something. I don't have any grenades. Sorry. Wrong game. I'm screwing this up. Come on. It's much simpler than this is right now. It's actually simpler than this than I'm making this need to be. There we go. Okay. You're like the guy that made DayZ, who put out that famous blog post, "I am a grenade! I pull the pin out of the project and throw it. But if I stay too long, I will destroy it." That's what he said after he left DayZ, or whatever his words were. Something to that effect. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and prefers a chaotic mess. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He is always friendly and tries to say nice things to others. He isn't particularly curious about the world, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, doesn't often feel envious of others, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is often grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and and often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous. He dreams of mastering a skill. I talk to my houseplants sometimes. He likes clay stone, tin, blue diamond, the color sky blue, groundhog men for their ability to burrow, not for their shadow, and the word of the tressed berry and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics, when possible, prefers to consume olive oil and pomelos, and hates flies. Investments are open, chat. Win-win, boom, boom. You have a handful of friends. And, I mean, it's Rocket Works now, Chef Western, but no, like, the actual name of the developer. Like, he was the, like, whatever, Dean Hall? Is that his name? It starts with a D. But, like, the guy who, like, made DayZ originally. Before it was sold. What's the damages today? My heart and mental stability, mostly. A couple people have died, some dwarves have been stabbed, and the queen arrived. I am working on royal quarters for the queen, down here. Working on a royal bedroom, and a tomb. So pretty good so far. How's Lennox today? Like, that's the studio he started after he made that blog post. Because, like, he left the, like, whatever the name of the people who make Arma is. When he left that studio, after selling DayZ, he went and started Rocket Works. But that was just kind of one of those legendary, like, word salad things where it's like, yeah, this makes sense as a blog post, but, like, why would you say it like that? This just makes you look really bad, kind of deal. Bohemia Interactive, yeah. That's it. I always forget the name of Bohemia for whatever reason or another. So what the hell is this? Oh, it's a statue of a python. Oh, man. Well, so every now and again in the patch notes, you'll see, like, fixed some statue sprites for clarity. And every now and again, you get one that's just like, oh, yeah, no, that one needs work. Like, that's... So if, like, YouTube chat told me right now that they were getting blurriness, I would agree. That's a python, ladies and dwarfs. That's a python. That is a fucking python, apparently. Yeah, it's like somebody, like, scaled it up and then went smooch. You can't even tell what the hell it is. It's a giant python. This is a well-crafted gold statue of a giant python. I mean, like, there's its tongue, there's its eye, and there's its body. Like, I see it. I do have to zoom in on it, though. It's a giant python. It's definitely made by nothing. It's a danger noodle. Correct. The other thing I need to look at is how did that pillage attempt go? Oh, the siege was successful. That was a while ago. Not sure what you told me was a good idea, but I guess I'll agree. The dipped volcano attacked the plague of Finns. Sorry, Finland. Of the sin of mirroring at traded hate. They trade hate for violence? I don't know. The defenders were led by a goblin named Atu, and the dwarves were led by Katten, rule salves, who outmatched the goblin Atu. Sorry, stuff just fell over. Who outmatched the goblin Atu with a cunning plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They clashed with 10 goblins, slaying them. I'm going to go use the restroom real quickly here. Right after this is over, I think. Elf Oda Webpack was struck down by Darius. Atu, their leader, was struck down by Besmer. Mirrored Dearly. That's not their name, it was Mirrored Early. But some elf was struck down. There's a lot of elves in these goblin pits. They're very much like a elf-goblin cross society. Oh. Well, I mean, SMH, your head indeed, then, I guess. That's a lot of tickets. 3,500 is pretty good. They stole livestock and treasure. I doubt that the treasure is particularly valuable, but... We got 2 giant moles? Okay. I mean, those would go away if you washed your face, but... We all know that dwarves don't do much in the way of, you know. I have a breeding pair of living Twinkies. I don't know what to do with them. I don't know, we'll make baby giant moles. I guess. Gonna go into here and make a lever. And I'm going to make a stockpile for food. Prepared meals and drink. Actually, no, just specifically drink. And then a second one specifically for prepared meals. I'm not making a royal bunker, you're making a royal bunker. Don't accuse me of making a royal bunker, chat. So that one for drink, that one for prepared meals. And let's see how these are going. All right. I am going to go back to following this vampire for the first time in like 10 minutes. Why does Jesus have to go to school for Catholic theology? I feel like someone screwed up somewhere about how good Lord of the Rings is, and it is. How good Lord of the Rings is, hey? Okay. I'm gonna go use the toilet and top off my insulin count. I will be back momentarily. He loves Sam. I mean, who doesn't love Sam? Sam's lovely, as far as Lord of the Rings characters goes. Well, it's easier to keep it straight than to make it gay, so. All right. Hey, Kenton. I will be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. I do appreciate you guys for hanging out today, by the way. Seriously, thank you so much. I'm not gonna lie, I still feel this way. Whenever Jesus tunes into my stream, all I can think is just the line from that movie. They found me. I don't know how, but they found me. How to turn off training notifications? I don't think you can. I know you can turn off cancellations, but I don't think you can turn off training notifications. At least not within the game. Maybe if you dig into the old game files, it's possible still, but I don't actually think you can. They are kind of important because they tell you that, like, your soldiers are doing what they're supposed to be doing at the time. Okay, so let's go down here because this will be the Queen's Hodel. Also, hey, Bob. It's good to see you. It's been a slow day. It's been a slow month. Been a slow week. I'm stressed. Aside from that, surviving, getting by, one stream at a time. There's no such thing as bad goulash. What about burnt goulash? I'm sure you could ruin goulash if you tried. Somebody has. Okay, so this down here can get 2 mica doors. You know, it doesn't matter how loud someone's being, how loud it's being. I don't think you'll ever need to mic a door. Not the sort of thing that needs to be amplified, that's for sure. Okay, so Queen now has a mausoleum, which sucks, but we can make it better. They need 5 cabinets. Also going to go up and throw some bookcases into here. Throw those gold thrones in. And maybe a few more of these. That'll look nicer. And we go back down into here. You can just take a pickaxe. You can take a different pickaxe. You can take... They want to put armor on there. Let's do large gems. Large rose quartzites. Let's do an amethyst. And you down here. Large gems. Green zircon. Let's do this. We'll see how this stuff get brought in. Yeah, no, it's the announcements.txt folder is what Ilmirin is talking about. I don't know where it lives these days. I think it's still in the init file. I would presume, unless that's moved on certain versions of the game. That I don't actually know, but yeah. You know, I have a headcanon chat for that Python statue of that giant Python. I think it's just a Python that starred in a video on the Hydraulic Press channel. That's my theory of why that Python is that way. I want to spend some time with family. I'm so terribly lonely. How many years left? Well, we are in late summer of 222. We started in the late or mid-fall. I think it's late. One of the two. Of 214. So we are just about to end year 7 and start year 8. I'm actually low-key thinking I'm gonna increase the frame rate a little bit. I'm gonna turn it down for big fights, but I could actually, because I really would like to finish the fort today. And then take tomorrow off stream, because I've just been in a rut anyway. Take tomorrow off stream and then spend the weekend, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, editing. Because that'll be enough time to get this whole thing done and made into a video. And then come back Tuesday with a new fort. That is very much my plan right now. So if I speed up the frame rate a little bit, we might be able to get through it a little bit quicker. But in order for my plan to come to fruition, I need the goblins to attack me again, so we're getting there. We're getting there. But it's going to be difficult. I think what I'm going to do is in the last year, so when we start... Chat, help me do math. If I started late fall... It's because I realize I'm terrible at counting years. I realize this whenever I try to figure out how many years ago something happened. If I started the fortress in late fall in the year 214, what is the end date? It's late fall 224, right? Because if so, then we're starting year 8 next season. Okay, you are not completed correctly. Yeah, you think so? Yeah, that sounds right to me at the very least, but I'm gonna go do another raid on the goblins, except I'm gonna stop, looting treasure. There's so few goblins in any of these locations. None of these are, super scary pits. I'm gonna try and raise that. I think what I might do is when we start... the last year, I will just crank up the difficulty. Because the goal is to make it so that there's only one dwarf left, right? So we'll just crank up the difficulty when we enter the last year. Actually, I should leave the game pause for a second. I'm just gonna close the blinds. The sun is threatening to peek through the clouds, and if it does, it's gonna hit me with a death ray. I'm gonna get my squad's training. Why in the name of Armok do you have a wooden sword? That's not legal. That's not okay, dwarf. That is not okay. But what I will do is I will grab every single one of these dwarves. Because I know I've been making new gear and refresh them. Yeah, there we go. That should sort it out. That's a vegan sword? Stop hitting me with facts and logic. It's lighter psychological damage for the else. I mean, to be fair, a dwarf could kill somebody with a wooden sword. It's just not very effective or efficient. Okay, so for the queen, They need cabinets. She needs a better mausoleum. So I'm just going to smooth the mausoleum. Oopsies. Go down to here. Unforbid all of this stuff. Unforbid all of that stuff. This is all goblin caps, so... Then I will go down to here, give the queen a bed, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because I think that's the total number, right? And then you need a handful more chests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chests. Then I just need to assign this to the queen. Who has quarters, but now she has nicer quarters. This is decent quarters. These are slightly nicer than her other quarters. Even though it's like significantly better. Let's go to the modest quarters and reassign these to literally anybody else. Okay. I'm going to make sure that you are enabled in engraving. I feel like if the dwarves make wooden swords, that would cause psychological damage to the elves. Man, I wonder if we're going to have to make wands or staffs. I really hope so. Aiden, the spear dwarf, has bestowed the name Ronolostet upon a bronze spear. Good, good, good. Concerning the humans, you know, we concern ourselves, dwarf. What is Concerning the Humans about? This is a book that our dwarf here is reading. Consists of a 20-page essay, 26-page essay concerning the humans, entitled Concerning the Humans. It concerns the authoring of We See Factions by the Human in Construct Dies. Okay, so it's a book about a book. About human factions. That would be cool. So would Ice Cubes, but, you know. Or like a Winter. It's also pretty cool. And now we sit and wait. Looks like I was able to get them to drop that papaya longsword. More like a kid's toy. Throw that out real quick. Save the game? Sure. How's your fort going, Weed? Because you said that you're building forts? You're building a fort because you were looking for military advice. What's your goal with your fort currently? What's the thing that you've been up to? Are you still in the same industry, by the way, Cutest? I kind of presume you are because you're in Texas still, but just curious if that's still like actively functioning, moving forwards. I've been thinking about space recently because I've been reading articles on websites about things to do with space that my dumb brain doesn't understand, and quantum physics that my brain doesn't understand. You're still in your PhD, gotcha. I mean, that kind of counts. But yeah, no, I guess on a technicality. Still studying. Exploring the Dark Fortress. That sounds like a Stephen King novel. I also realized that I screwed up the Thrones down there, but... You have achieved 2 squads of full adamantine and got Mountain home just like 10 minutes ago. Fuck yeah, duder. Do you have any plans for the future, or are you just gonna ease off? Your brain likes the quantum physics that it doesn't understand? I don't know if mine does. But it's certainly interesting, that's for sure.
Been a while. How is everything?
It has been a while. I feel like I've been getting it's been a while from a lot of people recently, but very slow. It's been very quiet around these parts. Yeah, it's been very quiet. Very quiet. So I'm kind of stressed. But aside from that, you know, I'm getting by as best I can. Trying to survive as best I can. How did I manage to double up all these thrones? What the fuck am I doing? But Gazoom, thank you very much for the 27th month. Checking to get a round of beers for Gazoom. Edward, thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. So you're kind of lurking, not knowing what to do. You could start a bunch of wars with another dwarven faction, if there is one, and then go play as that other dwarven faction and then fight your own fort. That's always really fun. We'll see how that goes. Oh boy. So not good. Cutest. I gather. The astrophysics thing that my brain doesn't understand is the... chat, please correct me because I'm probably wrong. But the universe might be moving faster than we thought it was and we don't know why. It's fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating to me. No, but like it's moving at different speeds in different places. Was the thing that I was reading. Supposedly. Apparently. Like they're detecting that different galaxies are moving faster than our galaxy. And there's like a pattern to it, but it's not operating under our understanding of physics. I don't know if that's worse or better. I mean, it doesn't really change anything. More like different. But like parts of the universe are moving at faster speeds and we don't know why. And the thing that I was reading was stating that like that could mean that there's either like currents or like tides in the ocean that we don't or like an ocean that we don't understand, or alternatively like I can pause. If not tides, then carrying stuff for artifact. Slab. If not like tides, then potentially more like how do I put this? He says as he's scanning for ghosts. If not like tides, then like large objects that we either can't see or can't detect that could be pulling stuff with gravity. I'm trying to like find the right words so I don't sound like a total idiot, but yeah, something like that. Mass morass. Will it affect RAM prices? Probably. On a galactic scale, probably. You know, like us speeding up, that'll definitely affect RAM prices. But how was the stream, Edward? What were you up to today? What were you playing? Work has been hell for a few weeks. Yeah, no, it seems like that's been the case for a lot of things. I mean, stats for me have just been down across the board everywhere for the past few weeks. So that would definitely correlate. Hopefully it's one of those work has been hell but will improve sooner than later kind of thing. And the Matrix is real? I mean, Matrix is real. Yeah, you can go download it right now. It's like an encrypted chat platform. It's kind of cool for specific use cases. I don't really have a use case for it, but sometimes it can be neat depending on what you use it for. Uh-oh. Well, that went badly. What was it, Senran Kagura or some shit? Edward. Let's see, what else can I do right now? I can go over here and check this. There we go, they're making progress. Nifty. So this will be here. And then there. Then there, there. There, there. There, there. There, there. I mean, will not affect RAM prices, but the fact that the galaxy is trying to run away from us says a lot. That or like, you know, there's a meme of this where there's just like a bunch of people running away from something and they look scared and there's a guy just standing there with an ice cream cone going, "What are you talking about?" And there's a train behind him. It's about to hit him. Maybe it's that, right? Like maybe there is a large object and everything's running away from the large object, because if you don't run away from the large object, then you go splat. It's okay. We won't hit it for 1 billion years. It's fine. It's not like it's going to affect any of us, really. I just think it's interesting. That, and I want Kerbal Space Program to simulate it. Also, if anybody's wondering what I'm making, I am extending my pump stack. I just don't know where. I don't know exactly how I'm extending the pump stack, or for what purpose, I guess. I just know that I'm extending my pump stack. And I'm going to pipe it out in 2 different places. One of them being right here. And then another one of them actually, I should just do something like this just so that we don't end up with a risk. And then another one of those places being a big old vertical tube. Then our vampire right here. Going to expand this. And my vampire, who is this squad, will store his armor here. So if I put that there, and that there, once those are constructed, he will store his stuff there. You want Dwarven whiskey? You heard a theory that there is an antimatter star fairly close to our galaxy. Who knows? An antimatter star? Okay, those are words I've never seen in that order. I do like the football-sized black hole orbiting our solar system, though. Causing weird elongated orbits. That's a cool concept. to me is the entangled particles. Didn't they just manage to store like encrypted data on an entangled particle or something? I was also reading something about that recently. By that I mean like half reading while listening to a podcast and not paying much attention. While also probably editing something or doing thumbnails. You want to go to Greenland for the eclipse? You can still fly to Greenland. I mean, assuming y'all don't start bombing it. You could still fly to Greenland. Flights to Greenland are actually like pretty cheap. When's the eclipse supposed to be, Frog? Like, it's way cheaper to go to Greenland than Iceland. Like, way cheaper. It's ridiculous. I could fly to Greenland for less money than it would cost me to fly to Montreal. Even though it's like twice the distance. Which doesn't really make much sense to me, but it's almost like people want to go to Montreal. Weather ain't much better, though. It's been quiet for the past few weeks. It's vibey. It's chill. We are on... Well, actually, we've just started year 8 of a 10-year journey of following this dwarf. The year 222, early autumn. Early autumn of the year 224. Well, mid-autumn of the year 224 would be the end. Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, it's the reason I haven't gone to PAX in a couple of years. Frog for Hire. It's the reason I haven't traveled south of the border in a few years. Not that I particularly want to, but I would like to again someday. I've already got it like 20% edited in Aegis. So if I'm able to finish it today, which is my hope, then I will take tomorrow off stream and just edit all weekend and have a video ready for hopefully Monday. That would be cool. That would be the goal, is have it released on Monday. But we'll see. That's the goal. I'm following a vampire for 10 years. Speaking of, Cooler, one of the artists I work with, just sent me this. Thumbnail fodder. Shoutouts to Cooler. I did reach out to Goblin Art, but he was like, apparently he got a new job and is like, literally doesn't have time to do art, which kind of bums me out. The last commission that he did for me, which was the tiny map video, like, he got done the night before because he was like, I need another week to finish this. I was like, the video is done. So that kind of sucked. So the idea here and my goal is to end the fortress with just this dwarf and the queen left. So at some point, I'm just going to crank up the difficulty and turn off migrants if we don't get attacked. But here come the wagons. For yet another trading opportunity. It seems like our vampire dwarf here is catching up on some light reading. Because I kind of like the idea of just like a ghost fort where nobody lives except for a vampire and an imprisoned queen. But that's only if the vampire wins. Maybe the vampire dies. Depends on how it goes. Whatever happens in the last year is canonical. I'm also going to start chiseling into a pillar pretty soon. This should be disabled, actually. Yes, it is. But yeah, these kinds of styles of runs are pretty monotonous to actually play and difficult to play, so I wouldn't be running a fort like this unless I was planning to make it into some sort of video in some format. So that is the plan at the moment. Large leather boots. Apparently I got a few of these. Can just sell the excess large gems, that's fine. Sell the large iron greaves. Amulets are contraband, so I can't sell those. Oh, that's what I should sell. I always forget about the totems. I've just got these running, just kind of periodically in the background, and I keep forgetting about them. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what's involved. I'll be honest, SpaceX has kind of like soiled my interest in space stuff, which is interesting because like for a while there it was like SpaceX existing like ignited my interest in space stuff, seeing them do things that felt like jumps forward in technology. But now they just kind of make me grumpy whenever I look into them, so I basically don't follow anything related to space stuff anymore because of SpaceX. Cute is. But what's actually happening? What's there to look forward to, I guess is what I should be saying. Cyrolac, by the way, it's good to see you. I should also note, Name a Dwarf is available if anybody would like to get a dwarf named into this fortress. So you can be part of Legends. Oh yeah, also, to anybody who hasn't been in a few weeks, if you type in !Legends, I'm self-hosting Legends Viewer, so if you enjoy Legends and Dwarf Fortress and would like to look into things that are going on, or if you had a dwarf in this world before, you could go look them up. Alternatively, you could look up the fortress currently. However, do keep in mind, events from this stream are not cataloged until after the stream is over. Why are you reading every single fucking book in the library? I might just ban reading for a bit. Like, just fucking go do literally anything else. Please. I think it's because he was set to constant training and doesn't have anywhere to train. I think that's what happened. That the GPU price spike during the pandemic was less everyone is at home trying to build a rig and more someone keeps blowing up big metal penis made of GPUs. Made of GPUs? I mean, I thought it was cryptocurrency, but like Bitcoin mining. Someone keeps buying them all and putting them in a warehouse to mine funny money. People will fly around in the moon maybe in April, hopefully after April 1st. Otherwise, I won't believe it. But that's cool. I hope they make it back in one piece. I know he kept blowing up Starship prototypes, but like, I don't know. I feel like that's like a drop in the bucket in comparison to cryptocurrency, but maybe I'm off base. It's raining his attention span. No, I just need to remember to send him to not constant training. I think that'd actually do it. Also, chat, how are you guys liking having shorts in your sub box that are algorithmic and not necessarily channels you subscribe to? I hate it. I think it's awful. S2 live action was pretty good. I don't think I've seen anything related to One Piece with the exception of the 4Kids intro. I think that is the only thing I am familiar with when it comes to One Piece. we'll just wait until the 25th. And blocks him entirely. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that, like, you and me, Weed, are, like, a fraction of 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 the user base of YouTube. I mean, I like to remind people that, like, 2% total of my views, not even most of the time, come from the subscription box. So in that world, it's like the subscription box might as well not be real at this point. Although, since we were talking earlier about general, like, depression as in the chat, I watched Talking Heads Stop Making Sense on Sunday, and I do have to say, genuinely, doctors should prescribe that concert as, like, a cure for depression. So fucking good. So fucking good. Like, holy shit. It's so goddamn good. So incredibly good. 2 thumbs up. That's my review of Talking Heads Stop Making Sense. I haven't watched it in a long time, so I was just, like, scrolling around on Crave here in Canada, that's a streaming service, and was like, oh shit. They have Talking Heads Stop Making Sense. I should watch that. And I did, and it was good. I've basically seen it all then? Gotcha. I know I've seen, like, a handful of episodes back in the day, but, like, I never actually, like, sat down and watched more than just a handful of episodes that came on TV at my grandma's house. So because of that, like, I should get rid of the cloth. I don't really need it. And so because of that, you know, okay, the club bins aren't actually that. Oh, I see what's happened here. I see what's happened here. I just can't take the silk, most likely. That shit's expensive. That, or I could get rid of the bars. How much are the bars? Not actually that much. Wow, okay, never mind. It's gotta be the books then. Guess it's the bolts. I guess I just didn't have as much trade value as I thought I did. That's fine. Oh, 26. Gotta move. Uh-oh. Who are we eating now? Short ass the Bone Carver. Could I get a round of Fs to pay respects? You know, the good news is, I have to say, if you're a dwarf being eaten in your sleep by a vampire, That's a better way to go than most Dwarf Fortress deaths. At least, in my humble opinion. It's not the worst way to go. I like how he, like, commits a crime and then immediately goes to arrest somebody for something completely unrelated. That's funny. I saw a dwarf recite the veneration of persuaders at the Boot of Ale, and I feel some delight. Rest in peace. Yeah, I think the last anime that I watched, because this comes up like more often than I feel like it should, based on how little I talk about anime. The last anime that I watched was season 2 of Bacano. Maybe a handful of episodes of Soul Eater. I actually liked season 2 of Bacano, though. Some migrants have arrived despite their best judgment. We are now to the first. Let's see how much more of this I can work on. Not much, so I won't bother. Yeah, I have not been a big anime viewer since living alone. When I lived with my ex, I used to watch quite a lot of anime because she loved anime. But I was never super big on any of it. So when she moved out, I was just kind of like, cool, never need to do that again. And that's kind of just where I've been since. Are any of these lava safe? I don't know. I need to look. Is it labor? Yes, stone use. Dolomite is, hematite is, can make hematite blocks. Obsidian is, obviously raw adamantine is, sulfurite is, alunite is, andrite is, basalt is, bauxite is, sure, chromite, I fucking love chromite, gabbro, alunite, mica, olivine, earthclase is, pitch blend is, quartzite is, I knew that. Sandstone is. Talc is. I think I have pitch blend. No, I have horn blend. I do have one orthoclase, though. That's not useful. Let's just see, what do I have? Got basalt, quite a lot of it. Gabbro, almost none of it. Let's just do basalt. Let's just do 100. Because right now that's generating 544 power. So we'll see how much higher I can push it. I'm also going to get rid of this because this just looks plain silly. And now that this is all constructed, I'm actually going to set my vampire to off duty after he's done chaining up dwarves. And while that is worth the time, even that's variable. Yeah, I think I've fallen out of love for TV shows in general. Like, it's not so much just anime, it's just I don't really watch TV shows all that much anymore. Like, I watched Severance and that was okay, but like, I finished season 2 of Severance and kind of was like, I feel like I just horribly wasted my time. Because I know that there will now be a season 3 of this show, and season 2 ended in a very unsatisfying manner. And I feel like that happens very often to me. And I'm not very good at managing my time when I'm watching television. So combine like me not being very good at managing my time with... Okay, that's good that he's in the tavern. He needs to drink booze anyway. Combined with me being mixed as to whether or not my time was well used or well spent, or whether or not I enjoyed that well enough to... Forgotten Beast. Forgotten Beast that breathes fire. A Forgotten Beast named Og Nixum Grisbu has come, an eyeless wren. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its top feathers are fluffed out. Beware, it's fire! Okay, where is it? This is like the one cavern layer I don't currently have access to, I think. Yeah, this is the one that I don't currently have access to. I don't think it can get into my fort. The Wicked Evils. What a good name, though. Holy shit. What a dope creature. Breaking Bad, man. That's been a minute. I mean, I watched Devs in the last year, but that's just 8 episodes. Like, I can do limited series if I know that it ends, you know? Because then I can watch it and be like, cool, time well spent. So I basically don't watch things unless I know it's ending. Like, I watched all of Ozark, but I watched Ozark when they announced it was going to have an ending. Glass half has risen from the grave. Welcome back, glass half empty. Stukos the Weaver has been taken by a Feymood. I would acquire an object. What's your lowest quality clothing item? Gloves? Could do gold rings. Good win, Devil Dawn and Shinobi. Has anything grabbed your interest recently outside of, like, you know, Breaking Bad, for Jesus? There's like a part of me that wants to watch the new show that was released by the creator of Breaking Bad, Polybius, or whatever that thing's called. I keep on wanting to call it Polybius. Like the video game that makes you nuts. But then I found out that it was going to have another season and they weren't going to start filming it until like 2027. And I'm like, yeah, okay, actually I'm good. Because like I realize you're going to leave me on a cliffhanger and I'm just going to feel annoyed. Although I do like anthologies. Like I quite like the Fargo TV show, where like every season is a different story, because then I can just be like, wait until the season's over and then look it up and be like, did people like it? People liked it? Cool. And then I can go watch it and not feel like my time was wasted. Let's make 150 actually of those. Okay, so Queenie, what do you need to satisfy your needs? You need your mausoleum to be higher value. You need your bedroom to be higher. Okay, that I actually understand. I understand why your bedroom isn't high enough value. Queenie Mick complain a lot because you literally have holes in your floors everywhere and unfinished walls. But at the very least I can get those smoothed for the minute, which will help. And then we'll get instructions to dig Reno deeper Reno. Doctor Who? I mentioned this before, but there's a channel that I watch occasionally called ContraPoints, who does really long like essays about movies usually. What? Oh no! Alright, a dwarf found dead, contorted in fear. That's terrifying. Rip Stukos. And so the other day I watched like an hour and 40-minute long retrospective about Saw. Like, you know, all 10 of those movies. So that was pretty good. But the most interesting thing about it was like it ended and like sequence where patrons are shown on screen shows up, and like one of the first people on the list is like somebody who's been subscribed to this channel since almost day one. Oh, that's the 13th. I thought it was the 15th. I misread it. Of what your bedroom would be? Well, if like literal castle, everything like encrusted in gold is like royal, I would say my bedroom's modest, although it is a bedroom / office. You never watched Saw and you love that video? I've seen Saw 1 through 5. I really like Saw 1, and Saw 2 and 3 are like good. Not great. I wouldn't recommend them to anybody, but I enjoy them. And then the rest of them are just fucking hot trash. Like it's pretty like diminishing returns pretty fucking quickly. Hatch cover. But at the same time, like, you know, there's still an audience for them, I guess. Queen ain't satisfied yet. I will engrave this back wall. But yeah, I do unironically love those first few movies. It's around the point that all the copycats start taking over. It loses me a bit. Anyone? Oh, dozens. It's like 2 to 3 people a year. Not all of those are kills, but most of those are... Not all of those are... Like the Forgotten Beast, obviously, he didn't eat, but most of those are dwarves he ate. So I have to go detail a wall. He's a little bit rusty, though. Not to mention the time that they've been killing the library. I think that was my own fault, actually. He must be slowing down due to lack of drink. I do want to see what he wrote. A warthog! Huh. I'm not naming a second dwarf blood bag. I've already got a dwarf named blood bag. So no. Because we've already got one. So come up with another blood bag related joke. And then we'll give you one. Somebody else thought of that joke already. Unless it was you previously, but we've got a kid named Bloodbag. Vamp food? Can we just name it Shadow? Like, what's wrong with naming dwarves after viewers? Fine if you insist. Vamp Lunchable. Lunchable is unbelievably stubborn. Will stick with things even if the most futile action once her mind is made up. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and it lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Actually, I know why people aren't naming people after themselves anymore. Is because 1, they're going to die, and 2, I keep complaining about it. I figured it out. She is curious and eager to learn and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, is often cheerful and does not often feel lustful, and often feels discouraged, tries to keep her things orderly, and tends to think before acting. You need a Sonic? I mean, we don't, but we could have one. She personally values nature, respects the development of a skill, and dreams of raising a family. I mean, I named him Vamp Lunchable. I can go with Vamp Food if you want, but Lunchable sounded funnier in my head. It was either that or Vunchable. Likes native silver, electrum, and aquamarine, and pomegranate wood. Green glass and giant great horned owl leather. The color pumpkin, and battle axes and weapon racks, and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. Boogeyman for their terror-inspiring antics, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries, and when possible prefers consume cave lobster and peach cider and tomato seeds, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You're a member of the Hall of Squids, which is the Farmers Guild, and you're a member of the Communion of Gods. I'm not sure what you're referencing, Shadow. Or what screwdrivers have to do with Sonic. You know, it's funny. I turned up the number of, like, Mega Beasts and demon types and curse types in this world. And during World Gen, and I've seen a lot more dwarves that like random demons and a lot more dwarves that like boogeymen. Well, it's certainly not a JoJo reference. Actually, it could be a JoJo reference, too. So I don't know. Is it, Weed? You probably know more than me. And he has not been arrested because he's the captain of the guard. He can't arrest a cop. What do you think this is? A logical legal society? Good news, everybody, chat. Round of beers for this. The Queen is satisfied with their position here. Everything is properly royal, properly furnished, and yet a mountain home must have been a true throne. So what I'm trying to say, actually, is all of the people who've committed the murders in the fortress have been arrested. What are you talking about? The captain of the guard arrested them. Justice has been served many times, don't worry. A true mountain home must have a true throne. And a true ruler requires 7 symbols. Symbols not of this world. We must dig deeper. It's like Schrodinger's JoJo reference. Everything is a JoJo reference, so nothing is. That's my take on it. I mean, people have been dying a couple times a season. There's 2 ghosts that are battering people. I've been removing the dwarves, the ghosts that are just knocking shit over. But what I'm gonna do is when the year 224 starts, I'm just gonna crank the difficulty up. I might actually turn the difficulty up to hard when we start the next season. Because that would, you know, make a degree of sense. So if I go down to here, where is it? It's right here. There's 1. Mysterious walls. There's another one closer, isn't there? There's another one. Huh. Considering I've kind of dug right next to it. Does this one pop out up to here? Not really. I don't know if I would say good idea, but it's an idea. The thing is, like, I do have to be cautious with the ghosts stirring up a ruckus. Because if they stir up too much of a ruckus, they might, like, make this impossible, so... I'm trying to stir up a ruckus without, like, causing the apocalypse. So let's do that, and then also jump over here. Nice, nice, nice. Still making progress there. Get some sweet artifacts? Probably. Possibly, even. Let's get the vampire to go do some digging. Couldn't be not good. I mean, what could it possibly be? Bad? Don't be ridiculous. That is clearly an over-exaggeration and a gross misrepresentation of how bad things could actually probably likely be. If we do that. So we best do that. 2 diplomats are visiting. Or no, diplomat visiting twice. All right, chat, keep an eye on this dwarf while he digs. I will be back in a moment. I gotta go take a piss. Gonna get a round of beers if you're lurking in the stream. Greatly appreciate your presence. Thanks for hanging out today, chat. All right. Also, I think that squad is all dead. This one. Anybody know what happened? Oh, the Forgotten Beast got into the fort. Why didn't you let me know, chat? I would have come back quicker. So that's a fire breather, and the frame rate has gone down to 3. I'm gonna see what I can do. Yeah, why'd you have to go jinx it, chat? And say nothing bad's going. I'm just gonna real quick do an extinguish all. And just clear smoke real quick, just so that the frame rate fixes itself. We don't have to wait for it to dissipate. It will go away eventually, but like this will just make things easier. And then I'm gonna go up to here and station these squatties all up here, maybe a little further down. And turn on this burrow. And we're gonna follow the vampire. Actually, no, hold up. I also gotta leave the burrow on down here. Otherwise, that's gonna cause problems. It's good to see you. You don't need to let me know that you're lurking. Just post a beer once. I feel like the lurk commands are a bit out of date at this point. All right, so do you guys think do you suppose the Forgotten Beast is dead, or do you think it's still going? Or I won't know until the 1st. I can't follow it until the 1st. What do you think, chat? Do you think that we're gonna have an ending Fortress Calamity in a minute, or do you think we're gonna survive? Where are you guys at? What's your bet? I'd love to know. And for those about to die, I don't know who you are because the frame rate's low. We'll just keep doing that. Clearly didn't do much. So far we've lost Balfulgor, Abrax, we've lost a bunch of dwarves that didn't have names. Everyone is dead? I don't know about everyone. There's clearly plenty of alive dwarves right in front of the screen right now. The vampire saved you from this fate. On it, like I said earlier, dying in your sleep to a vampire sucking all the blood out of your body is a better way to go than burning to death. Come on, chat. This could kill many of the dwarves in the fort, and you guys seem so uninterested. Prove to me that you would like to witness this fort collapse. Or don't. I don't know. It's up to you. Let's see where this thing is at. Ah, that'd do it. That'd do it. You think it's gonna kill my computer before the fort? Do you want to bet? If you're willing to bet some dollars here, I guarantee you it won't, because it will eventually burn out. It'll take a while, but your boy sat here and stared at an ocean for 4.5 hours while it drained out one frame every 30 minutes over the span of about 4.5 hours. So if you think that a little bit of smoke that'll burn out in about 30 minutes at 2 frames a second is an issue, then I'll win the bet. But I don't think you want to take that bet. I yearn for the day the Dwarf Fortress patches, and when my fortress is collapsing to a forgotten beast, chat erupts into fear, and discussion, and excitement. Because many a beer could be posted, and a vile force of darkness could be spread. Gobble, gobble. Wait, no, that's a turkey. See, it already fixed itself. Magical! I already won the bet, Kadozi. And I don't have a prize to give myself, so I will just be smug for 3 seconds. Yeah, told you so. See, it recovered. After I used the effect to clear the smoke 5 times. So, is it dead?
Greetings everyone, Crypt Beer.
Parslet! I think it's dead, chat. Nope, it's not dead. Not yet. What? Oh, okay. Still the first. I can follow it until the first is over. Do I still have the queen? I do still have the queen. Come on, it's pale and seriously injured. There it goes. Okay, now I'm really confused. I canceled a mission and then all those dwarves came back. Even though they were mostly gone and lost. That's odd. We got it. But there's still some dwarves on fire, so it's not over yet. As far as named dwarves goes, it looks like we have more to lose. And the vampire didn't even finish digging. Baz Salsas, thanks for the 7th month with Prime. Appreciate you greatly. Welcome back. Oh, and also a dwarf named a sword. Jim LaHaye has passed away. That's going to increase the ghost count. What'd you miss? Chat, what did Weed miss? What did Weed miss? What did Weed miss? We missed a Forgotten Beast that I wasn't convinced could make it into the fort, and set a bunch of people on fire. You missed the bowl burning. It was pretty dramatic. Normal dwarf, thanks. Some fun, you know. There is now a bunch of free bedrooms available. Can I get a round of Fs for the dead, chat? Please and thank you. I think they've earned that, if nothing else. F the dead. Salty sounds like a direct to... Uh-oh. Bloodbag's dead. Rip Bloodbag. F the dead sounds like a direct to Steam asset flip zombie shooter. Real estate speculation happened? I don't actually understand how that's the joke. I mean, a bunch of dwarves were set on fire? What does that have to do with real estate speculation? Amelia is also dead. The performer. Seeing if the gem spire goes this high. Oh, I see. I get it. Thankfully, dwarves don't have to pay rent. It's included in your as your paycheck, alongside of the booze and the wine and the food. And I'm looking for things to mine out so that the queen can be appeased with a true throne. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause game properly. But we're up to late autumn, so we're getting real close to starting. Fuck it, actually, we're just mining, unless something crazy happens. We're into late autumn, so unless something ridiculous happens, we will be starting the year, well, the second to last year? Because 223, we have to finish, and then we'll be in the last year. You know what's funny is, like, yes, but it was removed from the game in 2008. Weed. Like, I guarantee you there is somebody watching... Oh, by the way, Bertrude, the miner's been found dead. So Bertrude also didn't make it. Rest in peace to Bertrude. Dwarf Fortress did have a money-based economy, but it was removed from the game so long ago that some people watching the stream right now probably weren't alive. You know that, like, there's two things about Dwarf Fortress. One, that it's been around for a really long time when I can say that. But two, you know that it's, like, kind of crazy that people who actively play the game now are, like, uniquely informed of the game's history. Like, people tell me that, like, they don't know much about this game or could always learn more, which I do think is true. But, like, at the same time, I feel like this might be one of the most well-informed of a game's history community of all time. Like, when I tell people that Roblox is, like, 6 weeks younger than Dwarf Fortress, people don't believe me. They're like, Roblox came out in 2006? What? People don't believe me. But when I'm like, yeah, in 2008, they removed the money from the game, people believe me and they're like, oh yeah, no, I know about that. Does nobody else find that funny? The real question is, chat, what does Armok mean? Pop quiz. Anyway, it's time to go chain up Asmil for letting that forgotten beast into the fortress. No, next question. Or next guess. Mika will. Oh. Reed Hyena got it. Yeah, it's a status check in Drag Slay, which is a very early Zack and Tarn game. Which is arm okay. Leg okay. Hand okay. But there's no AY. It's just arm awk. You got to make sure that arm awk sometimes, you know? Because if arm not okay, then that's real bad. I'm actually just going to go and forbid a bunch of stuff down here real quick. Was he the blood-sucking consultant to come in to help with the fortress's efficiency? What do you mean, middle management? I mean, right now he's a cop, so does that check out? He's captain the guard, and he's very, very good at making sure everybody gets accused of the crimes that he did. And all the people who are currently in prison definitely deserve to be in prison. Because they're criminals. Because they are criminals. All right. Pause. Let's check down here. Where are you training? I presume right here. Mountainous archers are in fact training there. Top squad U2 are also training up there. I'm gonna put this on F4. So chat, I got a question. Should I turn up the difficulty? I mean, the idea is to have no living dwarves left in this fort by the end of it. Oh, I went too far. Alrighty, Vampy. Drop that. GSO. Thank you very much for the raid. We are following a vampire for 10 years. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And we are currently on we just began year 8. And whenever the game's unpaused, I have to be following the vampire. But real quick overview of the fort. We are working towards the beginnings of Mountain Home, which is quite lovely. Letting the dwarves clean up their clothing by giving them cabinets. But our vampire has eaten many a dwarf, and is a very efficient police officer who convicts everybody of committing all of the crimes that he definitely did not commit himself. And I'm sending him underground right now to go train alongside of his fellow dwarfs down here. Because we are digging too deep. Well, that's part of what we're doing anyway. Not everything, but just part of it. All right, Dorf, go get your stuff. That is the plan. Crank that slider to 11. And I've just asked chat a little question here of if I should turn the difficulty up. Basically, right now we're on normal difficulty sieges, and the goal that I have right now is late autumn or mid-autumn 224 is the last year for this fort, when that's my kind of self-described end date. One of my plans is to more or less kill every dwarf by then. That's kind of the idea. Now, if I do that, I want to have this dwarf, the vampire, and the queen left alive, ideally. But if I turn it up right now, it might be hard to keep the fort alive. We're now entering winter. Let me check something. Now, we are doing quite well today, actually. We haven't made the daily minimum in a while. I have a daily minimum, which is if I make that amount of money, then I make minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours. I'm probably going to be streaming for longer than 8 hours today because I'm trying to finish this fort today. But we are currently $26 US through Twitch money away from hitting the daily minimum. If we hit that, I'll set it to hard right now. Whenever we hit it. It's up to you guys. But let's see what they hit while digging down into... Uh-oh. Oh, great. We already found burning gems. Question is it in lava? Oh, it is. I may actually just ignore that. I may actually just put a piece of floor on top of that. All right, so down in here, it's pretty good for starts. We're going to follow the vampire. Did I not put you down here? Okay, I guess a lot of them are just going to go sleep. You're going to combat training. Well, that's good. That's how the daily minimum works, yeah. Because that's the only thing that I have, like, historic data to back up for consistency in this industry. Everything else is not a consistent stat. Somebody just committed a crime. Oh, seems like an engraver here has committed some disorderly conduct, and we shall convict them of their genuinely, actually, for once, committed crimes. And we are now going to go beat a criminal, probably with a sword. Any way to stop the captain of the guard from beating all the criminals to death? Well, I want him to. But, how do you stop him from doing that? Don't have criminals, obviously. Raw adamantine, praise the miners. We checked the stone free. What devilry is this? But some crimes just come with beatings. But if they're beating them all to death, you need a weaker captain of the guard. Yeah, that dwarf's dead. 100% that dwarf is dead. You just cut her ear off. My guy. But I mean, he loves his job, see? Zealous after beating somebody with a beating. But no, I mean, like, my intent here is to beat them to death. So, yeah. But if you don't have enough cages, or you don't have enough, like, chains or places to imprison quote-unquote criminals, then, yeah, they will just beat them all to death. Because they need to be able to lock them up somewhere. If they can't lock them up, then they won't beat them to death. So you have to make sure that you have enough prison spaces for everybody. I'm seeing smoke right there. But chat, give some advice to our friend Valium here on how to minimize casualties with your Captain of the Guard. My favorite strat is just simply don't have a super strong Captain of the Guard. Because then unless they get an execute order, which is pretty rare, they just, like, literally can't kill them. That's my advice. But make sure that you have enough cages. The menu is right here. If you go to Fortress Guard, it'll say how many you need. I need 17. So if there's 17 people locked up, then anybody over that will get beaten. But because I have 26 chains total in a prison zone, then more than 17 can get beaten up. But yeah. Here's hoping we can get some angel kills. As the military comes down here for training purposes. That's the best I got, though, Valium. I don't know what else I would suggest at that point. It is kind of a, like, something that will just happen occasionally that you cannot completely avoid. All right, well, that is one fucking deep as hell hole that I have to diggy. Well. Those are the wrong tools. As I said earlier, at this point in the fort and in the stream, the best you can do for me, minimums aside, is just help keep that chat moving. Help keep that chat active. Don't make me have to beg or bring up subjects. Just give us help me come up with things to babble about as I pluck away at this nonsense. Speaking of nonsense, what the fuck is this lava, man? I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do any of this. I'm actually going to dig around here. We're going to go over to here. And then I'm going to channel down into here, I think. No, that's straight up the lava sea. So I need to go over to here. Yeah, I need to get to there. And once we're here, which that's gonna be a pain in the ass to dig to, then I can channel down into here. Although actually I could go down one layer further. Let's go down one layer further. Assuming that's not lava flow, in which case then they can't go that deep. But if it's not lava flow, then I can dig over to here. And I could, yeah, it's probably lava flow. Maybe potentially dig over to here. And then I can just channel into here and let this drain out. Maybe, if we're lucky. How to stop birds from stealing your stuff? They just flew away with a battle axe? Put them inside. Or have guards around. Dwarves with weapons. If your stuff's outside or accessible to birds, then they'll catch it. If it's behind a door but they're still stealing your stuff, put it behind a cage, a couple of cage traps. Stuff like that. That's really what you gotta do. Well, I mean, here's the thing. There is something to be said about, like, if a dwarf is, okay, this does not count for real life and is not something I actually endorse. However, in Dwarf Fortress, if you have dwarves that are really pissed off, and if they're pissed off enough to commit crimes, they're probably also really, really, really upset. And while it will annoy dwarves in your fort who are, you know, just trying to live, it might not actually be the worst idea to just have a really strong captain of the guard who just murks everybody who tantrums, because then you'll have less people left available to tantrum. But I'm intentionally, like, ignoring my demands from my nobles. I'm not scheduling things for my nobles to do. I'm not convicting crimes, and I am getting tantrums, specifically so this dwarf can just go be a ruthless captain of the guard. I'm just kind of RPing and let him do that. But what I would normally do is, did you just beat somebody up while they were in hospital? Man, that's rude. Holy shit. That's brutal. Well, it's fucking brutal. Also, do I even have a doctor at the minute? Kind of looks like I don't. I don't have a bone doctor. I should appoint one. Actually, I should pause for a second and then go down to here. What the heck? Oh, wow. That was actually, like, way more effective and efficient than I thought it would be. What the hell? I was very much like, yeah, it's not going to be able to dig in. Look at that! Magical. Happy that. There's also a bunch of water back here. Nifty. Let's just dig out as much of this as I can. You know, I'm not gonna lie, DuckDuckGo with all of the AI features disabled is kind of similar-ish to Google. Maybe not at I don't know if I'd want to use Google of 15 years ago. Google of 15 years ago kind of sucked, but that's like Sirix and G at that point. But DuckDuckGo is like Google of 5 years ago, which is pretty usable. Obviously, it's not optimal, but why would we need to use Google of 15 years ago right now, though? What are you looking for? Dogs went up. It's acceptable. It's not good, but it's acceptable. I've also heard, like, weird... I don't know about weird. I've also heard weird hearsay that apparently Bing is usable again because Google has gotten so bad. It's like Google has gotten so bad that Bing seems okay again, which I think is kind of funny. just in general, I find that really funny as a concept. You thought 2 floors like underground wouldn't have been enough? I mean, not if there's like ways directly into your fort. You want to be more than 2 floors underground though, just in general. It's Google and Bing, it queries. So it's like a combination of the two. It's less about like the order the search results come up in Shap9 and more about the way it's displayed for me. Bing is the meta for porn, right? Yum trans fat. Bing used to be really, really good at finding any adult... What's a rod? Your rods? I think you know what I mean. Bing used to be really, really weirdly good. If you would type in name of video game either .gif or animated GIF, the words. 100% of the time it was a source filmmaker video of porn. If that existed, it would find that first thing, top of, like, right at the top. No matter what it was. You could even type in, like, a movie animated GIF, and you would find, like, questionably legal Photoshops. Like, immediately, it was, like, wild how effective it was at that one specific thing. Which actually means it's not good at finding that. They're just really bad at, like, whitelisting and blacklisting certain filters. Is literally all that means. At least that's how I understand it. It has to be 3 wide for wagons to get in, Marmalade, but you don't need to worry about wagons at all until you have a Baron. So unless you have a Baron in your fortress, you don't need to worry about it at all. I'm fully expecting to find some angels that are going to wreak havoc. Fully expecting. It's a diamond, obsidian. Let's actually just go there. Doesn't the yearly trade need it? They only need a 1x1 wide until you get a wagon. The wagons don't arrive until you have a Baron. So after you get a Baron, when they ask you to join the faction in nobility and you accept it and appoint a Baron, then you will get wagons. Then you need a 3 wide. Yeah. which once again just meant that they were really bad at doing safe search filtering. I was using a independent search engine for a bit for fun called Stract, which was pretty effective. And then the developer got a real job. And like, it's open source, so somebody could fork it and host it, but like, he's paying for hosting, so he basically just like removed it so you can no longer access it, which is kind of a bummer. Kind of a bummer. Got a dwarf throwing a tantrum. While we are training all of the combat-related skills. So all of this is draining out now. Got diamonds. It's draining all the way up to here. So as you can see, this is all draining out. The problem that I'm now suddenly realizing is I may have actually not dug out enough. Well, here's hoping I did. We'll let it run for another 5 days. You built a whole dirt road to the edge of the map? Yeah, that's another way to like make sure trees don't grow back, is building a dirt road or other things. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I wonder what you're headed off to do. Because he's got no job assigned, he may be going to go eat somebody. It's entirely a plausibility. Looks like it. Yep. There it goes. Who are we going for? Devil Dawn, I got bad news. Thanks for all the gift subs today. You're very kind. But, unfortunately, your dwarf is no longer with us. I think that this fortress is going to build my collection of sus memes by a lot. I think that's what's going to happen here. Oopsies, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I was trying to zoom out. Yeah, as far as birds stealing stuff, James Cashman, I started a fort and immediately 2 Kias stole both my picks, and that was pretty aggravating. Thankfully, they didn't also steal my anvil, so I just melted down one of the 2 axes that I also had and made it into a pick. But yeah, that was a process and a half, let me tell you. I do think it's funny that, like, I don't actually have... Oh, no, I do have it out. Okay, never mind. They did send an outpost liaison finally. Ast, the woodcutter, has been taken by a Fey Mood. Let's see how much lava has moved. And they claim a stonecutter shop. Something doesn't fit there. Woodcutter, stoneworker shop? Don't know about that. Let's see how this goes. All right. Well, that's deeper than I was expecting. Great. What I could do is go like over here. And channel down over to there. And over to here. And over to there. And then build a pump down in here and just pump it up into there. It's probably the thing to do. Yeah, just build a pump right there and then pump it down. That's the thing to do. That's what we'll do. And we're going to let the vampire run upstairs for a little bit because, well, there ain't much to do at the moment. Wouldn't have thought the melting down the axe, you would have been like, well, I guess we're building on the surface until we get a caravan. That would have also been a valid option. I can't remember why exactly I did that, but I did do that. I melted down some items that we had. He's putting all of his stuff onto the weapon rack and the armor stand and then runs away. We're about to get hit by some ads. I think I'm just going to let the game run because nothing crazy is going on. At least for the minute. If something crazy happens, I will pause the game. But congrats on the winners of them bidders. Yeah, I think in the year 224, I'll turn the difficulty up to hard unless we hit the daily minimum first. Another dwarf has been found dead, contorted in fear. Shame. What a shame. Strange mood seems to be continuing. And value of some of our furniture is going to go up dramatically because we now have diamonds. I was going to say, how fucking far are you going there, man? Wow. I'll let you finish this task and I'll set you back to training. On the 20th. Actually, he needs to go to the tavern. Just vibe out a little bit. Strange mood dwarf still running around doing thing. That's good. That means a ghost killed him, yeah. I'm intentionally leaving ghosts around to wreak some havoc. I'm trying to push this fortress into chaos slowly. And it's working, I would say. I mean, we've got stuff breaking and things getting worse. I mean, it is a fortress that's being manipulated by a vampire behind the scenes. I mean, come on. We're through the ads, chat. Thanks for surviving ad time. We're going to go unchain a dwarf as well. He really does love that job. Chaining up, unchaining. That sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a ghost right here. Not only does dwarfs being found contorted in fear mean ghosts, it means murderous haunts. Uh-oh. Chat, look up if you're lurking, like almost everybody is. Wake up, have a peek at the chat, or from the chat to the stream, because there's a forgotten beast on the map. A gigantic skink with external ribs. It has large mandibles, and it appears to be emaciated. Its yellow scales are small and set far apart. Beware! Bark, 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 bark. It's deadly spittle. It's been 5 minutes since the last thing was said in chat, so I'm allowed to complain. Or warn you that you should wake up, because I also have the opportunity to pause. And we get to fight it! Would you look at that? Wampy's gonna go grab his weapons. Scott here. I mean, thanks for helping wake the chat back up then. It's all good, Plutorino. Just gotta let chat know that something crazy just happened. Well, maybe not crazy, but like we get to witness a fight. Question is, where is it? Watch it die to like a Crundle and not actually make it here. That could very well happen, actually. Oh, that's some diplomat. Well, that's not a wise thing to do there, sir. Got another dwarf who's brawling under the influence. Question is, where is it? Oh, we just beat the shit out of a dwarf, by the way. They committed a crime. It's fine. They deserved it. And Edward Grin, the engraver's been found dead. Don't know why. It looks like we had a tavern brawl in the background. Oh, there's the Forgotten Beast. Found him! Waiting for the 25th so I can pause the game. Okay, so for some silly reason, this Beastie Meanie is all the way the hell over here. I'm just going to send all the dwarves over that way. Oh, except I didn't click the dwarf who I'm supposed to follow. Turn off the burrows so that other dwarves can come rescue that dwarf who we just beat the shit out of, who committed a crime. Send the prisoners to fight the Forgotten Beast. They're chained up. How could I do that? It may also already be dead. I actually don't know. Where did it go? Oh, it's all the way over there. Not too much I can do aside from wait now. But how you doing today, Plutorino? And Electra? The Vampire's been pretty good. Fort not so much, but I mean that's kind of the point of the exercise to a degree. It's trying to take a very inefficient way into the fortress when it could just like go up to the edge here. I mean, maybe it realizes that it's beat. Okay, why don't I just move the squads back around? Oh, never mind. Literally, as I did that, they charged it. So I'm just going to turn them around real quick. That's some kind of cheating here. Doesn't really change much. Okay. Beast is dead. That went well. And we get to leave. You have a week-long vacation next week and you don't want to work? But you have a lot of work to do? How's it a vacation if you're working? Isn't that kind of like the purpose of a vacation, to not work? So what the hell happened to Edward? That I do not actually know. I expect to get a lot of comments on the video of this fort that our vampire here is actually using the armor stand. I expect to get a lot of comments about that for some reason. Need him to get some alcohol in his system. But Amber Dragon, it's good to see you as well. How you been? Are the bane of many a nasty beastie? I joke. I haven't seen very many dwarves or beasts lost to Crundles. Like snake people, yeah. Amphibian men, yeah. They're tired. I let you rephrase. You have a lot of work right now. You need to be done before the vacay next week. Oh, okay. Sorry. Maybe I might have just like misunderstood. But like that did read like I'm on a vacation next week, but I have a lot of work to do. What are you doing for your vacay though? If I can ask. Going to Whistler? Cheers, man. Fun in Whistler. Last ski of the year. Gotcha. Are you in the Greater Vancouver area? I feel like I knew that. Doesn't even feel like winter where I'm at. Really? Oh wow. You're flying to you're flying into YVR then and then going to Whistler? That's quite the trek. Whistler's weird. My aunt and uncle owned a condo out in Whistler for years. Anybody who frequents Whistler or knows what Whistler is will like choke when they hear about this because my grandmother bought it in the 90s for like 30 grand. It's like a 700 square foot condo. Really nice little apartment. And so when I was very young, we used to go out there once a year or so and stay there. Flying to Seattle versus Van? No, that sounds right. No, not fuck me. That was my aunt's. I never saw any of that. And they had it rented out to a full-time tenant after like 2005 or something. So like I remember a dog that we had at the time pulling me up the stairs in the rain in the summer when we were there once. Maybe it was like the fall or something, like later in the year. It wasn't super warm out. But we never went there during ski season. We only ever went there like outside of ski season because that was the only time that we could get time to go there. That was the only time my aunt like had it free, but now it's been sold. Like my aunt sold it. It's her retirement basically. Another dwarf is getting beaten for crimes. But have fun skiing, man. Doesn't surprise me all that much that you save that much not flying into Vancouver. This dwarf killed the person who turned him. Killed all of his best friends. Those were also very memorable. This dwarf almost died to a forgotten beast that shoots webs, but managed to kill it with a pickaxe. What else? I led an army of goblins in by mistake once. Ford almost fell on that. What else? There's been several sieges that have been quite memorable. There have been fun points where it's like, oh, you definitely committed a crime, so I'm just gonna like convict everybody else of the crime instead of convicting the dwarf who did the crime of the crime. A lot of like headcanon reasons to avoid getting arrested for crimes that he definitely committed. I'm on the 15th. So a lot of that kind of stuff. Stuff that I could elaborate into fun video. Mostly. Except this right here. And that. You're just gonna be that. And just going to do that. And so yeah, I think I can count on like one hand the number of times I've actually been to Whistler. Like very, very few times I've been to Whistler. I skied at Whistler once and absolutely hated it because like I've never been a big skier for one thing, but I was sent to Whistler as part of a like youth group thing to go skiing, and they signed us up for skiing classes. And at the time, like I wasn't good at skiing, but I knew how to ski. And they signed us up for a beginner baby basics course, which, to put it simply, was you're not allowed to leave the formation that you're in rules. So we basically got to play follow the leader on Blackcomb, and it was one of the least fun skiing experiences of my life. Like it was awful. Might as well have not gone is the way I would put it. That sucked. Very, very not fun experience. And I haven't been back since. So that's my experience in Whistler skiing. And I also haven't skied in like a decade. I can't afford that hobby these days. Backpacking is my expensive hobby of choice. How's the strange mood doing? You probably just need me to butcher something, hey? Oh wow, you actually, is that Forgotten Beastbone? Oh my god, it is Forgotten Beastbone, look at that. Okay, so you've got a Forgotten Beast's corpse. You've got diorite, cave spider, silk cloth, leather, cloth, glass. Okay, so right after glass, should be cloth. What's after cloth? Bones, okay. Butcher something. By something, I mean bunch of dogs. I've got a baby mole. Cool. At least 5 times. Yeah. I mean, I could have done it much easier where I used to live. Weren't you stolen? Oh, no, that's the bone battle axe. Never mind. Yeah, I used to live, like, when I lived on the mainland, Vancouver, it was much easier for me to, like, take the bus to Seymour. But I don't think skiing at Seymour would be worth it, even if you got season passes, purely because, like, it's a pretty low altitude mountain. They don't have that many ski hills. They literally have one lift. And how do I put this? They don't have that many places to actually ski, and they don't get snow for very long. Like, there's been a couple of years in the last 5 years where they didn't get enough snow to open the ski hill in a season. So on warmer years, that whole place is just kind of fucked. Set you back to no orders, put you on duty. We're gonna go underground again. But now where I live, like, I don't know, I'm even less interested. Not that I was interested before, really. Like, I haven't been interested in skiing in particular since, like, grade school, basically. Okay, so down in here, you're gonna dig that way. You're gonna burrow down one layer. We're just gonna try and get to this. And then we can get a bunch of stuff dug out, make some progress. Shouldn't you be able to go down there and train? Vent basements. Yeah, you should be. Give him a little bit of time. Those are your favorite mountains? Oh, shit! Son of a pun. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the troll? Ainena bus takes. Beware their mounted goblin lashers. Hey, chat, you know what to post. Weed gets it. I mean, there's no coffee left in this mug, but... There's only one way to do this properly, chat. Oh, I don't have the really cool ones. That's unfortunate. I gotta go into Top Gun mode. taking my eyes a second to adjust. Now that I can see, you do need a subscription to do that, unfortunately. So I usually just put like brackets. Because you need to be subscribed to the channel, Captain Radiator, which you're currently not. All right, so we've got lots of mining picks. Got troll engineers. Is that yeah, they ride them as mounts sometimes. It's Bossa. Okay, well, let's do 2 things right off the bat. There you go, Captain Radiator. Now it'll work.
Forgot to resub, that's why, haha.
All Gucci, man. It's all Gucci. I shouldn't actually be leaving the game paused, but I'm going to. I'm just gonna run through everything and pause basically everything. Okay. And we're gonna go here. And go standing orders. Places, siege engines, everything on. I'm gonna go down and over to here. Damn it. Queen's home is not very well prepped. Okay, so this is going to be for the queen. She's going to be removed from here. And now we're going to go follow our vampire because everybody is going to go, or at least all the melee squads are going to go right here. Let's actually move you right there. I don't know if the floodgate there will affect things. And the ranged squads are going to go right here. We're going to follow you. Glory to the fortress, chat. Actually, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to send the dwarf back there. Ask, the woodcutter, has created a Necalorlon, a diorite sog. Son of a gun! And claims it as a family heirloom. I think that's a musical instrument. I really want to know what a sog is, aside from a soggy item. Ah, it is. It's a, it's got a bunch of images on it, but images of sieges. A lot of it. Holy crap, that's a busy one. It's a mid-sized handheld wind instrument. That's what it is. What are you cringing for? What did I do that was cringeworthy? I'm sorry. It's not my intent. For the item? Okay, I guess there's like a reference there that I'm not getting then. You know, that's I think something with like modern slang that I will never fully get used to is just the concept of cringe being used in a non-purely negative sense. But the item didn't have an X on it. You know what the X means, right? In Dwarf Fortress? It means damaged. Sure. Oh, a dwarf was cringing. Okay, I get it. I thought, okay. Gotcha. I didn't read the whole thing, to be fair. A little bit distracted with this siege. So dwarf was found dead. all the way the heck over there. It seems that the squads have already done some damage. But where is the majority of the goblin army so far? Because they could go that way very easily. They're coming up this way. This is where the majority of them are. Cycling around the captain here, or this troll who's got the tools to build. Let's just stare at the front gate, just so that we can see what's happening a little bit more. Because I have a feeling they're going to come up here and then try and build into the fortress somewhere. Once they get up here, anyway. That or they're not. I don't know. There's a ghost over here just, like, taunting them, which is kind of amusing. I really, really like the Siege update. I still maintain, like, I honestly thought that the Siege update would bring more people back than it did, but I do have to say that I think that the Siege update is possibly one of the coolest major additions to the game ever, maybe? Uh-oh. Sucks to be you, Lycott. You've got 8 children? Oh my god. An ambush? Curse them. There's also a Singe Profane Goblin ambush. Eustace, the soap maker's been found dead. Oh, also enough of these glasses. I can't see very well with them on. It's too dark in here. That's better. I mean, the Siege update brought a bunch of people briefly, but I very much expected, like, Sieges to keep people around longer. I don't know. I find Sieges so much more interesting now. Okay, game's saving. Come on, chat. We're getting sieged. Can I get some more Vile Forces of Darkness? I don't really have too much more to say, so I'm just doing that instead. Do or do not. There is no mandatory rules about posting emotes. That is the beeriest Vile Force of beer I've ever seen, I gotta say. To the Vile Darkness! To the saving loading bar!
Over here, he has a sword!
What? That's crazy. I had no idea. I don't know. It works. 409. Don't forget, chat, if you would like a Vile Force of Darkness for yourself, you can get one by using a Prime sub at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. I'm just saying. It's not stealing your mom's credit card. It's just simply logging into your parents' Amazon account. That's maybe not a good thing to advocate for, but ask your parents first. It's like, blind, I'm 45 years old and have 3 kids. Ask your parents first. Bolts are flying. Goblins are getting shot, shredded.
Crypt Vile Force Crypt of
Crushed.
Darkness.
Thanks for 12 bucks. 12 bucks. 12 months! Appreciate you. I'm actually going to set you to no orders and take you off duty. Because this dwarf should be able... to move somewhere a little bit closer where you can see. We're up to the 4th. Up to the 5th. Got a whole bunch of goblins all the way out here, and a dead echidna, apparently. Kind of amazed they haven't worked their way down into there. I was expecting them to. Where is the majority of them? Just kind of vibing around down here, walking around. So they're there. This is the leader of this army. I'm just kind of congregating over here. I'm expecting them to like build up and into the fortress from there. Once I go to the 6th, I'll have to jump back to the dwarf. So let's go up to here. And send Midorf over here. And set you to ready. I was gonna say, wouldn't you just like go take over that? Can they build staircases? Yep, they can also knock down walls and doors. Okay, now we're going underground to go train. That's fun. That wasn't what I wanted you to do, dwarf. That wasn't what I wanted you to do at all. Now I'm not going to have any line of sight for the entirety of this section of the siege. Unimpressed. Let's hope nothing terrible happened while he was at the other end of the map. Seems like a stray giant mole was found dead. That's not good. A beekeeper's been found dead. Well, that's also not good. Let's lock this and lock this. And turn you off so that you can go fire the bolt thrower. When we hit the 10th, we can figure out where the siegers are. Did something just fly by? Might have been a boulder. Certainly might have been. I am in an ad break. Great. Well, at least we can go look at where the army is. Oh, hey, they're doing the thing. So, I really was hoping they were going to do this. Although, that's not good. I need to pull this like yesterday. So this lever right here will open this hole, this bridge. And currently is set to only be pulled by the vampire. I'm going to change that. If I also jump down here, this right here is one layer up and is powered from here, which I should be able to re-engage with this, which is also only powered by the vampire. So hopefully I can burn them because they have fallen perfectly into my trap. Unless they're able to break that door. In which case, then, they've fallen perfectly into my trap, but so have also a whole bunch of my dwarves, which might be bad. Let's hope they did, in fact, fall into my trap, because this would be very, very good for me if they did. Just wandering around in the middle of the battle. I don't know if they're wandering around in the middle of the battle. They're just trying to find a way into the fort, and they found it. Honestly, they truly did. I'm going to break my rule a little bit and not follow the vampire because I want to see this. I think you guys do too. So now it's a simple question of who gets there first. The guys with the big axes who can dig through this, or my pump. It seems like my pump. Now I just need this to turn on. Whoever's going to pull the other lever. Anytime now. Doesn't even need to be anytime. Like, anytime soon now. Who's pulling a lever? Nobody? Dwarves, please. Stable fa- Well, I don't get the drama because, unfortunately, somebody, probably the Forgotten Beast with fire, set a bunch of my wood stuff on fire, and now I don't have enough power to power this thing. Which, sucks. Not pleased. Well, let's see if we can get this. let's see if we can get this sorted. Oops, no, maybe not that. That's the wrong one. It has to be this one. Did the troll become blocks, or was he carrying them? He was carrying them in his back, because they could use them to build around your defenses. That's what they use them for. They use them to basically like get into your fortress in places where they wouldn't normally be able to. That's actually a really good amount of bolts available for once. Also, man, I've lost a bunch of bolt throwers. So now the real question. I need to... go back to you. There's just wine and vomit all over the floor in the tavern, by the way. All the way up to the 15th. What are they doing? They're just vibing and heading towards the fort from the looks of things. The rest of them are down here and vibing. They're probably gonna start breaking shit soon, if I were to bet. Because they're like up there. Like they're gonna start digging. So yeah, trolls have basically backpacks now, freeways. I have a question. How many of you haven't played since the Siege update for one reason or another? Because trolls have the big hammers that you can see in the background. They can use those to build. And they have, or rather, they can't use those. They can use those to break shit and dig. And then they bring bolts, which they can use to build. Or blocks, which they can use to build. I was looking at bolts while I said that. Appion, thanks for the 49th month. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing better these days than I've been. Some dwarves just fired. There we go. One of them walks up to the left and then gets gunned down. I could send my Marks dwarves out there. Let's try that. Let's be a little ballsy here. They're gonna come running out here. This is gonna cause some chaos, that's for sure. Bolts start flying. They're shooting bolts. We're on the 20th, so I can pause. Are they digging? It's yak leather. That wasn't the commander. See, this guy's just covered in siltstone blocks because they're all in his backpack. Are they heading back underground? Nope. The leader troll lady is out here. You know, I think we can fight these. I think we can fight these. Notice how he doesn't send out the vampire. There they all go, chat. You've not played once since then? Like, you never once tried the update? Or, like, you just haven't played since the update? Because it is so good these days, let me tell you. My Spear Dwarfs has been found dead. It's unfortunate. I will say that if they find a way into the fortress, we're in trouble. I will send them back in after they're done. Although the vomiting may actually have been a bit of a misjudge. Just a bit of a misjudge. We do have some injuries that are getting tended to. This dwarf over here is quite injured. We were able to break up quite a lot of them. Many of the dwarves are coming back. 25th, I can pause game and we can look, get a better look at what's going on. I get it. Quagger. I get it. That's how I get my fix for FPS games. These days especially. Looks like we were able to take out their leader. Which means... How skilled are these guys? They're all adept. Okay, so they're gonna go kill the last handful of dwarves, and I'm arresting my bookkeeper. Probably for some white-collar crime, I would assume. And you're gonna go unchain a different dwarf. Now you're gonna go station. The real question is, will the other dwarves even make it? I assume they did. You can also see that our booze selection is getting a little low, so let's unforbid those and enable the other zone so they can go start brewing again. The siege is now over, and this is the best part of the post-siege era, is right here. Where is it? He felt triumph after the forces of sin were mirroring were defeated. Is everybody in the fortress gets this triumph thought, which is a slightly better than like normal, really good thought. So everybody gets a happy mood lit, basically. But ghosts don't. That's unfortunate. Children get it. Random, unrelated to the fighting dwarves get it. The donkey gets it. So yeah, everybody gets triumph. Everybody gets big happy thoughts. But now that we're through the fighting and the much big happy thoughts are clear, we can now go back to normal. And go back to what I was doing down here. And also see if I can just dig straight into that. Maybe I can. And this down here, you are going to build one of these. It's going to be made out of basalt and those. Bad mood, hope for a siege. Maybe don't. But they can sieges can help with bad moods now. Your brain betrayed you today. You tried speaking German, studied for 7 years, haven't touched it in 10. I feel like that's enough time for your skills to atrophy and become rusty. After 30k steps, started slipping Serbian words mid-sentence. I live in Serbia. I speak it daily. That's fair. It's the fallback now, and the bartender gives me this look. Turns out she's Serbian, and you chatted the whole evening in Serbian in Vienna. And I tried to practice German. Turns out you don't choose your default language. It chooses you. By the way, chat, not related to anything, but something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. I don't know what it is, and won't know for another 2 years. So there's something evil at the bottom of these stairs. We may be about to die. Here's hoping not. It's probably already dead. I don't actually know how that happened. But I'm going to cheat this. I do know how that happened now. But no, there's lava above. What the shit? Where's that lava even coming from? Oh my god. Okay. Well, I will fix this problem, but I am going to cheat my way out of this because that's an ending fort scenario, and I'm not going to permit that. That's the second time I've caught fire in this fort. and pretended it definitely didn't happen. Hopefully he doesn't bleed to death. Nope. So, I've got a lever I gotta pull. Are you asking me how do I know it'll take me 2 years? Because that's the time limit I've set for myself. All right, this I've got to turn off. And here comes the beast. The critter, who, by the way, I haven't seen any of these since they colored them. Oh, no! I got some bad news, chat. I got some bad news. The demon killed YouTube. I would say nothing of value was lost, but that's mostly because Twitch died already, so... The dwarves collide with it. We're gonna follow the vampire, who's cutting away at the monster, and the beast flies to pieces. The question is, who got the kill? Oh, well, it wasn't the vampire. He missed twice. Is Vimeo doing okay? Nobody's named a dwarf Vimeo. Although it seems like our vampire is stressed out after that. Oh no. No, not the accomplished Marksdwarf. We must save the accomplished Marksdwarf. Not the other accomplished Marksdwarf! I tried. Rest in peace, Astmil. You will be missed wholeheartedly. Vampiric friend username checks out. We're getting there, YouTube chat. We're not quite dead just yet, but... Not just yet, but we are getting there. Just loading some bolt throwers first. Topping off those bolt throwing devices. Did the queen survive? Yes. Honestly, things are significantly more stable right now than I would ever actually expect them to be. All things considered. Is he bootless? I mean, everybody in the military is. I could make him wear boots, but... Oh yeah, that's bizarre. The sound bit played before the beast appeared. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. The Forgotten Beast, Tub, has arrived. A huge, hairy darkling beetle. Not a darkling duck, a darkling beetle. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a gaunt appearance. Its foxglove hair is long and wavy. Beware its deadly blood. Okay, well, it can kill us. Also, we found YouTube's dead body. The good news is... I'm just going to tell the soldiers to go fucking kill it. Actually, hold up. Yeah, that's where YouTube died. You're no longer powered, which is good. Still a little sketchy as fuck, though. That needs to be fixed. Holy moly. But first, our captain of the guard, aka Vampire, is doing something very important, which is putting somebody in prison. Is the fort falling today? The frame rate is. I don't know about the fort. I'm planning on ending it today, or trying to get to the end of it today, because we're in mid-spring of 223. Basically, I've got a year and a half to finish it, which will take me like, I don't know, a few hours. I don't actually know what's causing the drops. It's probably lava or smoke somewhere. Banger, by the way. Or are the ghosts just doing their jobs? The ghosts are helping. We just got a big siege, so that's a major source of all of the grimness at the minute, but we caught a criminal in this fortress. Well, I remember the Fellowship of Deceivers, so that's probably a criminal activity. Seems like they killed the Forgotten Beast. So that's good. We'll call that a victory then. Hell been opened? No. No, I do have the Queen, but we don't have Adamantine yet. I'm trying to get to the Adamantine Spire, but things keep getting in the way. Things keep getting in the Nintendo Wii. We did let out one, like, brute, but it's just one. Did he escape? I thought he got chained up. Nope, you were right, he did. I don't know. Maybe it was just a really short prison sentence. Just like a stern talking to and like a boop on the nose. Let's just go back down to the underground. It should be safe. Should be, he says. Almost immediately after being chained up? Meh. I'm not gonna worry about it. Maybe he paid off the cop. Because this is the most, like, corrupt prison system I've ever had in Dwarf Fortress. I'm literally just convicting people of crimes willy-nilly, left and right, for no reason that they definitely, 100% absolutely guaranteed did not commit. This is super fucking dangerous because of the body bits falling past him. This is literally like the murder tunnel. Okay, so I can pause the game because of where we're at. Oh man, that's annoying. Okay. They should be able to do that because that's where the monster came from. But the adamantine is one layer below here, which I'm trying to get rid of. I'm in the process of trying to get rid of anyway. I'm also going to Go down here. And go bolt throwers. Just for when we get a little closer. Over there in the top left, you can see bodies flying down constantly too. I feel like there's a joke in there that I'm not getting, Nick Paw. Why am I bringing reality into it? I was gonna say, I don't think that the like police corruption in real life are running around with swords, but like maybe I'm just not committing to the bit enough. I'm not trying. That's actually like one of my worries is like I was thinking about a bunch of the different like things that are likely going to happen in this fort and being like, how am I going to present this in a video in a way that doesn't just seem like I'm commentating on reality? It's actually going to be difficult. It's actually going to probably be... Uh-oh. Houston, we have a dwarf who is on fire, and that is a problem. Okay, so you are on fire, Dobar. I'm just going to solve this issue. But I'm going to have to dig a different way up and down here because this ain't actually going to cut it. At least not in a functional way. And then for the moment, I'm just going to go to here. Forbid this and forbid that. That should solve the problem for the moment.
Rambler.
Bubble page. Thank you very much for the 37th month with Prime. Could I please get a big round of beers? Appreciate you greatly. Did someone catch fire again? No. Okay. I figured it out, by the way, James Cashman. Just have a really low, quick clip of you saying all of the events a bit of videos are fictional and not intended to be commentary on reality. Anyway, so I made him into a corrupted cop with the goal of feeding off of any. Yeah. I may actually have to do something like that. A cowardly, corrupted cop, nonetheless. Okay, I can pause, actually. Let's just go over here. And this is where they're digging. This is the annoying bit. Because now I gotta go down through this. Which, like, there's no possible way that this isn't just full of monsters that are gonna murder me. That's where the adamantine is. Good luck there, dwarf. Just stare directly into the camera. Yeah, I do have some bits that are going to require me staring directly into the camera, but not everything is scripted nor set in stone yet, so that'll be for the next few days after today. How's your day been, Letteran? Hopefully you've slept well-ish. We are about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game if anything exciting happens. What must be a treasure of the gods? The jagged dark metal pike. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It's a spike, not pike, but... Oh, we're on the first, so I can keep the game paused anyway. Perfect. Which means I can go right next to that. Dig down to there. We'll see how that goes. What's the miasma in here? Oh. Is this all done? All the way up to there. Not quite. It's got a ways to go. Not very much longer, so I will actually go down. Unlock this. Now that you're going to need to be more descriptive. I have no idea what you're talking about, Nick. The chat, does anybody know what Nick Paw's talking about? They might also be in an ad. Are you in an ad, Nick Paw? What the heck are you even talking about? You're going to need to help me out here and be a bit more descriptive and less literal. I have no idea what you mean by that. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean by another? Also, ancient? You should only use new ones. From box, preferably. That or, like, sanitize it heavily first. Unless you're talking about, like, ancient caulking, in which case you should probably recaulk your bathtub. Unless you're talking about a forgotten beast that also happens to be a, like, caulk, but... There's a lot of different contexts and questions that I have for that statement. I'll just put it that way. The duckling? There was an ancient duckling? Yeah, I know, and we've been brainstorming since the ad started as to what the fuck you mean. Please elaborate. What do you mean by ancient cock ring? Be, like, more Dwarf Fortress specific, because approximating phonetic statements makes it very difficult to figure out precisely what you mean. I beggeth your pardon. Please explain exactly what you mean by, did you ever find another ancient cock ring? Oh! I mean, I never found an ancient cock ring. Not once, but, like, you do find god metal items. I mean, I did literally just find one. But it's certainly not a cock ring. There's been, like, bracelets and shit. Do you use I have a lot of questions about things that you use that are not intended for that, then. A thong? Yeah, we did find an artifact thong once, but that's just a piece of underwear. That's no cock ring. That's just either a sandal or an underwear, depending on where in the world you're from. Yeah, it was a thong made of metal that menaced with spikes. Perfectly normal piece of dwarven clothing. Nothing strange or weird to see here. Okay, so why you know? I will admit that does make some more sense, but come on, man. Now would be a real bad time to get invaded. The entirety of the military is stuck down here. Oh, now they're not. But no, I have not found any fancy mythical metal thongs in this fort. To properly answer your question, no. I will say that there was one time a dwarf made an artifact scepter out of pink tourmaline named the Pink Impaler, which got a pretty hefty cackle out of me in the chat. That was pretty good. Maybe one of the better ones I've had in the history of ever. But that's maybe like one of the closest things to cock ring I think I've ever heard. I mean, it's just like the music that they play in the cafe in Star Wars was called Jizz for a very long time until Disney bought it. And then they renamed it to Jats. It's just not the same, man. Yeah, rip Jizz music. It's now Jats music. They should have called it Biz music, you know? Like, at least keep the two Zs. It, like... Or Fizz music, you know? Just, like, change the first letter. They could have called it Giz music, and that would have been very funny because of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, but... I honestly, unfortunately, the Jizz music situation can't be crazy today because the Jizz music situation is long over. It's been over for years. It's been gone for so long, we've forgotten about it. Wait, really? No, that's Pets. That's not Jats. Although Jets is a plane dating sim. Jets with a Z is a plane dating sim where you date planes. Because, you know, you're up in the air for so long. It's not actually, but could be. Thank Armok? Yeah, that's... Thanks, Armok, that's over. Uh-oh. Dwarf suddenly goes into no activity. That's questionable. Are you gonna go all the way to the surface and eat a dwarf? Not gonna lie, it'd be very funny to me if you went all the way to the surface and ate the queen. Dwarf was found dead, contorted in fear, and I've got another one standing there and beating the crap out of that. Many crimes just committed by this dwarf. They're literally just sitting here and breaking this obsidian coffer. Or trying to. Very ineffectively. You know what's crazy is sometimes I get to actually convict the right person of a crime, and when I'm doing that, usually what happens is then I type too quickly and then I convict the wrong person of said right crime. This fortress is just going to turn into a villainous hive of scum and tantrums. Time to go beat a criminal. No, died, earlier today. I want to say to a ghost. Or it was either a ghost or a forgotten beast, one of the two. Hose music. No, they mean more like hose music, right? But spelt like a hose. You know, like a fire hose. Sounds like one giant foghorn the entire time. I don't actually know why this dwarf came up here again. You get a little treat from the blood splatter that flies off of the beating. That's grim. We got ghosts hanging out in the tavern. Who is that, I wonder? Oh, never mind. He gone. That's glass half empty. In case somebody needed the science done, if you didn't know, they do not, in fact... ghosts do not, in fact, get happy thoughts when sieges are defeated. Just thought I'd let you know. In case you were wondering. Okay, well, hopefully they can finish that up. I can go down into here and get rid of this, that. Dang it. May also go down here. Actually, are you not set to train down here? Yeah, you are. You're also ordered to train. Wait, which part, Tibang? I don't think that like drinking the blood of somebody while you're beating them to death is like canon. But I'm assuming that's not what you're talking about, unless you're talking about that, in which case I don't know if I think that's cool or canon. But in adventure mode, your own companions will attack you if they see you drinking blood. Oh, and glad he's being torn to shred by a forgotten beast. That's true. Yes. Although not a forgotten beast, it's more like a vile force of darkness. I don't want to spoil Weapons. Everybody should just go watch Weapons. Weapons is very good. Yes, it's a horror movie, but like, it's not that bad. There's just some points that make you go, ah! It's not that bad, though. There's definitely points that'll make you squirm, but my God, that movie's fun. Genuinely and unironically, some of the most fun I've had watching a movie in a very long time. All right, let's wait for this to be done. I may have to go get a snack pretty soon. My tummy just grumbled. Okay, you're done. You can get pumped. And I think that there's only one dwarf pumping. Yes, it's just the vampire. All right, chat, it's time to make the vampire pumpire. So he's going to go underground and operate the pump. So we got to make sure that the lava doesn't hit him. I'm sure this will be totally safe, right? Right? Right. Just gonna turn that off for a little bit and let it drain. While you go up here to go do something unrelated. You know, I was saying that if we hit the daily minimum, I'll turn on the higher difficulty early. I don't even think we need it. I also don't think we're going to make it. I mean, it's... I don't know, we're 6 hours into the stream. We're about, what, halfway into this? We've got a year and a half left, basically. What do you think, chat? Can we finish this fort today? I'd be willing to bet we've got, like, a 10-hour stream today, if I finish it today. It's either we call it a shorter stream and we finish it tomorrow, or it's a long stream and I finish it today, and then I take tomorrow off and edit. Kind of depends on what sort of shit happens. Fair enough. What do you think, chat? Did you just go beat somebody up? Kind of looks like it. Or did you just clean up the blood of somebody who got beaten? Missing for a week, missing for a week, missing for a week. Yuristov was missing for a week. I think I may have melted some people, chat. Chat is very decisive. That's all I have to say is chat is very decisive. It's like, nah, maybe. Today? Question mark. Very decisive, chat room. You need not ask Ilmiran? I don't know. I want an opinion. Doesn't necessarily need to be a decisive opinion. Yeah, I heard you the first time. But you did put a question mark on it. I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? Basically, what I'm trying to figure out is, for the past, like, I don't know, 3 weeks, we'll just say since Slay the Spire 2 released, the chat's been very quiet. So if it's going to be super lurky, I don't know if I want to finish it tonight. But if chat stays active and, like, engaged on what's happening, then I'm game to finish it tonight. But it's kind of up to chat, right? Like, that's kind of how I'm feeling. If that makes any sense. Just need to get this down to 1 deep so that it starts to cool off a bit. I don't know what that means. You're gonna need to give me the thing, you know. Hold up for second screen, the Slay the Spire 2. I'm kind of trying. I've been trying to figure out like why my channel's been so lurky lately and so quiet recently, Brain Fist, and it kind of keeps coming back to I think it might actually quite literally just be Slay the Spire 2 released. Like, I think that might actually be it. Is I just have, like, enough crossover with people who play Slay the Spire that, like, everybody's just off playing that and we'll be back in 6 months. No adults are playing that game. Don't be ridiculous, Letteran. That's a kid's game for children. It's okay. I mean, like, you can be a child at heart. That counts. I'm not going to judge you for that. Do 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 do. Hauling stray puppy mangled corpse. That's lovely.
To many other forts where I die first.
Hey, you didn't die first. You did die really early though. Except for like once in a while when like when did you die? You died back in 216. Yeah, it's been a while. Except for like every once in a while where you like become a noble and run the fort after not too long. A lot of your follows are playing. I always want to say Sword of the Stars when I see STS. I don't know why. Maybe that says a bit about the games that I grew up on, or the era of games that I played. But Freeways vacation home. Sure, can do. I just need to wait for the 15th. I'm just deleting these because these are all automated, so they'll get re-upped anyway. The other thing that I want to figure out by next week, which I probably won't get done tonight, but I want... Oh, shit, actually. I need to name Freeways Vacation Home. That's a gold chain, right? That would be a nicer chain. Free wets! What? And I got another one. How's that? You're gonna call it a night? This goose is now a night. I hurt you, Uncle Sage. No, it's all good. You're not part of the problem. You're not part of the problem. I'm the problem because I'm bitching. I've put myself in situations where I complain, and I've set myself up for stress, and that is entirely on me, not on you. You are not part of the problem. In fact, if you're lurking, you're helping. You want to know why you're helping? Because you're still here. And there are definitely people that, like, you know, just go watch somebody else, which I regret to inform me, allowed to do, believe it or not. You're allowed to go watch other people sometimes. But I'd be lying if I said it doesn't stress me out sometimes. Enjoy the lurks, Merlin. All right, it is currently the 16th of Hematite.
No, I'd rather be here, thanks.
I mean, I appreciate you, Orange. Thanks for the 61st month. Congrats on getting the gig again, by the way. Ilmirin! Thanks for the 5-pack. I hurt you. You know, I may actually have to look at the daily minimum. I might actually have to increase the difficulty. Although what I will say, not quite there yet. What I will say is, why am I not following you? Oh, there you are. That's sketchy. After this stream, I am planning to have the chat set up so that YouTube chat and Twitch chat are mirrored. So if you're in the Twitch chat, you'll see the YouTube chat and vice versa, which I kind of don't want to do because I still want to incentivize the Twitch chat. But at the same time, I don't know. I think it'll just benefit everybody. Make all the chats more lively, you know. Rising ships sink all tides or whatever. Is it? Well, I mean, like, yeah, the time change happened. That tends to only affect like 2 or 3 days. But actually, like, time changes historically haven't affected me all that much. It affects it for, like, the first 2 days. Then people just kind of figure it out. Okay, so I'm going to memorialize 2 ghosts, I think. Anonymous, thanks for the 10-pack. That's extremely kind of you. That's the difficulty that I have to move up, I think. But before I do that, I am actually going to go grab me a snack real quick. Just going to memorialize 2 of the ghosts. I don't want the fortress to fall over to ghosts. I just want them to cause some problems, which they certainly are, so. Shorast. Let's just do both the Shorasts. But thank you very much, Anonymous, for the 10-pack. You're very kind. Ilmirin with the 5-pack. Orange with the 61st month. 2 minutes away from the first hype train in the last 2 weeks. Potentially. You go grab that, and we go back to making socks. Thanks for the additional 5-pack, Orange. I haven't spoke with the creators since Tarn was last on the stream a very long time ago. Why would I speak to them about a update that they're, like, not talking publicly about? Especially then, why would I tell you? And if I did, why wouldn't I have made a video already? It's been raining enough the last few days, to be honest with you, later on. I could use some sun, but yes. I don't have this behind-the-scenes access that you seem to think, that a lot of people seem to think I have. Like, I haven't talked to Tarn in a very long time. Well, maybe not very long, but like... Last time I spoke with him was when the Siege update released, which was what, back in... Was it December? I think it was December. I did send him one bug report, which he said, oh, thanks. Yeah, it was December. December 16th? So you could go watch that conversation. You mean temperatures and not general mood? Because mood, man. But yeah, that's entirely too cold. December wasn't that long ago? Yeah, we'll go watch that then. When it comes to game development, December is kind of a long time ago. Also, it is worth noting that, like, it's been 6 years since January 1st, so... And if you don't feel that way, well, then we live in different realities, because holy shit, that was a long January! And February was, like, somehow longer in places. When did the first one come out? That has to have been, like, a decade. A Diorite Amulet has been made as an artifact. By a whole month. It's crazy. Uncle Sage. Was it over a decade ago? Oh my god. I remember streaming the Long Dark's very first early access builds. Like, for reference. It takes a lot to make me feel old, I think, but... Chapter 1 and 2 after a while, too? Well, yeah, I mean, after that long. It'd be hard not to. You think it's crazy that they announced the second one before they finished the first one? Don't they have like 12 employees at that studio still? Like, isn't that like a ridiculously small studio? They're kind of like Hello Games in that way, where there's like very few people that actually are working on it. And because of that, they're able to just like slowly work on things and just slowly get them done. I didn't realize that you had so many injuries. Must have been the time you caught on fire accidentally. Whoops, anyways. Waiting for the 5th, and I can place those gravestones. There's so much you can do in a single game at a time. And they do not have to think about longevity. It's an old-ass game at this point. there's so much you can do on a single game. Well, I mean, like, early access has really allowed for more games like Dwarf Fortress to exist. Keep things slightly on topic. Well, there's Emily's naked body. Look at that. Because, like, you know, we live in an era where, you know, you could, if you wanted to, theoretically, effectively just work on a game forever. It's just, most people don't want to do that. Most people have different ideas that they want to get out of their system, you know? And if, like, you have one game that takes off and does well, then, yeah, you can kind of more or less do that. For the very least, a very long time. Maybe not forever. But for a very long time, you could just keep working on the same thing. Okay, this can get removed. Could dig down into there from up here. Maybe from over there, but... Chat, we're about to go get hit by an ad. I'm gonna go grab me a snack real quick. This is the vampire, who's definitely not going to go eat anybody right now. He's gonna go pray. I'm gonna leave you guys staring at his history. I need to go grab a snack if we want any hope of finishing this, and then I'm going to be a dwarf of my word and turn up the difficulty, because I haven't looked yet, but I'd be willing to bet like 90 cents, maybe, that we hit the daily minimum. I will be right back. Indie early access is fine. It's crazy that studios with budgets put hundreds of dollars into it. To me, it's totally fine for loop games, and I don't mean like games with permadeath that you replay necessarily. I mean games that like are more sandboxy, that are systems driven, that you can sort of stack stuff onto. Like I don't care when bigger studios do it, when it makes sense. But there's definitely been ones where it doesn't make sense. Like as an example, I think like Grounded makes sense to be an early access game, right? But I will be right back with food. 2 seconds, chat. Actually, more like 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay, so, the reality is, I already ate it. Sorry about that. You guys didn't get to see me eat my piece of bread and a boiled egg. I just kind of looked at it and was like, there's a lot of seeds in this bread that would actually be very hard to eat. Grass Dreams, thank you very much for the raid. Bert, thanks for the bits, by the way. We're following a vampire for 10 years, and we're currently 3/4 of the way through the second to last year. That's what we're doing. You came here just to watch me eat. We're gonna be waiting a while. You don't have to leave, though. I will eat eventually. If you watch long enough. It has been a very long time, though, since I've eaten on stream. So, this is toasted. And I made a promise to chat a minute ago. What are you up to today, by the way? You still cutting? Cutting through the content. The Cud tent. If you guys want some quality Caves of Cud, Quad tent, we have hit the daily minimum. I would recommend watching Gra. It's time to suffer, chat. Now let's see if we can hit Mountain Home. While my vampire grabs a Lunchable. F's for Reg. The most delicious. Regular dwarf. That any dwarf could dwarf. You're playing Slay but lurking? I want to say that's got to be like 80 to 90% of my chat at this point, is everyone's just playing Slay the Spire. Which means it'll be like 10,000 years before you guys all wake up and come back to reality. But it's okay, I don't live in reality either. I just live in Dwarf World. I'm just happy to be here. Speaking of Dwarf World, who's just happy to be here, how are you doing, Suited Giraffe? Okay, we're on the 10th. I need to get rid of this, get rid of this. I need to place a brick there. Now that that's all done, I can see what they were able to get done down here. And by that, I mean literally nothing. So what if I just go like... right there? Maybe down to there even. Probably, you're right. Demons will come out and murder us. You're spooked by how busy your day was? I would honestly say must be nice, but probably not. It's been a busy day for the vampire eating people, but that's about it. I don't actually need to clean that out, so might as well get rid of that. I will also throw an ammo stockpile down here. Specifically for metal bolts. Deep within this strange place we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. That sounds like a busy day. But it's good to have you here, Suited. You moved furniture between two rooms, built a new bed frame, took a mattress delivery. Oh, and stripped. Was it less painful than my recent mattress delivery? And stripped a screw that turned into a 3-hour event and not a dental X-ray. Wait, hold up. What do you mean by not a dental X-ray? Handcrafted maplewood baskets. I'm very confused as to why you linked this Wikipedia paper. Got to visit a micro center? Well, that's exciting. How bad were the RAM prices? Did you speculate on any RAM purchases? Oh, you drove past a giant picnic basket building. I understand now. That makes a lot more sense now. I don't know if I've talked about it much on stream, but I've picked up a hobby recently. A hobby of making bread. I've started making bread. I broke my foot recently, and I was so bored while I broke my foot that I went back to pandemic hobbies. That's how bored I was. So now I've got 2 different sourdough starters. I've got a whole wheat and a rye one. And I've been making bread. It really is. I might keep doing it, to be honest with you. I mean, I did buy 30 kilograms of flour. I have 30 kilograms of rye flour and 30 kilograms of whole wheat flour. So I might... Wait, did I say 30 of both? 15 of both. 30 total. So yeah, I might just stick to that for a while. The thing is, like, people often like mention that they don't have time to do things like cook, and I always have like this dumb statement of like, well, I have time to cook because, you know, I work at home, and especially like on the days when I'm not streaming, I can stand up for 5 minutes and do a thing very easily, and that's really what baking bread is.
Another bottle on the shelf.
Thanks for the 61st month. What's in this bottle? Appreciate you. But the thing is, I have time to stand up and do a thing that takes 5 minutes pretty consistently, especially on the days when I'm not streaming. Not so much when I'm streaming, but when I'm not streaming, like, it's not hard to just be like, a jagged rusted metal spear. Ooh, don't want to trip on that unless you have your tetanus shots up to date. Jeez. I need to get this cleaned up. What if I just cover this? Then they'll just stick to this side and not worry about the smoke so much. Okay, I need to rebuild you. I acknowledge this. I feel like a making bread stream would be really fucking boring, because it would just be like you mix the dough and then take it out and then put it on the counter, and then you stretch it and fold it, and then you put it back into the basket, and then you stare at it for 3 hours. Like, there wouldn't be much content there. Yes, a time-lapse live stream. You just have to meditate hard enough that time speeds up. What kind of bread do you make? I've been making a lot of various, like, normal rye breads with yeast, and also trying to make sourdough, but that's hard. I've had, I'd say, about a 50-50 success rates with rising on a sourdough, which honestly I'm pretty okay with. I think that's pretty good, all things considered. By all things considered, I mean considering I don't have much experience with making sourdough. Want to try making focaccia? I've never tried. I think it's probably about as interesting as, like, watching a peace lily wilt, but less sad. Now, did somebody just catch fire? We got 167 dwarfs. Oh, we've got Ezem. Dishmagbogdin. battering a dwarf? I know I'm talking about baking dwarves, but I don't need to batter my dwarves. They're already fully cooked. I've checked. Mostly because his fortress is well cooked. So we've got this jagged rusted metal spear, which you do not want to get stabbed into your leg unless you've had your tetanus shots up to date. And I guess that dwarf did get torched, in fact. Well, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. There's so much smoke, holy shit. Just have to chat a lot to fill the hours. That's what I'm doing right now. And chat's too busy playing Slay the Spires, so I gotta do more than that. How could anyone complain? Why would people complain? It's just the amount of time that it takes, really. Building up the line of defense. The sourdough starter to play Doom? Nah. Honestly, I'd rather teach it to edit my shorts. Like if I was gonna make a sentient starter, I would teach it to edit my videos for me. Or like, you know, respond to emails. Maybe like check the internet for places where my data lives where it's not supposed to be. Speaking of places where my data lives where it's not supposed to be, we're under ambush. It feels like it should be a Bart Simpson line here in my shorts. Yeah. So we're under ambush by the elves. I actually need to. We are on the first, so I can't pause. I need to go down to here. That's just full of lava now. Oh, that's good. You know it's not good, chat. There's elves in my front lawn. I realize I'm doing these manually and I don't need to, but I am doing them manually. Because I don't have them all named. Because I would like to turn those off. And then you. I need position 2 and position 3. Who's in this squad? Stegal and Vukar? Chat, we're under invasion by the elves. Just a heads up. In case anyone was wondering. All right, so we are going to get rid of this squad because I don't actually need them. And you gonna quit training down here. Immediately another ambush arrives. Wish us luck, chat room. Let's just make this completely usable. They need to ramp up to at least 13 for us to speak. Yeah. Hey, chat. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Because this is going to be a thick one, I think. Lots of dwarves is going to die. And most of my military is underground at the moment. I mean, we got a siege in spring and a siege in summer. That's actually pretty normal so far. It's gonna be the frequency grows. Uh-oh. Primarily, I think it's gonna be the frequency of the sieges that grow. There you go, go to the middle one. And bolts begin to fire. I need more bolt throwers. And I wish that the bolt throwers made a sound. Well, that's not gonna end well for you. Let me just bring up the Marks dwarves so they got more bolts to fire. I do honestly wonder right now why they're not staying inside. Because they should be. Oh, there you go. Back inside real quick. An ambush. Curse all friends of the dwarves. What are you up to there, dwarf? Nothing good, I assume. Well, more bolt throwers get to fire out and deal with the elves and the wings. As for our necromancer, he's reloading a bolt thrower. He's content remembering being able to rest and recuperate, but doesn't feel anything after seeing an elf die, just like chat. This dwarf must post on the Bay 12 forums, I have to say. The thing is, elves can't dig. So while they are smarter about their attacks and when they attack and how they attack, they still can't dig. The problem with them is because they don't siege, they only ambush. It will take a little bit. It will take a little while for them to actually all be destroyed because we have to wait for them to all ambush us and get into our line of sight so we can discover that they're there. I made some really high hydration stuff, actually, suited. All right, now that's just rude. Can't you see I'm busy? That's the 7th. I can't do anything. I might send the vampire to go deal with that. The Forgotten Beast, by the way, is a gigantic scaly beetle. It has a poison bite. Its broad scales are jagged and overlapping. It's the 8th. I can't do anything until the 10th. There's a marmot on my walkway. Please tell me it's a killer attack marmot. No, it's not a killer attack marmot. It's just a marmot. Very disappointed. It does, in fact, have a knobby trunk. Is it the 10th yet? Nobody started dying yet, so that's good. Oh. Well, it is about to enter my fort. We're gonna follow the vampire. Who's gonna book it downstairs after he dodges around 1 billion puppies. When marmots attack, I got chased by our marmot once. I think it wanted me to feed it, and I was trying to pee. So I ran backwards very quickly, and my dad laughed at me. It doesn't seem super keen on this whole concept, does it? Just needs to go to, like, right there. What? Oh, there it is. All right, what if I send the vampire over here? I want my vampire to have a moment of glory. Her dad had a knobby trunk once you got better. Sure, it wasn't a piercing? These days they make a cream for that, though. Oh. It seems that, for some reason, Ezem hasn't figured out how to open his mouth. I have to keep following the vampire. So the question is, will that dwarf die? Or will we make it? I think the beast is dead. If I had to bet, I think if I were a betting man, I would say I think the beast is dead, Chad. It is in fact dead. I'm gonna shut this power off since it's the 15th. And I think the siege is over. I'm not gonna... Oh. I don't think the siege is over. I lied. But I do think that fight is over. So since I lied about that, I'm going to unlie and say, actually, I don't think the siege is over, chat. And I think that I need to reposition my squads accordingly. And I'm hoping I can get you to go, maybe fire a catapult. Instead, you're going to go plant seeds. Well, that's great. Moods are great. I wonder actually, how is the vampire doing? It's gotten kind of pissy as of late. It's not so hot. There you go. Fire a catapult. Fire the missiles! I mean, boulders! Now we just need to sit here until we can play Boulder Dash. I mean, the elves are gonna play Boulder Dash. It's the game that they play when they're really boulder and then they dash. That's, wowie. That's a lot of elves. That is a lot of elves. Oh, here comes another one. Can I follow the boulder? I can't. Chat, we're following the boulder. Whee! Oh, no. Look at it go! Holy crap. There's so many rocks over there. What a crazy thing. That's what she said? Tibig? We need more of these elves, let me tell you. I love it when they hit the rocks and they just explode. When the rocks collide with the walls and they explode. Oops, should be following you. It's the 20th though, I can pause. Okay, where are most of them? Everywhere. Friggin' everywhere. Should I just lock the door for a bit? I think that may actually be the wise choice. You know what? I'm gonna lock the door, chat. We've got a year and a month left. I'm gonna fucking lock the door. Door's locked. You elf shall not pass. Immediately receives migrants. Sucks to be them, lol. I mean, that could happen. Actually, what I'm hoping for is goblins. Let's just do this. Why you sit? Dwarf. Oh, because I didn't unpause the game. I'm sitting here going like, why aren't you moving? Well, I mean, the goblins would, like, get the biggest increase to their danger, automatically, I would think. Should put my hand in the right place on the keyboard. That would make my job a lot easier at the minute. We're about to get hit by an ad. It has been a long time since I've just locked somebody out of the fort, but I'm pretty sure I can do that safely with the elves right now. If I want the moods to improve, I think right now the only way I could really do that is by dealing with the ghosts, but I'll leave that up to chat. If chat wants me to deal with the ghosts, we can, because I think I can achieve my goals with or without the ghosts. The goals are just kind of fun. Or the ghosts are just kind of funny. And they leave us with the constant threat of possible, oh god, fort's over. Somebody just batters me to death and we'll be a cake. Worse ways to go than drowning in cake batter, though, honestly. I just want to see this. What do you... Oh, I think we're digging into adamantine, chat. Look at how slow he's going. Even with the iron pick. No. No, we figured that out, like, almost immediately. They are not arrestable. You can convict them of crimes, but they don't arrest them. It's just interrogating where they bring them to the office, which I think is really fucking funny. But it's only interrogating that does that. We're in an ad break, so yeah, I'll just let it run, because we're just watching a dwarf train. But we are officially about to start hauling adamantine. Are they sending out their entire population? They have tens of thousands. What? There's a few sites that they have on the overworld that have like 10,000 plus elves. So there's a lot of them. Hello. I think they might be one of the dominant species of this world, just in general. Because, like, even the goblins have large amounts of elves. All right, we're at early autumn, meaning we have 13 months to go. Time to become a mountain home. We don't have time left. Well, we don't have much time left. Here's hoping the goblins get ballsy and decide to come kill us before then. Basically, what I'm really doing is I'm mostly just waiting for the elves to bunch up so that when I reopen, we could just let them all in all at once instead of... Because what they do is when they get discovered during their ambushes, they just scatter. Chat, it's adamant time. Not to be confused with adventure time. It's going to take so long to dig through, holy shit. Digging through adamantine is so slow. But when we hit the 5th, I'm actually just going to start digging through other places. And many dwarves will die, and that's a sacrifice I guess I have to make. Well, what else would it be? Subtract the man time? No, that's when you dig into the danger thing. Or throw a dwarf into a volcano. Recognize. I know what it is. I recognize this. Just waiting for the 5th here. I really, really want to know if I can pull this off. Like, I am so determined. For those of you who don't know, the like, end hope for this fort is every dwarf in the fort is dead, except for the queen and the vampire. Well, I've got a ghost I gotta get rid of, because that one is, stealing my stuff. I refuse to permit thieving ghosts. Murder? Eh. Thieving? Mm-mm. Okay, so we jump down to you now. So you're still digging through that. Well, it's time for some fun. What could possibly go wrong, right? What could possibly go wrong? Who's ready to fight some probably monsters? I mean, me sorta, so. Oh no, we found a dwarf dead. That's unfortunate. No, you just need a ghost captain of the guard. I wonder if that bug still works, where if you send, there used to be a bug in the game where if you sent, I don't think it does, I'm pretty sure it's been patched, but there was a bug in the game for a while where if you sent intelligent undead off the map and they returned, they would return as a ghost and would think that they were alive until they left the map, or what's the word? Or you memorialize them, so essentially they would just like walk in circles, like unaware that they were dead for a while. Which was always kind of sketchy. The battle is raging on the outside, and we're just like down here living in it. Waiting until the 10th. Lots of things about DF you didn't know? Like what? What stood out to you? All right. I think the craziest thing is that Tarn was less bald in 2016. I thought he was always that bald. And his beard got longer at one point. Then got shorter again. I do kind of miss the era of Tarn just being a rampant delinquent, which was he would only shave whenever a patch would release. Which was funny because the result would be there would just be long periods of time where Tarn would just never shave because it would be like once a year or so a new patch would come out, right? It's one of the reasons I almost always am obnoxious and push back on people who say when the Magic update releases, Elray, is like, we're not getting a Magic update, it's the Magic updates. The updates what include Magic, because it sounds like there's nothing in there yet. But deep within this strange place, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods, ×2, I think, and a caravan as well. Excuse me. Oh no! Well, that's a shame. You best run. Run while you still can. Where's this? Ooh. This is a large twisting metal toga. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. What's the other one? This is a carved bright metal shield. Yep. Yuppers. Well, we finally mined an adamantine. Apparently there's water coming out of here, which is cool. chill, if you will. Oops, wrong dwarf. I keep clicking the wrong dwarf because the squad's reordered. F traders, yeah, no kidding. I mean, I could run out and try to save them, but... we're already at the mountain home. Why do we need to trade? Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's actually kind of already a lot of prereqs for Magic. All that they actually need is the Raws to be rewritten, which Putnam's been quietly working on for the past, like, year. Chat, something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. It's Dryerlin! McDemon. Face. I will pan the camera over here. I don't know what it is, though. It's a three-eyed demon. Where is this three-eyed demon? I want to know. Oh. Oh, look at him. He's kind of cute. He's got a pointy tail. He looks like he's dancing. Why is there so much water? Good God, man. There's so much water down in here. He's kind of cute, actually. It's a shame he's about to go murder Moral. Oh, shit, he's got deadly dust. Tiny little dino. He's killed Lytast and Avus. He's a very large three-eyed theropod. He has a pair of spindly antennae and a bloated body. Its orange feathers are long and narrow. Beware its deadly dust. And our vampire is being very safe by running away and, you know, going to go unchain somebody. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? Or a round of beers? Or, I don't know, a smiley face? Signs of excitement, preferably. How do you know it's an Eldritch Horror? I think it's just a dino. It's also got a habit of making your skin rot off and give you a fever, it looks like. Based on the effects that a lot of these other dwarves are having. I think they killed it. I think they killed it, chat. Based on all these smears. I think they killed it. Well done to the dwarves. Well done to the dwarves. You helped, chat. Reduced to goo. Yeah. I mean... Nobody's really hauling its body. I mean, I guess it did get blown to pieces, but... Another ghostly bone carver's been put to rest. Micah would like a green glass table in their dining room. I think we can sort that out. Was it a window or a table, actually? I need to double check. We've got some demands that we should probably actually satisfy. To keep some of these moods up. Or pretend that I care about keeping some of these moods up. Okay. You... Green glass window. That's easy. Sand. Green glass window. I think I still have all the stuff to do that. Wood furnace, wood furnace. Let's just make a just a glass furnace. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. think I should put some more beds in the hospital. And let me check this. Okay. Let's go over here and type in rest. Doesn't seem that any of the doctors who are resting are also in hospital, so that's good. Can jump back down to here. Tabby, Rabby, Backy, Downy, and Tahiri. Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. I can't dig up the adamantine because it's all well, full of fucking water. That's great. Well, good news. I could just dig right here. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Right? I mean, come on. What could possibly go wrong? Something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. I don't know where, but... Got another one, boys. Wait, what? Oh, shit. I didn't even see it. What is that? Oh my god, that looks so cool. That looks so fucking cool. Also, somebody's on fire. Who's on fire? Come on, Rioris, light my fire. I'm gonna see if I can... Because it's still the 20th, I can make adjustments. Well, I have a feeling Eurus is gonna die, regardless of what I do here. But... Oh, I was gonna say, did you just kill it? There's so much water there. Okay, he's dead. And I think it's already dead. Nope, there it is. Well, that's a brave Adil. You're a hero, Adil. I salute you. Vampire's doing a good job overseeing all this, I think. Biblically accurate fireman tree? It's certainly accurate to something. I just need to check something real quick. Oh, wait. Did they already make the windows? No, they didn't. Let's also make crowns, amulets, and let's just make crafts. Gold, crafts. Iron, crafts. Let's make 20. 20. Day change? What do you mean? Oh, was I? Yeah, it was the 23rd. I've gotten like lazier towards the end. But we'll see. Got you storing diorite, putting that away. And we've basically got 1 year left. I'm going to take our vampire off duty for a little bit. Because he's got old clothes on and would like new clothes. He's got old clothing on for the minute, and I would like to get him some new clothes. He needs new socks. He does have some artifact stuff on. But he does need new socks. So you get to watch him load a bolt thrower for a bit. And on the 1st, I will see what the Elven siege threat is like. I'm actually going to get rid of this stockpile. Oh no, an engraver was missing for a week. Anyway. Chat, how you guys enjoying the final months of this fortress? I mean, we just have to hit Autumn 224. We're about to hit 224. Yes. That's all you got, man? Yes. He's gonna go put his stuff away. But that fire banshee was cool. We've got the queen in the fortress. We made her a throne room and whatnot. We've satisfied all her needs, and now we're throwing dwarves directly headfirst at the problem. I'm actually like considering pulling back on the whole ghosts thing though, because like as fun of an idea as it kind of is, I feel like it's not really in the spirit of this fortress. So I think I might actually like deal with a bunch of the ghosts when we hit the 5th. We'll like just make slabs for a little bit. You got 2 mugs of alcohol like immediately upon walking into the tavern? What an amazing tavern. Just walks in, gets handed 2 mugs of alcohol. Perfect. Somebody threw soap at somebody. There's soap on the ground. Vamp decided they were too loud, too noisy. I mean, it's not so much them, it's not so much the, what's it called? The dwarves, or like the ghosts themselves. It's more the dwarves made loud by the ghosts. I mean, how shallow can a world be? I don't actually know. I've never thought about it, nor have I ever tried to make a super, super, super thin world. I know that the maximum depth is 400 sea levels. It's not that crazy, but yeah, it's getting up there. Angel Matt. It is getting up there. Do have to be a little bit cautious. 12 levels below the surface. What's crazy about this one is the lava sea is at like -13, but the bottommost layer is like layer -100, which means it's either extraordinarily deep underworld or incredibly, what's the word? It's either extraordinarily deep underworld or incredibly tall adamantine spires. Kilob. Rest in peanuts, dwarf. It's so jarring. The default is 5. So unless you're getting rejections and accepting them anyway. Trying to see what his most recent mental change is. 217 it looks like. Has been a little bit since anything super dramatic has happened on that front. Let's pause. Okay, so Emily, Obok,
Does the vampire's father have a copper heart?
I don't know what that means. Is that what's that referencing? But I don't know. I would presume a rock and stone heart, but that's just an assumption. Window in dining room. I'll give you 3. Is that a line in Danger Room? I've never looked at the lyrics of Danger Room. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for 31 months from Aranamo? Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Keeping us here in this format. As often as we are. I need to check in on the elves on the 15th, actually. It's almost 8. You're going to get a real drink? Are you still working? I know. I mean, it's 4:40 here. So I guess it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Might as well. Reminds me of when we were dealing with flooding and one of my neighbors got a text message from the lady who manages the apartment building I live in saying, it's past 5 o'clock and there's still water coming from the ceiling. You can officially switch. That means I can officially switch from coffee to wine. Which is funny. It's like drinking coffee till 5 p.m. and then wine after 5 p.m. still working. We'll have to see what the current siege situation's looking like. Our dwarf here needed a bit of a respite. It also seems like I've got some crimes I gotta commit. Or not commit. Crimes I gotta convict. I mean, commit. Same. What's the difference, really? Convict, commit. What's the difference? It's all the same to me. He really wants to go pray to his god, too. Which honestly kind of checks out. I'm gonna give him some fancy items that he can carry around while he's in Cap'n mode. So maybe he could acquire an object and be a little happier for a bit. I didn't quite satisfy the acquire object need. Oh, we are gonna go chain up Domas though. What a Domas. You were working and then you ran into gamer drama and couldn't keep your foot out of, and is this fun gamer drama or blah, gamer drama? I do realize it's a fine line, but there is a line. What I want to know is how somehow the active player base of Highguard went from 4 people after they shut the game down up to like 15 in the last 5 days. Huh. Well, that's interesting. It's always dropping. It depends on how low you're willing to go. Sometimes they just don't fall very far. Greg and then some. The rock Sethi Amelethi Fideletabat blah 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 has come, a bird of prey so large and ferocious it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings shall fear the sky. Those of you who have Legends open, there's at least one of you probably, you should maybe look at this thing's last name. The Autumnal Dale Season Leap is its name. It's got 4 notable kills, most of them humans and goblin, as well as some beak dog bears. Killed a boar, not a bear. A boar, beak dogs, and a mule. And it has a son named Kun Beanpack. What a good name. A lot of people hate it. By that I mean basically everything. Are you an object of worship, if anything? Is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. So I was going to check on the elves anyways. I feel like this might be a good way to follow it. Nope, the elf ambush is still here. They're probably going to kill the rock, if anything. Yep, Kun Bean Pack is its child. I will pause the game when the ads start. I mean, they do have bows. It might survive them? I don't know. Probably not. But it will fight with them. It's diving. It's apparently in conflict. Just gonna pause for a second. Oh no, I missed the 20th. Snooze the ads for 5 minutes. Game said bet. Not much has changed, really. Like, truly, not all that much has changed. The game just turned the dial up a bit. It really kind of irks me that you don't get a siege notice for elves. I know they're not technically sieging, but... Well, it sucks to be these dwarves. There ain't much I can do, so let's just go back to following you. Scroll until I see a ghost. 2 more dwarves have been found dead. 3, 4. I think this is course for vengeance, chat. Can I get some Fs for all those poor migrants who had no idea what the fuck they were walking into? Please and thank you. This deserves a round of Fs. If anything deserves a fucking round of Fs, this does. If anything deserves to wake the chat up from its great hibernation of 2026, it's that. All right, I'm gonna go over to here. I'm gonna go down to here, shut these off. I'm gonna grab every single squad, send them to right there. Except for you, you're gonna go right there. And you are going to just go to on duty, as well as right there. We're gonna unpause. Spawn camping? No, they're just waiting. I mean, I suppose the ones in stealth were kind of. Man. Oh, never mind. That's just Emily that I'm putting to rest. It's still going. I can't believe it. It's crazy. We're gonna go fire a bolt thrower. And I'm gonna just go open this. Now we wait. As merchants have been found dead amongst others. Oh yeah, there's one other thing I need to do. I need to turn those burrows on. really wonder what provisions you're going for. Actually, I think I know what they're going for. They're going for this, aren't they? Now they're firing bolts. Rith Bolted Bites has been appointed to the position of Militia Commander of the Cave of Diamonds. Hey, chat, could you do me a favor and tell me if that person's already in Legends or not? I'm genuinely curious. Here they come. Ads are about to start. When the ads start, I will pause. Well, at least that ended quickly. Let me check. They've become attached to a steel shield. Bolted Bites. Have you ever had a good package of Bolted Bites, chat? I mean, like, they're a little dry and kind of crunchy sometimes, especially if you leave the package open too long, but man, they really do hit the spot after a good swig of Dwarven Ale. But yeah, RITH Bolted Bites. Correct. Rampage through 10 different settlements, devouring and injuring dozens. I wonder, actually, since we're in an ad, I just want to know if they're still alive. The rock may already be dead. Yeah, I think it's already dead. Probably one of the elves killed it, I bet. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, I don't see it. Doesn't show up? Okay. So then it's not a notable person. That's also not one of my dwarves. Bolts are flying. Boulders are being thrown as well. Another ambush has been discovered. All over the surface. I mean, how many are there? Do you guys want to know how many there are? I could tell you. I want to know how many there are, so I will tell you. There is 101 elf left. Down 60% from the top. I believe you. Because my eyes are so bloody terrible. Oh, there it is. You're right. Elf Spearman stabbed it with a spear in the neck. It wasn't even either of the ones that are down here. This is an interest. Someone should look up Mountain Vise, because this elf has family. She's got a husband. She's a dabbling spearman. She's a dancer by trade. She's got a date palm spear, and seems not super thrilled to be here. There comes another one. Yeah, elves are, like, I think the only real remnant now of the old siege style, just because they do still just walk into the fort like this. I really hope a dragon or something shows up. My god, that would be fun. Asm batters a Gelder. The problem is I can't tell if they're leaving or not. They seem to still be regrouping. Oh, we're out of food. Apparently. So that's not good. I kind of don't think that's the case. Actually, I think we're just like, hold up. I don't like that. There's something about the words creeping eye Tolo that will never sound even remotely appetizing to me. But they should be able to access those. What? That I don't understand. Unless those creeping eye Tolo roasts aren't edible. That could siege? No, those would definitely be goblin elves. Or human elves. Because elves only ambush, they don't siege. Unless something has, like, completely changed. Which is possible, admittedly, but... that would be outside of my realm of knowledge, then. If that is the case... Man, they really are just coming in single file. But if you've seen otherwise, I will absolutely take a correction, because that would be cool to know. I've just never once seen it. I've only ever seen them attack like this. Which is a very big threat when you're in, like, a traditional fortress, but if you're in a fortress where... Let's send the vampire out to go kill him. Never mind, there was no dwarf to go kill. Or no elf to go kill, because he already dead. The thing is, actually, I have a question. Were they wearing wood gear? Because if they didn't have wooden gear on, then they were definitely not elf culture elves. If they had wood gear on, then they were. Because that's the giveaway. Like, if they're wielding not wood gear with war animals, then, yeah, I guess then they are elf cultured elves. That's bizarre. I wonder if they had, like, a human leader. I wonder what would cause that. Like, genuinely, I wonder. All right, let's go be ballsy. We're gonna go be ballsy, chat. Wish us luck. There's a lot of them, holy shit. Thankfully, the vampire doesn't get tired and can't puke and doesn't get sick. And he has a sword now. And steel gear. Oh, the dwarves need a beer for luck, trust me. That's one. That's two. That's three. Up. Down. That's four. Down for five. Six. 7. 8. 9. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. In a martial trance. It's what, 10, 11? Oh, Christ. Oh, go. Oh, lordy. Okay. Doing all of the dodging. Holy shit, man. I swear if I just killed Tosid, I'm gonna feel really stupid. The Clother has been possessed. I would be too. He can't get tired though, so like... This is just 300. But wait, there's more. Yeah, no kidding. This is definitely a third act montage moment. He's got 30-something kills, plus like... Hold on, let's just take a look. Okay, so... This year, I'll assume that they're all from here, but these are all the notable ones. Those are all dwarves, dwarf, elf, plus all of that. Holy shit. Oh, now he's, by the way, he's gonna go home and unchain somebody in the prison. Like, look at his tasks. He's gonna go home and unchain somebody quick. He's got a side job he's gotta go complete. Just gonna run home real quick and finish some chores. That is incredible. BRB, gotta run home real quick and deal with some shit. I'll be at IB. Leaves the mangled battlefield to just unhook somebody from prison real quick. And then goes back out. We're on the 20th. How many are left? None. Job's done, is what I would say to that. That is something else. That is something else. Are we still getting more new fights? It's just a dwarf vomiting, probably. I'll actually leave the queen in her zone. The Dreadnought? Maybe if he survives the 10 years. Maybe the Dread Knight or something, because he is the vampire. Call me fucking Dracula. He is legendary. He is Legion. He is a blood-sucking aristocrat. There's something about just watching him do this lap that's like fucking grim as all hell. Something like that, Rocks Raptor. Is there? I don't think I've looked at the translations of any of the lyrics, aside from the Elan Kanim Hail Beauties. Whoop. What'd you see? What you got? Nope. No. He just wanted to go for a run. What, name him the night creature? Or does the night creature in Night Creature have a name? Sure. I'm gonna go adjust my blinds real quick while the game saves. Now I realize the other soldiers helped, but I am under the impression that Tosid did 95% of that. Like, I am pretty convinced Tosid did all of the work there. Arichu, hello. You did in fact come in during the spicy times. Did you not watch the live stream of my vampire killing 40-something elves? Instead, you chose to watch 2 videos from a game dev just rip apart the Unreal Engine for ditching TAA and NVIDIA for making MSAA unavailable to push other proprietary duh. You know. NVIDIA, you know, one for the consumer, as they've always been. It is inevitable, after all. I'm increasing stockpiles of a looks like amount of splints and crutches. I wonder why. Okay, let's what's the third? Can't do shit. I can turn this off though. I don't know what, I'll be honest with you, like, tech stuff, like, distresses me so much at this point. I basically watch what, Tech Jesus has to say once in a while, and then just kind of ignore the rest of it, so I have no idea what you're even talking about. Woof. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes the mods spit truth and are like, streamer, this is why your chat's been quiet the past week. Oof. Sag. He's just watching the real world get massacred instead of the video game. It's fine. Which kind of pissed everyone off. Dad vibes. Boomer, the boomer mentality coming from Digital Foundry. You know what would make me happy with NVIDIA? Is if they started producing 3070 and 10 series cards again at very low cost and started supporting them with drivers. And then stated that they were going to continue producing those cards at lower cost for the next 5 years until we get through this chaos. That would actually make me suddenly respect NVIDIA again. It's not even that difficult. I know it'll literally never happen, but like, it requires them to, you know, actually do something for consumers that wouldn't be terrible. Who is Tech Jesus? Gamer Nexus? Gamers Nexus is Tech Jesus? It's just because he's got long hair. That's all. Long hair and a beard. Minimum requirements to be Jesus. Wooden crutch. Wooden splint. No, the thing is, I don't want them to keep going in the direction that they're going. You didn't hear everything that I said. Suited draft. So if you're choosing to ignore half of what I said, then that's cool. I know. Duh. No shit. Because specifically what I said was, if they brought back those cards and started supporting them again, If they make something that is not focused on the stuff I don't want, make something affordable, because fucking nothing's affordable at the minute, so that people can continue to have the hobby that I like, I will gain some respect for them. But I don't think they're going to do that, so I'm not expecting to gain any respect for them anytime soon. Or buy a graphics card for the foreseeable future, even though this is literally my job. I eventually will have to do it, and I probably won't be an NVIDIA card. I am also 3070 owner. Like, I don't see the fucking point of, you know, making the hobby of playing video games unobtainium. I don't see the purpose of that. Like, I understand it is like 5% of their market, which is why it would cost them literally fucking nothing to just do the responsible thing for the entirety of the market. But I digress. We're not going to get that, so. Which is why kind of at this point I'm just like, NVIDIA, yeah, it was nice back when they used to make parts that for computers that I could use. But I kind of just don't care about literally anything that they have to say or that they're doing at this point, because truly they're not making, I'm not in their market anymore. I haven't been for a while. I think like ever since the high-end 40 cards, like the first, like the lower end of the 40 series, yeah, okay, I was still sort of like speculating, thinking about maybe jumping into that part of the market again, but like we are so far removed from that now that like we're not even in the same universe, let alone the same ballpark. So, yeah, that's why I kind of just roll my eyes whenever it's like, oh, this thing was announced. Like, who cares? Like, it's like I already stopped caring. If I was supposed to care, I already stopped. Let's see what the 10th of Moonstone has to offer for us. I want to just like take those memes, Elite Woad Rider, of it is illegal to build mixed-use cities like this in the US, except like replace it with GTX 1080 Ti. They do anyway. I just typoed the command if you watched. But if you blinked, you probably missed it. But they get unavailable regardless. They, like, around the same time that bedroom, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but like, around the same time bedrooms were fixed so that dwarves will reclaim their bedrooms when they come back to the fort. There was a change that was made so that, like, when dwarves die, they keep their... Or rather, when dwarves die, they get unassigned from their bedroom, and around that same time, like, after a while, if they don't get buried, the tombs get, like, defaulted back to nothing. Also, I really like, unironically, genuinely love the original Crisis. Oh, that dwarf's making some sort of artifact. Let's go down here. Do a bunch of this. Unironically love that game, Elite Woad Rider. You know, if a bunch of Chinese, I said this yesterday in Majestic in YouTube chat. If Chinese manufacturing starts outputting DDR5 RAM to consumers specifically at a reasonable cost at a decent quantity, I will log into AliExpress and buy some? No question. Absolutely, I'll do that. I'll mess around with it and let you know how many backdoors my computer has once I'm done installing it. Because, oh no, they'll see my hosted legends. It's either if no one was assigned to it ever, it just gets unassigned after a while, or if someone was assigned to it and then never got buried. It's one of the two. It's been doing that for a bit, though. I don't know exactly why that happens or what causes it. I just liked being able to kill a man with a chicken. Load Rider. Like, that was genuinely the best part of that game, is you can grab a live chicken and repeatedly throw it at the back of a guy's head until he dies. Like, there is something about that that is truly special. And you don't get that from a lot of things. The Forgotten Beast, Stricty, has come. It should be Constricty. Anyway, an enormous anaconda with external ribs. It has a large mandibles and a bloated's bodies. Its top scales are small and overlapping. Beware its webs. I don't know where it is, so I literally can't do anything until the 20th. On the 20th, I can pause, though. On the 20th, I can pause. On the 20th, I can pause. I don't necessarily think that's true, Grundick. Like, you're not wrong. But I don't want to just get into this debate, because this is maybe another reason why chat's been quiet recently, because, like, I've just not been talking about this stuff because it bums me out. But, you're not wrong. But if you look at the focus of Chinese AI, it's, like, American AI is big Texas themed, you know? Make the biggest thing, make the strongest thing, make the bestest thing, win game. A lot of the models that are coming out of China, at least the public ones, are not that. Like, I can run DeepSeek not well on my computer. I can't do anything else while I'm doing it, but I can run DeepSeek on my computer. So in that world, it feels like the focus of Chinese AI is every single time OpenAI releases something, Chinese AI releases something that's free, open source, and runnable on a home system that is better. So if their idea is to bankrupt America by toppling the entirety of, like, the economy by just putting out better models that can be run at home on less hardware, wouldn't they want there to be an excess of RAM available for the consumer? That's just my tinfoil hat theory. But you're probably not wrong. That's my tinfoil hat theory to, like, gaslight myself into thinking we're gonna be okay. All I will say is I didn't expect that in 2026 I would be humming Bubble Pop every, like, 90 minutes whenever I'm on the internet, but gotta be honest with you, chat. I've been humming Bubble Pop a lot. Bam, 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 bam. Bubble Pop. I've never been much of a K-pop person, but god damn it, it's been happening a lot recently. No, I don't need to do anything. Some of the best English in the biz, let me tell you. Today. So, Yustut the Clother has created Taladish Thol, a pigtail cloak, and offers it to the mountainous vale. You know, moods are like not as bad as they could be. Thanks for the $1. Bert. I will pause the game if something crazy happens, chat. Like, you know, the Forgotten Beast getting into the tunnel or anything. Which it could. It hasn't yet. I've been waiting for it to pop up, but it hasn't. It's going to, but it hasn't. I will see where it is on the 25th. I'm not gonna lie, that's a very boomer statement. But he does have a point. He does have a point. That's just a very funny line to tie. I'm sorry you're dead, and also I got rid of your ghost. Also, a lot more people are dead. Well, that's fine. Hmm? Oh no, you are dead, Emily. The vampire ate you. What happened? There's a Forgotten Beast in the basement, and I can't pause until the 25th, and I missed the 20th. That's what happened. Still have the queen, though. So there's nothing I can do about it until I unpause until the 25th for the ads. I haven't seen a Cherno emote in a minute, Shark. Maybe one day you'll post big beers again. I used to watch so much of Cherno back in the day. Back when he speedran Mirror's Edge. Alright, chat. I'm sure this is fine. Bishop's dead? That's a Spearmaster, hot damn. Okay. Of course they're all on the stairs. I have been here before. Oh, it's bleeding. Did get hit by something. Waiting for an opportunity. I haven't seen one yet. Oh no. Vampire just died. Where's Toasted's bits? Hand chest, the Exalted Blade has been elected mayor. And the beast fell. We're not even on the last year. I should go back to the save. We're only 1 month into the year, or into the season. Unless he comes back as a ghost. Do we see if he comes back as a ghost? Or do I go back? It was so close to surviving. didn't even see where he died. It turns out the more you go hog wild with stuff like this and just let the fort fall apart, the harder it is to keep your dwarf alive. It's literally been less than 10 minutes. Like, it's been 1 month and I haven't really paused this month because we've just been putting bodies away, so. I wouldn't be like, I can just go back to a save if I didn't. I'm just gonna state out loud, if you think that using a large language model on your local PC is a CIA op, then you genuinely think that the CIA is significantly more competent than they actually are. That's all I have to say on that subject, YouTube chat. Get your tinfoil out of your hats. You can't even see daylight anymore. All right. Was this before or after I queued up the coffins? It was after, okay. I did go down to here and do this though. Pause on the 20th? Assuming the Forgotten Beast shows up at the same time, and assuming it's the same Forgotten Beast. Hopefully it does, but hopefully I managed to pause on the 20th. I actually don't care if, like, that many dwarves die. Like, that's exciting. That's fun. It's just, this dwarf needs to not die. Whenever people say things like, oh, that's a CIA or FBI open up, it's like, nobody works there anymore. You think they still have funding? James Cashman in YouTube chat says, that's what the CIA would say. Can you make tin caps? Hold on, I'm gonna pause in a time when I'm not supposed to pause to check. Tin cap. No, you cannot make tin clothing. I could make copper caps, but I guess that would be a conductor. That's like, just being like, yeah, no. Wire them into my brain. Let's go. No, dwarves just aren't as paranoid as humans, it turns out. They don't... Yeah, aluminum isn't usable in clothing. You could use tin as part of an alloy to make a hat. Tin is also a conductor? Oh, well. F me then, I suppose. Why did you drown it? What? What? Excuse me there, dwarf. Yeah, you can make bronze. Anything that can be used for armor can be made into caps. So you'd need an artifact tin cap, basically. There ain't nothing fair about a Faraday cage. You know, they used to tell me that a Faraday would keep the cops away when they had a toll on the toll bridge. I just made all that up, but... all I'm saying is Faraday is a psyop. I've been streaming long enough. I'm just starting to say bullshit that has actually no meaning, so that's where we're at. How the fuck? I have several questions. And all of them are why? Okay, well, let's just go through here and that. Let's check in on the queen. She's pissed. I'm actually going to let her out. But I'm also going to take her off of general labor. Oh, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go... I do actually have enough puppies that I could make a puppy bomb. I mean, yeah, you could craft Cassiterite into a crown, sure. But it's not tin. It's just the thing that you refine into tin. It's a totally made-up sentence, yes. Let her in. I'm trying to click that. There you go. Eh. Eh. Seems like the moods are real good at the minute. Yeah, he was looking for a heart. It's not creepy at all. Okay, glass half. Something's been put to rest. And for the 15th. Because he was led away from his destination. I don't know why. It's lead paint. It turns out that lead is a pretty versatile, punnable word. Like, why don't tin and lead get along? Or why doesn't lead have any friends? Because lead is toxic. Sad but true. What's up, Individuate? That's how I'm reading your name. I don't know if that's right or wrong. I assume it's wrong. Why did Led start a podcast? Same answer. Although I do genuinely believe that my favorite, like, joke I've heard, like, reused too many times in recent memory is, like, what do you call 3 men in a room? A podcast? Okay, so this one has poison bite. This is Thudal Oxut Boza has come. A huge cobra, not an anaconda, with external ribs. It has a short trunk and a gaunt appearance. I can't pause the game until 224. Its talp scales are jagged and far apart. Beware its poison bite. All right, chat. I need a round of lead mugs full of beer for good luck while this dwarf places items in tombs. And this beast is pretty low down. Low it down enough that he's got a hoedown. I'm actually going to see if I can get this pulled. Once I can prep the squads appropriately, then we'll fight that if I can. Meanwhile, a Forgotten Beast has made a bulky pigtail tunic. I mean, a Forgotten Beast. A dwarf has made a bulky pigtail tunic. Forgotten Beast wishes it had a bulky pigtail tunic. Man, this sand is brutal, dude. Oopsies. He hasn't had many happy thoughts recently. So we're still up on hard. It's like the big suit for Talking Heads, but it's a tunic. I watched Stop Making Sense on Monday. Yeah, so like I'm kind of stuck in that mode right now. What kind of lead? What is lead's favorite kind of music? Heavy metal. I don't know. I think that lead's pretty soft. We're not losing dwarves yet. I think I managed to get the door shut. We'll see. Yes, I did. It does look pretty dope, though. Look at him. Very spiny. Thing looks kind of rad. Can't lie. But it is heavy, that is true, and I can't say that it's not metal. That would be gatekeeping metal. And I only do that when it comes to power metals, so. These are just all creeping eye bits. Let's see how this goes, chat. Just gotta wait for the gate to open. Why is this kid following you? Is it because you killed both of her parents? His parents? Maybe might have something to do with it. Anyway, we got him. And our vampire got the kill. Well done, dwarf. Lycott. This is the first. I can pause the game. As far as power metal, you saw... you recently saw Glyph, Gloryhammer, Ailstorm, Dragon Force, and Powerwolf. Powerwolf is okay. Ailstorm is okay for a bit. Dragon Force is fun. I like Dragon Force. Gloryhammer, eh. Glyph, eh. What am I gatekeeping about? The ones that you mentioned are fine. Like, the big names are fine. It's like... How do I put this? It's the pop country of metal. That's what I'm gatekeeping about with. I'm more like belittling, I guess. This is maybe a better way to put it. Because it's boring, easy to get into, not super interesting, not a lot of depth, very accessible, and a lot of people like it. There's nothing actually wrong with it, and I like it myself. I've seen plenty of power metal shows, but every now and again somebody will bring up a power metal outfit, and I'll just like immediately be like, nah, not my thing. I saw them live and they kind of sucked, and then people like kind of are shocked to hear that, and it's like, more often than not, power metal is a stage performance act and not a musical style, and I think that that's kind of defeats the whole point of metal. Like, to me, I like technical talent, I like songwriting depth, I like lyrical depth, I like variety. And yeah, power metal's fun every now and again, but it's also maybe about as samey and non-varied and not deep portion of metal. So as much as, like, you know, I've seen Sabaton plenty of times. I've seen Dragon Force like 3 times. I've seen Powerwolf. I've seen Tyr. I've seen Korpiklani. They're not really power metal, they're more folk metal, but it's just a lot of it is performance musicians paid for and organized by a record label to write music that, or play music that they didn't write for a performance act. And I don't know. I'm wearing a Slipknot shirt. What can I say? That's how I'm gatekeepy about power metal. It's fine, but I think it's overrated by a lot. And I think people who self-identify, and this is me being gatekeepy here. If you self-identify as a metalhead and all you listen to is power metal, you just like power metal. You're not really a metalhead. That's about it. You know, like, I would actively say that some of the worst metal shows I've ever been to in my life are all power metal shows. Although I would also state that Dragon Force's new stuff is power metal, but their old stuff was more speed metal, which is kind of its own thing. I mean, come on. Like, you know, an Unleash the Archer, it's like, yeah, they have power metal elements, but primarily they're more of a speed metal. Although you could also argue in some cases that, like, certain portions of thrash are speed metal. I also don't really like thrash, for whatever that's worth. Like, thrash is fine, but also really fucking boring to me. Is there a way to insert an Axl Rose joke? I mean, that is the joke. You just said it. There's nothing to insert. Like, it's just his Axl Rose. Did I read all the dev notes? I've been playing this game since 2009. I don't think I'm brilliant. There's still plenty of things I don't know. That's for sure. I've just been playing this game a lot for a long time. I've read basically every patch note for the last, like, I don't know, 5 years at least. Oh, gotcha. I don't know, is there lead in axles? Actually, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a super big fan of Guns N' Roses. Like, the mainstream hits that they made are catchy at times, and I don't really think about them too much. So when it comes to Axl Rose, like, I actually, if he's toxic in real life, I know that, like, he can't really sing anymore, but if he's toxic in real life, I actually don't know too much about Guns N' Roses related drama. I know more about, like, Megadeth, Metallica drama, which I think is, personally, I find really funny. And I find it personally really funny because the most recent Megadeth album, if you could call it that, has a Ride the Lightning cover. I genuinely think that might be one of the funniest things that has happened in metal in a very long time. Purely because, like, he's claimed his entire career that he wrote that song, even though he's one of 5 credits on that song, because every member of Metallica had a credit on that song. And he's, like, he's been going around saying that, you know, he wrote that song. It's his song. And they finally let him cover it on his last tour because he's got... there's something wrong with his wrists and his joints. I don't want to go stating the wrong disorder, but he's got something where he won't be able to perform much longer. And to me, it's kind of like... reads like Metallica being like, yeah, whatever, we don't even care, man. Like, fucking play your song. Whereas, like, that would have caused a actual civil war in the metal scene in the 90s. That's Slash. I do know that much. I just don't know about them outside of their music, really. For a few minutes in Chicago, the first time you saw Powerwolf when they opened them for them? Hell yeah. They're from Vancouver. Most of them. I think one of them's from the island here, but most of them are from Vancouver. Don Juice. And I actually, one thing I should state. I do kind of say that I gatekeep power metal with a bit of tongue-in-cheek. Like, don't take me entirely seriously when I say that. But Unleash the Archers is a Vancouver-based band. So one of the venues that I've been to the most, which is the Rickshaw Theatre in Vancouver, is almost always where they start their tours. They do a show here on the island, and then they do a show over on the mainland. So I've seen basically every single album release tour at the very beginning for like the last 4 albums, like since Apex, basically. Unleash the Arch is great. They're fun. And we do these... Well, we don't. Well, Wacken does these basically international amateur stages where new bands who haven't been around for, it's like more than a year, writing all original material, basically compete in like a battle of the band style thing. And Amanda Slays was one of the judges last year, so she was at every single one of those. Just like, it's weird seeing her with glasses on. She like never wears her glasses when she's singing. Like, you kind of don't recognize her as much. It's kind of like, oh Jesus, what's the name of those? The Princess Diaries kind of vibe, where it's like, oh, you look like a different person with the glasses on. What the fuck? There's so many ghosts. I hate Visions as Atlantis. They're fucking bad. Holy shit, Visions of Atlantis is bad. Although I think maybe the worst show that I've ever been to when it comes to power metal wasn't Visions of Atlantis. That was probably Beast in Black. You know, Majestic in YouTube chat says, presumably, he paid Metallica to cover that song, which is why it's pretty funny. That's probably what happened. In my mind, he's gonna, in like 20 years, he's gonna be going around claiming that Metallica paid him for all these years so that they could cover his song. And then finally he decided to play it. Give him like 20 years. He'll be saying that in the old folks' home. Handchest. The Exalted Blade has been elected mayor. Does that mean that my mayor just died? I think it does. I think my mayor just died. He's also pissed. We didn't just eat him, did we? And I wasn't looking? That's possible. Oh, nope, Ghost got him. I think probably. You're contorted in fear, but... That's an unrelated death. So no, actually, I think the mayor got elected. You are now in charge, Handchest. You are pissed. Pissed off and in charge. The way we like him. You're not afraid of no ghosts? What about all of the ghosts? I also am not afraid of no ghosts. No ghosts is fine. It just means there's none of them. No ghosts to see here. Ads are about to run. Makes me feel, Boston makes you feel good. Is that true? I haven't seen Ghostbusters in so long. Like truly, it has been a very long time since I've seen Ghostbusters. Was there even a single natural death in this fort? They kind of blend in. So not that I've noticed. Just gonna let the dwarf sit here and pray while the ads run. You know, actually, I think that might be better because it fits even better. Majestic said another thing in YouTube chat about 10 minutes ago. Power metal bands are put together by record labels. In the case of, like, Nuclear Blast, yeah. In a lot of the cases. Not all of the cases, but a lot of them. That makes them the boy bands of the metal world. You know, having seen Beast in Black, I would agree with that, actually. Except they're not really boy bands, they're more like bear bands. You know? Yeah. Because the boy band of the metal world is Electric Callboy. Come on. Well, actually, no. I mean, that would have, at one point, maybe like circa 2007, would have been a lot of like deathcore bands. Like Ocean's 8 Alaska, or Bring Me the Horizon. Or Sleeping with Sirens. Like, if we're just talking aesthetics wise. Under Oath. Very much so Under Oath, actually. Because they all looked like they were 12. I don't know. There was a lot of fucking Viking metal and, like, cheesy chicken shit loud metal back then, too. Like, there's nothing wrong with, like, grabbing a fucking sword and pretending you're a Viking on stage and singing with some synthesizers. Like, I honestly have nothing against it. I don't know, it is not the highest form of metal. I certainly don't hold it in as high a regard as I have in the past. Just because I've been disappointed too many times. Oh, yeah, I mean, but Amon Amarth, ironically, I've seen Amon Amarth 3 times in my life. I could not tell you the last time I sat down and listened to Amon Amarth. Like, I think before the last few times I've seen them, I've always like looked up their music on a streaming platform and been like, oh yeah, they put out a new album last year. Oh, they put out one 3 years ago. Oh yeah, cool. And then like maybe listen to 2 seconds of 2 different albums and go, yep, still sounds like Amon Amarth. And then just go see them. But genuinely, I could not name a single song. But I've seen them a bunch of times because they're just a really well-rehearsed, loud, fucking great band to see live. But like, I kind of don't like listening to them. I don't know. What has happened today? Lots of deaths. Jesus Christ. Omnium Gatherum. They've been on tickets for shows that I could have gone to there's always been something in the way. Also, don't really listen to them though. Mace Lord found dead, hey? Giant Olm. Although I have listened to the King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard album, Omnium Gatherum. Oh, you must have tantrumed. Maybe not. Okay. Do you have a parent, Doomed? You do. I'm expelling your mom. Get to it. I'm not killing you, I'm just expelling you. Because I've got some kids that are causing me a headache at this point. Man, both your parents are in the military. That sucks. Because if you expel the parents, then the kids leave with them. I'm receiving a phone call. I should probably answer. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta be honest with you, chat. That's the first time I've been pocket dialed in like 10 years. I know who that number was. I won't say who it was because you don't know who that number was, but I know who that number was. And I was like, that's weird. Why are they calling me? And I heard like pocket sounds and people talking off in the distance. I was like, huh. Okay, I know that sound anywhere. That's unmistakable. That is the sound of the inside of somebody's pocket. Nature is healing. Bullshit. God, I do not like Avenged Sevenfold. Although, I will say, actually, you know who's the boy band of metal? This is almost a those who know, you know. If you know, you know kind of bullshit. But Escape the Fate or Falling in Reverse. Metallica? Nah. Now, Metallica are just dads. Like, I don't like Metallica for business reasons, but I'll be completely honest with you. I really like those first albums. Like, fucking Black Album's pretty fucking good. Ride the Lightning's pretty fucking good. Like, their early stuff's real good. They just kind of, I don't know, just got boring at a point. And they got litigious in a way that, like, made them kind of obnoxious and hard to apologize on behalf of. Which I think most people can kind of, you know, see. It's been over 40 years, too. Yeah. I don't know, like, I saw Metallica once, and it cost too much money, but I got to see a Gojira open for them, so I was okay with that. And this was also before concerts were too much money. Back when they were just too much money. This was like $200 for floor kind of thing. And recently, I saw The Offspring. And you know, honestly, very similar level of quality of performance. It's like, was it perfect? No, not really. But it was a very similar level of quality of show. They were well rehearsed. Like, and I would say that about Metallica too. Like, they were well rehearsed. They played those songs well. The stage presence was good. The crowd was kind of mid. And like, everything about it was fun. I just don't like any music that they've put out in the last 15, 20 years. Basically. Yeah, it was that sounds right. It was around that. It was around 2017 or something. It was Avenged Sevenfold and Gojira were opening here in Vancouver, BC Place. So I don't know. Like I don't actually hate Metallica, but just like I kind of don't actually hate Nickelback. They're just not super interesting to me. Like even Nickelback has written like 2 or 3 songs that are like fine. Like at best, they're inoffensive. At worst, they're kind of annoying. When it comes to Nickelback. We really need to deal with these ghosts, or this fort's gonna fall before I get any more adamantine. We got 3 months left. I think Gojira's toured with them before, though. This was... I would need to look. But it was post 09. Metallica kind of peaked with you for their 89 Justice tour. I have a tape album for Ride the Lightning, and I have the Black album on tape, and that's kind of all I need. And I listen to them, like, not infrequently. Not really. The ghosts are getting a bit too unfriendly. I'm like having to like lower down the amount of ghosts because it's getting a bit tricky to deal with here. Okay, so now we've got... Again, you'd happily forgotten that all happened at secondary school. All your friends were into Escape the Fate. I had a few friends that were into Escape the Fate, and they gave me, like, MP3s. And I remember listening to them and going, huh, I'm gonna go back to listening to Iron Maiden now. That's kind of how that went. I would say it was like a 3-week-long kind of... Maybe? Nah. But yeah, I guess that's where I get gatekeepy about metal, is when it starts to just feel like a stage production and not a musical performance. Because like one of the things I really like about heavy music is the musical performance, which is, I guess, why I mostly stick to a lot of local acts these days. A lot of smaller bands where it's like, you might not have the talent. Your, like, bassist maybe kind of sucks. Your drummer's hungover. And your vocalist is out of shape. But, like, when it comes together for, like, the 3 songs that you like playing and not the first 4 that you don't know very well that you don't like playing, it's real good, and the show is only $10. So, like, that's kind of my kind of live music in a lot of cases. And then I get to go see bands like Hail the Void, who are pretty fucking great, and 10 people know who they are. Support the local bands always, yeah. That's generally my vibe. Once again, I'm wearing a Slipknot shirt. I can't talk. Although, speaking of, not really local bands, but like smaller bands, I just have to say that I've been listening to a lot of horror. Except, you know, replace some letters with 9s. Skin fucking kicks. And I'm not saying that just because I'm wearing a Metallica shirt. LA Riots fucking kicks. Great ass music. Let's see. None of my doctors are resting, so I do hope that they are getting water brought to them. Basically just need coffins right now, so let's just get rid of everything but coffins. I mean, I feel like it would be pretty hard to forget if, you guys seeing this? It'd be pretty hard to forget if you saw Gojira. Hey, chat, you guys seeing this? Voltok the Engraver has been cursed by Ardith. I think we have another vampire. I think we just got a homegrown or organic vampire. Dirge is in the Christian metal band? I've seen Havoc a few times. Well, that's curious. It does appear that we have a secondary vampire now. And he's pissed. Well, get in the military. Maybe not. That's probably a bad idea. I'm sorry, hold on. Someone just killed my queen. After a polite discussion with local rivals, Maffel Staken Zavnath has claimed the position of queen of the dipped volcano. But yeah, someone just killed my queen. Motherfucker, you killed my queen. But now I have a new queen. Cool. Neat. Well, that was unexpected. Okay, I realize there's bodies rotting over there and like everything's hell. But let me just assign this to the new queen. The queen is dead. Long live the queen. And who killed the queen? The vampire did? Oh my god. He punched the queen in the upper body with his left hand, bruising the muscle and jamming the rifles and bruising the lung. So he literally punched her so hard she suffocated. Well, that's kind of dark. Okay, well, it's gonna become like the queen's plural tomb. Motherfucker just killed my queen. At least we still have a queen. One queen down, one to go. There you go, queen satisfied. You're welcome, Queenie McQueen. You can go grab, I don't know, some new toys or something. Have like some gold bracelets. They'll slow you down so the enemies can catch you easier. And maybe whatever that is. Who's our new queen exactly, and how pissed off is she? Actually, not as pissed off as she could have been. The queen is not careful with resources when working on projects. Well, good to know. Are you married? She is married to a dwarf named Erdim. She has a younger half-sister. Nieces, and Server Lord was a niece who's dead. A nephew. Holy shit, you have a big family. Well, welcome to the fort, Stake Zenith. The new vampire killed the queen before becoming a vampire. Queen Slayer, how many things have you killed? He's killed several elves. I do not think he acted with prolonged deliberation in that instance. When did you arrive here? He's been here since spring 2019? Wow. He has no friends except one who's a ghost. And there's blood everywhere, by the way. We better clean that up. There's just blood in the... Oh my god, there's the queen's blood is in her in her own quarters. That is grim. That is so grim. I love how it's always like after polite discussion. Like there's never like a fight over the throne. It's always just after a polite discussion. They politely decided that Dwarf A would take the throne from Dwarf B because Dwarf B did. I think the new vampire should go lead a squad off map to go fight things. How'd he turn into a vampire? He broke a door to a temple and got cursed. These are all just dwarves being laid to rest, by the way. Getting cursed is the fastest, surefire way to become a vampire. He's gonna go pillage things by himself. Unless you guys think we should keep him alive. What do you think, chat? Regardless, he runs a squad now. That's the squad of broken dreams. Oh my god, that's grim. I mean, he could join our squad, but he is kind of a loose cannon. I think my dwarf might kill him. Why don't we do that? Maybe he'll have another lease on life. Although we should arrest him for a few crimes that he's committed. That's the problem. Although, accuses somebody usually means that somebody's dead. Too much chaos to find out. Where can I take it in the time remaining? I'm hoping the goblins invade us. Somebody is playing really loud country. It's outside in probably a motorcycle or a car on the road. Why do we keep chaining up the bookkeeper? This is like the 5th time. What the fuck has the fucking bookkeeper done? Holy shit. I'm going to go openly pillage the goblins. We're gonna go pillage them. Don't need livestock or other things, just go pillage them. He did not do the cooking by the book. Speaking of doing the cooking by the book, I've got a dingo getting into a fight with a wrestler. And Labash has been taken by a Fey Mood. They threw the book at him, literally. All right, I need to get some more coffins made. So I'm just gonna make them out of whatever material. I don't care if they're color coordinated. We've just got bodies kind of everywhere, and they smell bad. That's where we're at. There's bodies everywhere and they smell bad. Queen has imposed a ban on exports. Great. I'm sure that'll be fine. I kind of hope one of the vampires eats the queen. I can't believe that I intended to just have a singular vampire in this fort. Haven't seen a single vampire in this world yet. And in the span of this fortress, I managed to have a vampire appear, accidentally make a vampire, and other way of accidentally making a vampire made a vampire. Like, we have acquired 2 vampires entirely by accident, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so you can be taken off of training here. And off of duty. Now I just need to wait for you to finish your drills. So you can grab a screwdriver. Yeah, it's like, I made a video about vampires, and now we're gonna talk about all the other ways that you can do fuck vampires. The Forgotten Beast, ego has come. It has a long, straight horn and a bloated body. Its pale chestnut scales are oval-shaped and close-set. Beware its webs. Are you scared, chat? Because I'm scared. Especially considering I don't actually really have a way of fighting this. Well, can't do anything until the 20th. Chat, wish me luck. It's a pretty big frame rate hitch. It's in the hallways, Chen. Oh, it's in the hallways. Maybe not. Seems like it's in the hallways. That or 1,000 elves just entered the map. One of the two. Giant cave toad. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. I will admit that is not what I was expecting. Labash, the engraver, has created Zokost Mantul, a nice bracelet, and offers it to the Mountainous Vale. Whole lottie coming, I think. Where was it? Hero is all afraid for nothing. I mean, like, yeah. It could get to us, but... Hero is all afraid for nothing. I mean, come on. What a heck in Chonker, exactly, right? Okay, so what if I just, like, close this? We good. He's stuck on a tree, it's fine. Do, 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 do. He goes and grabs his ceremonial bone hatchet. So he can stalk the knight in search of blood. Oh wow, he actually put it away. No, he put it on his back, sorry. Shifty red eyes. He does have really good eyes for this task, doesn't he? He looks very suspicious. He is the sussest dwarf, especially with the bright red crown. It's like, definitely not a vampire. Definitely. I need to make like a little graphic that's just like a little thought bubble. It's like, not suspicious! You suspect nothing! I can definitely do fun things with this. What conditioner do I use? Do you really want me to go out, get up and check? Whatever's on sale, generally, it doesn't sound like it would smell horrendous. I don't think you actually want me to go look. You can smell it from here. Ah. That's a little creepy. Why are you behind my green screen? Get out of my house. Some migrants have arrived, despite their stupidity. I mean, danger. They brought a pony. That's how you know they don't care about no danger. I've been in one Costco in my life once. Suited giraffe. And it's because my brother-in-law has a membership and we were going to a baby shower and we were asked to bring diapers. So we went to Costco and boy fucking howdy did we bring diapers. We brought a lot of diapers. I don't know what that is. I did have a mild panic attack though. I wasn't a fan. A hot dog? Yes. It was a rather unremarkable hot dog. Like, I've had significantly better hot dogs. Admittedly, they cost like an extra $2, but honestly, I don't know if it's worth taking like at least 90 to 145 minutes off of my life from stress of being in that building. How many people has the vampire eaten so far? It's harder to count now because he's killed a bunch of things too. Not the elves, most of the dwarves. It's a total of 48 kills. I don't know, like 40 something. Dressed up like Cult of the Lamb for no reason at all. You know, actually, that's a pretty good call out. I haven't been in an IKEA since I moved out the first time. Meaning I haven't been in an IKEA since like 2012. I've ordered things from IKEA. I have a lamp from IKEA in this apartment. And I have like 2 IKEA Kallax because they're efficient and cheap. But like, I haven't been in an IKEA in so long. You know, finding a hot dog bun for like 50 cents is a bit of a challenge. Ah, yes, the lamp? No, actually, it's not a lamp. Well, it is a lamp, but it's not like the generic IKEA lamp. It's actually a pretty nice, like, solid metal thing. How long did I live in IKEA? About 90 minutes. That's actually pretty funny, Fraga. A+. You get a passing grade on that one. Oh no, the other vampire is now stumbling around obliviously. Hi, back again. I'm still blind. Welcome back, Freeways. Mid-spring, 2 seasons left. I swear, if these goblins don't fucking invade me, I'm going to have a conniption fit. Also, where are you and what are you doing? Oh, they're in hospital. That makes sense. Are you trying to leave the map? Slowly, okay. My dwarf life a living hell going? I think you're dead, actually. No, you're not, somehow. What? Okay, you must have died in the other timeline. Pretty good. Although I don't think it's exclusive to you. I think it's just like everybody. Considering he's chaining up somebody, I don't even know what they did. Uh-oh. Speaking of living hell, a forgotten beast named Thurama Rufa has come, a great three-eyed mayfly. It has a knobby trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its jade exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its poison nom-noms. I have one day until I can start up the fighting again. Let's get you to go get geared up. Goes and gets his gear. And I would tend to agree that they know what they did, but sometimes, honestly, I don't think they do. I don't even think the dwarves who are, like, convicting them of their crimes know what they did half the time. Okay, so I think that can make it into the fort somewhere. I'm not sure where, though. Speaking of not sure where. Gah. Just gonna send the Marks dwarves down here, and we'll see how many of them... You know, this seems like a really good way to, like, kill a bunch of dwarves on mistake. So you shoot webs, right? What if instead of doing that, I actually just, like, filled this up with stone? And then forgot about it. And left that locked. Now, what if I just did that instead? Yeah. What happens if Tharamas? As far as the other one is God knows where. Oh no, YouTube's undead, chat. YouTube's a ghost! Spooky. Terrifying. Actually, somewhere I should go. I should unforbid that. Keep following you and set you back to do other tasks. Let's see what's happening around the fort. Oh, do you want to see our condo? We made you a series of vacation homes. Would you like to be introduced to them? You've spent many time in them, and you admired them once or twice. This is a gold chain. This is Freeway's vacation home right here. This is Freeway's timeout corner. And this is Freeways was here, smiley face. We deleted the library, actually. My vampire was spending too much time in it and wasting many 2 hours, so we deleted the library. Maybe I'll give the library back. I kind of forgot about that, actually. I don't even mean that as a joke. I genuinely deleted the library. But I will give you the library back. Because it does have 114 books in it. No, my vampire was spending too much time in the why are there people dying in the hospital? This is unacceptable. I shall make my vampire also a doctor. So now he's got an additional task on top of his normals. Eating dwarves, which is very important and time-consuming, because he just ate Udib the fish cleaner. And now he's giving people water. Oh, I know what the problem is. I may have turned off my well. Whoops. That drained quickly. I kind of thought it would last longer. But based on what he's doing with the water, I think my well is empty. Yep. My well's empty. Oh well. I haven't been well, says Toasted. I mean, oddly fitting. I mean, he was also near an arranged bed. It is interesting. After witnessing somebody die. Also, what are you running away from in fear? That seems not okay. These dwarves are all running away from something, and I don't know what it is. Oh. Citation needed. How long do you suppose those dwarves have been fighting with that giant toad? Probably a while, right? Like, it has to have been a while. Getting rid of libraries is always in vogue. I'm sorry, Elmiran. How about beating up the giant toad? Uh-oh. Speaking of... Oh no, a dwarf died of dehydration in the hospital. Ignoring hospitals and letting dwarves die of dehydration, definitely in vogue. I guess that's why the doctors are always so well dressed in Dwarf Fortress. It also seems that my army has returned. Which means I should be able to pause the game now. Let's see how they went. You now have a mango smoothie? Hell yeah! I have frozen mango. Oh, there's literally nothing there. Well, that's why it went well. There's nothing there to attack. The Frothy Witch. Let's go pillage them. You noticed the toad during the siege? I really hope that was a different toad. It would explain the moods getting so bad and a lot of jobs getting canceled, actually. This is what happens when your viewport is so limited, you know. I would actually recommend trying to play a fort, or like a year of a fort that you've been playing for a while like this, where you only follow one dwarf. It is so fucking difficult. You're just gonna get stuck real quickly and have a really hard time doing almost anything. I think I can probably make a bunch of tombs now, so that's good. But I'm just waiting for the 18th so I can turn on a pump. Just waiting for the 20th, there it is. Okay, you turn on right there. Believe it or not, this will actually let me get some bodies out of here. Huh. I'm sure that's fine, right? You killed a Wolverine, man? He killed a Wolverine, man! He killed Wolverine, man! That's crazy. What Professor X think of that? He's an enemy of the Birds of Fame. I've never heard of them, so they can't be that famous. Once again, this is a Forgotten Beast. It is a great three-eyed mayfly. It has a knobby trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison bite. Alrighty, bitey, go get him! Do you think our vampires got this, chat? Oh, that's a bug, not a bird. Where are you going? That's the wrong way! I guess it's dead. I presume it's dead. Hey, chat, what happens when you take a bunch of dwarves and a bunch of very angry dwarves and a cranky Forgotten Beast? You get a corpse, apparently. I wish I knew what happened. Maybe we're gonna run past it. No? I presume it's dead. Oh well, dead. Easy peasy. All right, I need help burying all these bodies. I'm gonna do something I haven't done since like the beginning of the fort. Oh, never mind. I must have done that a while ago then. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. this was supposed to pump off the wall. But obviously it's not, because clearly I forgot to do the very basic thing that this whole project was supposed to do right here, which it's now obviously not doing because I didn't do the very basic thing that it needed to do, which is fucking put a hole in the wall back there. I think a bunch of peasants killed it. Bird. Maybe not. Never mind, that was a ghost that killed that one. Unrelated. But I think that you did in fact owe me $1, so I appreciate the potato. Chat, can I get a round of beers to properly appreciate the potato? Ever had a Montreal-style hot dog? You mean a crappy hot dog? Yeah. I'm not much of a hot dog person. I like flame-grilled hot dogs primarily. But I'm not a big fan of steamed hot dogs.
Letterin cheered. X100.
Letterin, thank you very much for the $1. Holler for $1. I'm actually just kind of curious. Only one. I feel like there should be more. So now the question is, when and where will the next siege arrive? Because it's going to happen. It will happen eventually. And it won't take forever. Although I will say the best thing I've had in Montreal, just because it was asked in YouTube chat a while ago and I missed it, was probably a bagel. Outside of like fancy foods at nice restaurants, that was just good food. Bagels. It's the thing that's consistently good in Montreal. Also, Nod Rog Kram in YouTube chat has informed us that they've backed Dorf. By the way, who here doesn't know what DORF is? Has anybody here not been informed of the glory of Dorf yet? Because if you haven't, would you like to have Dorf inflicted on you? And I don't mean Dwarf Fortress. Here, I shall inflict some Dorf upon people. Whether or not you'll be interested in this can be answered very simply and quickly. Do you, by chance, like Command & Conquer? Oh yeah, I want this on CD. Later on. I wonder how many Wilhelms are in this. Sorry, the frame rate's mean out the game. For some reason, my web browser doesn't like Kickstarter. It just keeps getting better, too. even know what the fuck that is. There's like Tesla coils and then just like Tesla man. Thumbs up. This was originally supposed to be a open Red Alert because there's an open source build of Red Alert from ages ago, like 2015, 14 or something that like started getting worked on, and this was supposed to be a mod for that, and anyway, one thing led to another, and oops, they accidentally their own video game. I've been following this thing like on social media and YouTube for like easily 5 years, maybe longer. Like that thing's just been bashing around for a long time. No, I think it's just people like grew up with Red Alert and are like, I can make video games. Yo, it's cheaper to like do that than it would be to try and license a bunch of current tech. Yeah, people liked Tempest Rising. I didn't like the look of Tempest Rising enough to get into Tempest Rising. I don't even know if I'm gonna play that. I know I will listen to the soundtrack because holy fuck, that's a good soundtrack. Yeah, if the game's itself soundtrack is half as good as the music in that trailer, I will be listening to that. No, like they have like a description on the Kickstarter page about what they're actually doing to make the game look like that. But apparently it's apparently going to have a single player campaign and maybe a co-op mode. So, you know. That stuff was being done like 10 years ago. Yeah, well, I mean, they've apparently got like a custom shader engine or something so that the lighting looks the way it does. All sorts of crazy stuff. But yeah, no, if you go into that thing's YouTube channel, like there's videos of that, of various builds of that game from ages ago that look quite a bit different. It has definitely seen a few coats of paint over the years. Wounded. Giant Olm, potentially. We're going on a rescue mission. Yeah, I would say that like if Tempest Rising was like, I don't want to say generals, but like the 3D era of CNC, this is like isometric, like pre that. So either somebody just died, I think somebody just, or they stood up. Tis entirely possible they got up. Better have FMV cutscenes, and it better just be like the devs with the green screen. Yeah, I think somebody died. Well. Apparently, Tosid has equipped it a skirt. Just thought I'd pass that along. Tosid's getting all classy. Yeah, this is more RE2. Or RA2, not RE. Good, Charles.
Happy to be here, Blind.
Good to see you,
Thank you for the endless DF fun, brother. Crypt beer.
Thanks for sticking around, mate. After all this time, checking to get around to beers for Good Charles. Keeping that supply for 20th month. I was going to pause on the 10th, but now on the 13th. I hope we get sieged again. But if we don't, in summer, I will manufacture a siege. I can just change the difficulty settings such that we'll just get sieged. Let's pause. wild how many tombs have been assigned that the bodies are all just gone. Let's just go here. Ghost. Ghost. Those dwarves still haven't returned. Has that other dwarf left? I'm just gonna remove these 3 from the squad so that they don't have to leave. I will create a new squad. No, not crossbows. Tisk. Can't actually do that. Because they're traveling. We need them to come back. Not really. I played several thousand hours of it and got tired of it. Lysergic. They're asking if I like RimWorld. It's just not a game I play very... Well, it's not a game I play anymore. Just stopped enjoying it at a point. I tend to do that. If I stop enjoying a game, I stop playing a game. Also, hey Phineas. We are late spring. This fortress ends in fall. So we are getting there. I think when the dwarves return from this next siege, the next thing we do is we go after the caverns again. Well, good for you. All these dwarves just sitting here reading books once more. Flair's troops. Not a fan of that pony there. Should butcher them. Uh-oh. Queenslayer's throwing a tantrum. Looks like the other vampire has killed somebody. How do we feel about there being a secondary vampire, chat? I enjoy it. Lysergic? Sorry if I'm being very simple answers with those questions, but like, what makes you play this game over something like RimWorld? I don't enjoy RimWorld. I enjoy this game. But it's that simple. You think they should duel? I don't think that I can make them duel, unfortunately. He would have to go berserk for me to make him duel. But, you know, he's already killed a few people. So we'll see how this goes. I know you're not trying to attack. I just don't like it when this is the only subject of discussion and it tends to stick around. Because I feel like I've made my statements on that many, many times, even if you haven't heard them before. I played a lot of it, got bored of it, don't really want to play it anymore, so I don't. It's all good. It's all good. Immortal Combat? Wouldn't really be a fair fight. This dwarf is significantly better. Also, I know it's the 21st, but let's take a look at how that fight went. Future Burned is the name of the goblin who led it. The dwarves Zathan outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and did they kill him? Nope. Yes, they did. It seems that Ral Bishop killed him. I like it when goblins are named Ned. Cheers. Well, here's the short version. RimWorld is a strategy game with some storytelling elements. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox focused on storytelling and procedural events. I just like the structure of this game more. And as a more creative player, it scratches itches that RimWorld doesn't even attempt to. So, RimWorld's just not that interesting after a while. For me, anyway. Named Future Burned? What about with someone named Future Burned? Would you sign paperwork and make a deal with Future Burned? The only thing that they really have in common is, like, they both came from the same basic idea of making a game that is both strategic but also allows you, the player, to write stories. That's basically it. And the developer of RimWorld owes a lot of their success to Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress owes a lot of its success to RimWorld. This one just keeps me playing longer. What if Future Burned had bike lanes, though? Greg, and then some. And, like, really good public transit. Then you could get me to live in Future Burned. You know, honestly. It's like all those places that have, like, really, like, lousy sounding names of places. Names. Where it's like, disgusting North Dakota or whatever. It's Tubal. And then whomever. Just gonna wait for another 20 seconds, then we'll unpause. Hey chat, we're in late spring. We got 1.5 seasons left. You excited? We're getting there. This fortress is almost over. Yeah, true, actually. I guess that's also British Columbia, to a point. We have forest fire season. We actually have 3 seasons now, you know? We used to have 2. It used to be cold and rain, and now it's 3, which is cold, rain, and fire! I'm not a fan of the 3rd one. We should get rid of it. What is this spring you speak of? I never said spring. What? You said spring. I said summer, rain, and fire. Although thankfully we don't change our clocks anymore, so we are pretty based in that way. So many dead bodies. Holy shit. Hello, Eternal Archangels. How's you? I don't know if I should redo my funny explanation of why RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are different. I don't know if anybody in chat hasn't heard it, because I feel like I've said it so many times over the years, but my funny explanation as to why RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are different is RimWorld is a toy box, except it's not yours and you don't own it. And the toys are all owned by your friend, and he's an asshole. And every time you go over to that friend's house, even though he has all the cool toys, when you go to play with the toys, he occasionally will let you look at the toys, and sometimes he even hands you one of them. But the second he wants his toy back, instead of being a normal person and saying, hey mate, can I have my toy back? He kicks you in the balls and takes the toy from you, and then whacks you over the head with it, and then cries so that his mom comes and sends you home early. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is just a toy box. That's actually why I like Dwarf Fortress more. And, you know, some people are into the self-flagellation. I'm just not. Speaking of, the other vampire got beaten up again for more of the crimes he committed, and now he's back in hospital. First of many rounds, I suppose. Oh yeah, and sometimes that friend that you don't like will get a really cool new toy and he'll offer to rent it to you or sell it to you. But then when he sells it to you, he still keeps it and beats you up with it. The douche. God damn. You may enjoy this bowl of everything flavored Cheez-Its. It's not possible to get to the bottom. And when we say everything, we mean everything? Yes. This is why I don't have this discussion with people, Lysujik. This is why I don't have this discussion with people. All right. I missed the 5th. Are you sure you're not just talking about those awful gummy bears? No, those awful jelly beans that just taste like Bean Boozled. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, chat. We got 1 season left. Don't let the chat get lurky now. Help me through. We can make it. The last thing I see is about sadness and depression season. And now the game I don't want to compare to Dwarf Fortress. Can we talk about anything else? Help me out here, chat. What'd you eat for dinner? A more pleasant discussion. From a more civilized age. You had RC Cola for dinner? I'm so sorry for your loss. Who hurt you? For your loss, who hurt you? Are you okay? Are you going to survive? At least, like, put some noodles in that RC Cola. Come on, you need some, like, actual substance in your meals. Speaking of Mario, has that mod ever actually been updated? Shampoo? What shampoo do I use? Is that what you're asking me? Head and Shoulders. Trying to get your friends to buy Scamline. Why are you trying to scam your friends? Just get them into crypto. It's the best way to scam your friends. And also to make them not your friends anymore. Ghost has been beaten up by an engraver, and another former dwarf can be heard howling throughout the fortress. Meanwhile, there's a dwarf down there just eating brains, because that's what we do. Gigmoth, thanks for the 24th month. Welcome back, mate. Chuck, can I get a round of beers for Gigmoth? Keeping that sub alive for 24 months. That might be 2 years. I'm not very good at math. That requires a couple beers, I think. Your most recent fort, you've been following around a specific dwarf named Rakist, Big Boss. In our first fight, he was whipped in the head by an elf corpse at the night and the skull fracture. Oof, yeah, that would do it. Especially if it was like an intelligent undead corpse. Those things can be tough. Oh shit, I thought it was the 15th. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I kind of don't care. Pretending it's the 15th for all intent and purpose. We're gonna go through this. Gonna go to this. We're gonna go to this. Get everybody training. Get a hack squad of randos. We need to get into the underworld. How have you not been buried yet? That's crazy. Speaking of. Okay. Down into here. I can dig into you, right there. I can channel down into that, but that maybe might not be the most smartest thing. What I could do is I could channel into that. All right, let's put away some rock bone bolts and get underground. You mean rockets, Greg, and then some? Yeah, the scariest undeads are the ones that can either push or pull Dave Danger, or the ones that can, like, cause dizziness or nausea. Because they just, like, run in, everybody's, like, incapacitated, and then boom, everything's dead. I had a fort where I was building battlements so that my Marksdwarves could shoot down. Oh, shit. He rethought his personal values after suffering art defacement. We'll have to look into that in a sec. But we've checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? But it was essentially like trying to fight a fucking Jedi with force pull. He would just pull the dwarves through. They would just pull the dwarves through the battlements and then down into my own lava mode. It was horrendous. It was horrifying to witness. No, American Smarties are rockets. Wait, what are rockets? You said American Smarties are a travesty. Then you're referring to rockets. I'm not gonna get into this because I've been streaming for 10 hours, but one is disgusting and the other's a little chocolate treat. But what about you? Disillusioned. He learned to disdain loyalty. He hates loyalty because of art defacement. I like this. This is kind of funny. He sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and does not particularly value the truth and doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't particularly value loyalty, which is apparently less extreme. But I don't know if that's necessarily less extreme. That's what I wanted. Is there a way to generate more than 2 layers? You just want deep soil then, hey? Just settle anywhere with deep soil. Why do you want so much soil? But, yeah, you would need areas with deep soil, but some areas can't have deep soil, like mountains won't have deep soil, as an example. But I've had, like, soil that's like 5, 6, 7 layers deep before, and that's just default settings. A vile force of goblins have arrived. The army is commanded by the Maradoff Youth Strike. Well, that's a pretty grand name. That's a pretty grand name. How vile am I going to be? In this situation, chat. Because what I would say, if we're going to go max Evil Hive of Scum and Villainy, we're digging too deep. We're just going to lock the door. When dwarves start dying would be when we fight back. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the Maradoff Youth Strike. Beware their elite mounted goblin macemen. Youth Strike does sound like a youth club hardcore band. That is true. That is the vilest. They brought dragons. They brought cave dragons. Actually, I haven't seen their faces yet. God, Mineras look so fun. You know, honestly, I agree. Dang indeed, man. They've got fully kitted out armor. You know, it's funny. Some people have been mentioning that, like, the armies are bugged. They're not. But some people have been mentioning that they think the armies are bugged because they show up without as good armor. It's because the way the game determines their strength, like the strength of the armies, is they have like a loadout point system, similar to how you do when you embark. And it turns out that that is now like dependent for like size of army as well as gear. It used to just be size of army. Or rather, it used to not be size of army. It used to be you set the number of enemies they could send and they would just be fully kitted. But now because they have like a point system where they can decide, the game can decide what to bring based on what items and materials they have access to, they don't actually have enough points to bring full suits of armor on the easy setting if they're bringing a full-scale army. It's just like the easy setting is like a little bit too low, maybe. So turn your difficulty up if you want bigger armies with more gear. Oh my god, and they've got jabbers? Okay, well. There go everybody. Does it affect other things? It affects mounts they can bring. I mean, what, the difficulty? No, the difficulty also affects, like, frequency of sieges, but you can go customize that. Okay, that's just a visitor. Another ghost has been put to rest. I realize I'm not following the vampire, but it's because I do need some cinematic shots for this fort. Man, they're already running past. Hey, check. Can we get another round of a Vile Force of Darkness? Oh no! One of my dwarves got left outside. He's a recruit. What squad are you in? Furnaces of Equality. Let's see if I can let you back in. I'll try. An ambush, curse them. More goblins have arrived. Come on, dwarves. The last few recruits head inside. You and you. Except I don't want these dwarves running around with ranged weapons. I want them with melee weapons. Good luck, though. Uh-oh. Oh, YouTube was laid to rest. That's fine. All right, dwarves, that's it. I'm not giving you another chance. Where's my vampire? We're all down here. That's cool. Okay, so all this is dried up, as I would expect. Channel into that. Drain that out. So down here is what I need to get to. What if I actually just channel through this as well? It's a black diamond cluster, which is kind of a pain in the ass. But I will do it anyway. Swap that squad over to melee. How many bars am I at? Fucking tons. I should just make a bunch of iron armor. Iron bolts, iron swords, iron shields. So there definitely are dwarves outside. We'll check on the first. Just how bad it is. Well, we're down here watching our commander of the military give out orders. I mean, after all, he is a professional sword dwarf. He clearly knows a thing or two about stabbing. I really, really hope that we can see the battering ram knock down the front bridge. We do have some dead dwarves up on the surface. So where's the majority of the goblins then? They are under us, it looks like. Oh my god. That is a not small army. And that is a not smart battering ram. Will we make it up? Nope. Keeps getting stuck. That is one hell of an army, though. Holy shit. Maybe they're just, like, doing laps, you know? They can't skip leg day. Man, the pathing on those battering rams is something else, Chad. It is something else. Uh-oh, I think somebody committed a crime. Yep. Alright, which one of you fuckwits did it? Someone named Vokar committed a crime. And Queenslayer. I mean, Queenslayer did slay the queen, okay? So that is fair. Alright. Vampire McGee will run up to the top. Those are Jabberers. They're like giant turkeys, basically. They're a Cavern Layer 3 creature that have a ridiculously good accuracy when shooting for the head. When I say shooting, I mean biting. Basically, they pluck you. They run up. Okay, imagine an ostrich the size of an elephant. That's what that is. With a really sharp beak. They're almost as dumb, except heads are delicious. I don't know if I'll teleport it, but I might, like, give it a more direct route. I think if I teleport it, it might destroy it. If I teleport it, it might destroy it. Okay, so let's see. Is the ram still stuck in the corner? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this. Pretty... Oh, actually, that might have been a bad idea. I didn't really think that one through. Oh, well, it's fine. Holy fucking shit. It just dug through this quicker than I thought it... Yeah, okay, we're fine. That's... kind of awesome. Okay, sorry. I need to dig through that. And get me a great pick. Because that's my vampire's new toy. They just gave my vampire a new weapon. Great pick, great Scott. I need to know if I can even equip it. I don't know if I can. I mean, I didn't even have enough tiles designated to do that. Preach hell. That would be funny, though. We're gonna need to lock the queen in a bunker pretty soon. Some dwarves can, based on size of dwarf, like greatswords, possibly, yeah. Although it is made of god metal, so it will be it's really light. So I don't know if weight would factor into that much, but... We'll have to check in on the goblins on the 10th. As soon as that hits. This has been the longest 9th of Malachite I've seen in a while. Okay, let's go down to here. Oh, I see the problem. Literally, dwarves don't have access to down here. Okay, Queenie's up there. We'll leave her there for right now. Okay, so they're all just kind of congregating down here. Oh shit, they're building up. They're trying to get up into here. I don't know how well that'll work. Oopsies, that was not what I wanted. That's the help menu. I forget that menu exists. Okay, so the goblins are in fact making some progress, but not enough. What if I just... Tarn really needs to give the directional ability of these morons a second pass. Maybe a third and a fourth. Come on, boys. You got one job. Meanwhile, we're fighting with the giant orb. I'm gonna jump back down. Oh, it's the 11th. That's fine. I'll still queue up some stuff to be cut through. And this can go right there. Tarn was worried they would be too strong, according to the interview that I did with him a while ago. There's a help menu for the help menu. That's a classic thing. Yeah. I mean, if you hit the help menu and then wherever it is, it's... But yeah, no, it's the help menu and the help menu and the help menu and the help menu. They're like, it's nested help menus. They've had those for forever. I've never actually, like, looked for it in this version. You know, I'll be honest, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually opened this menu. I am the help menu! Next, you're gonna tell me there's an assistance screen. Chat, we're about to get by some ads. I'll make sure nothing wild happens during said ads. As a dwarf dies. Oh no, a dwarf's been missing for a week. I wonder why. But yeah, Tarn said that, like, he was worried they would be too strong if he made them quicker and whatnot. Oh. I thought you were gonna go eat somebody. Or, like, chain somebody. Instead, you just went and, like, ate a dwarf. Great. Just, like, got distracted from, like, his police job and then instead just went and ate someone. You know, just normal police activities. Well, they found their way through. Because they're not back here. Oh, there they are. Well, they're moving very slowly, is the good news. But they are moving in the right direction now. You got a hankering for a snack, okay? Can't hate a man for needing a snack. Yeah, I don't think I can teleport the whole thing. You didn't see nothing, chat. I'm just trying to give them a hand. They need it. I'm just waiting for those ads to finish. Actually, something else I want to check. Okay, it's already there. Let's take you off of display. And then go here, and then go equip. And then say details, and then remove this, and then say specific weapon. Vampire! With a couple of question marks in there to make it interesting. Uh-oh. Good news and bad news, chat. The good news is the ads are over. The bad news is something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. And apparently there's heat that we checked for. What Delary is this? Didn't see shit? No. So now we get to find out how this goes. It may also be a two-handed weapon. Oh, I see where I fucked up. Buddy, just get out of the squad for a second. I set it as a uniform, I didn't equip it to him. Yeah, it looks like he can't actually have it equipped. Let's see about with a shield? Without a shield, rather. What devilry this is? Yeah, I mean, some sort of clown show. This seems bad. I don't think you can equip it, chat. Queen can have it then. That's a shame. That's a shame. All right, let's see how these goblins are doing, if they need more help from acts of God. Or if they've made progress. All right, Operation Teleport the Fuckers. Let's see if that works. Actually, let's do a quick save first, and I'll go back if it doesn't work. I am not pleased with the battering's inability to ram. At least they can knock over trees now. Like, on flat maps, they're pretty effective. Tarn was saying in the last interview, he was saying that he needs to give them a check so that if they can't make it to your fort, they just don't send battering rams at all. And I agree! Defeated by a hill. You know, honestly, I've been defeated by a hill in real life. Like, decided, I'm going to go do a thing. And then, like, I don't want to walk up that hill. Stayed home anyway. Well, what do we do, chat? Do I go back and then just ignore it? Or do we hope that they figure out some other way of breaking the door down? I mean, like, they've tried this, and that would have worked. But they either ran out of blocks or stopped being able to figure out how to get through. So they tried. And I would say it was a valiant attempt. They did embrace... Yeah, I will just jump back. Grumble. The thing is, they might also still have a whole bunch of the ambushes that I don't know about. Because we just literally can't see them yet. Alright, hang in there, chat room. I do have my final weapon. Let's see if that allows him to get through. And if it doesn't, well then, oh well. That's not what I wanted. There's so much random miasma in so many places. Is it doing a submarine impression? I don't know what it's doing, man. They're definitely making submarine sounds while they walk back and forth, though. They're going as they walk back and forth. Okay, so on the 25th, I will pause and we'll see if we can dig deeper down in the caverns. I don't even know what that last scary monster was. Uh-oh. One sparse has been found dead. Of what? I don't know. But one sparse has been found dead, so F's for one sparse. One sparse, more like one dead. Still, they're gonna find a way into the fort at some point. No, that's next weekend. There's no race this weekend, Shinobi. Also check, can I get a round of F's for sparse? Are they all reporting crimes? My god, they are. Okay, we're at the 25th. That's all adamantine that is now accessible, but it's underneath lava, which makes it somewhat less accessible. I could go up to here. So I'm going to dig through this, dig through this, dig through this. I'm gonna dig down through that, hoping there's water under that. I'm gonna go up to here and dig through that and that. And follow the vampire for a wee bit. They're like your old Toyota Corolla. What does that mean? Defeated by a hill? My mom and dad had a Honda Civic when I was little, a 1990s Honda Civic. That was a manual, and it was incapable of restarting on a hill. My dad could do it somehow, but my mom couldn't do it to this point where my mom would take a 30-minute detour to not have to go up a hill with a stoplight on it. Because she was just scared she wouldn't be able to get going again. Which, honestly, I respect that hustle now that I'm an adult. As a kid, I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. Nah, you'll be fine, Mom. And there was one time... Stick shift, yep. There was one time when we were in that car and came around a corner in the dark. My dad was driving and I felt a thunk. I was looking at my Game Boy, so not really paying much attention. And then my dad's like, I think I just hit a bear. We came around a corner in the dark road where I grew up, and sure enough, there was a bear. Bear was fine. Car was fine. Weird day. We're into late summer. You learned to drive a 3-speed? All 3 of the speeds? Third, fourth, and fifth. Come on. I just want to get this mountain home completed. I wonder if I convict the queen of a crime, do you think that they will arrest her for it? I'll be honest, I've never tried. So I actually don't know what would happen. Okay, so that's just directly underneath this. How about plan B? That's plan B. Let's check the surface. Well, that's a good sign. Hey, look at this. Are they just doing loop-de-loops now? Okay, so here's a sidebar. They're also like hanging out right here. What if I just like built a... I could deconstruct that, but... I don't really want to just open the front door. Chat, I need suggestions. I mean, would the vampire open the front door? I mean, he doesn't value loyalty. What if? What if he opened the front door? And hell at the same time? No. Hell could be like 30 layers down. I genuinely have no idea how far down I would need to go to open up hell. Unless I cheat, I genuinely don't think I have enough time to open hell. Especially considering it takes like 2.5 minutes to cut through one tile of adamantine now. I would have to get extremely lucky. Or I guess in this case, unlucky. Well, now we wait. Drid, we're just about to end this fortress. Do you want to see a bunch of people die? How was the stream? What are you lads playing at the minute? It depends on if these goblins can learn how to drive. Is really kind of the deciding factor here. There we go. Well, that's a good sign. That is a good sign. Okay, cool. Cool. So I need to hide the queen. Hey, Queenie. I need you to do me a favor, madam. I need you to go down into there and hide your pretty face right now. Oh, never mind. She's taking a nap. Well, that makes things difficult. Oh, actually, no, that makes things easy. She's taking a nap. I'll just lock the door. Okay, Queen, you live there now. Okay, so you hang out over here. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And also, if there are any mods lurking, could I get a round of beers for the mods? Goblins are coming in. Let the games begin. So the question is where? Yeah, I maintain that these might be the dumbest goblins in the Goblin. The dumbest goblins to have ever goblined. Like, I've never seen goblins so poorly. But, you know, I shouldn't give them too much credit. Now, what I don't need to give credit is my vampire. There he goes. Instantly goes into a martial trance. And begins to shred. Now he has to, you know, convict somebody of a crime that they very clearly committed. Although the game's hitching real quick. Oh, now it's done. He's decided he needs to go arrest somebody. Did he get any injuries? Strikes the goblin in the mace, goblin swordsman in the left foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. It's a lot of that. A lot of sailing off in an arc. Go chain someone up. Or don't. So the goal here is to have nobody left alive, except for the queen and the vampire. I mean, he's gonna go get busy now. He needs a snack after all. It's been a long day. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he actually just wants to arrest the guy. Here I thought you were gonna eat him, but nope. You actually just want to arrest him. Of course, he had to wait for him to wake up before he could arrest him, because you can never arrest somebody while they're sleeping. Bombrek, the engraver, unrelated, has made a marble figurine of Godin Banner riddled. I don't know who that is. To shred, to rip, and to tear. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry do that be? This is the strangest route to the prison I've ever seen any dwarf take. Alright, well. He just, like, murdered that goblin while doing his judicial duty of arresting this dwarf. Okay, there you go. Now you can go back to being a murdered pyre. Quickly executes. Just gonna see how bad is it at the minute. What's still to come? All of that. He took the scenic route. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I don't know why he's arresting all these dwarves, but I'm just gonna let him do it. Because this is kind of amazing. He's just like, no, all of you are prisoners. You broke the law. You failed to complete the Queen's production orders. We cannot permit this. We just can't. And also, this goblin has to die while I'm at it. Several more goblins. Goblins and beak dogs. I should bring the other soldiers up, shouldn't I? Oh, the game's hitching again. Does that mean that I did something stupid down there in the basement? It's entirely possible. Jesus Christ. That's okay. The game's just thinking about it. It'll catch up. It's thinking really hard about it. You haven't made exactly the thing that the queen ordered yet. The thing that I didn't even read the description of. Man, if you fell into that lava right there, I would have been so disappointed. Okay, so let's bring my other squads up here. Execute criminal! Buddy! Like, this is your priority right now? Who are you going to go execute? You're chasing them out of the fortress? How can people be so glum? That's the thing you have to say. That was probably the criminal. I'm flabbergasted. Dude. Is he losing it? Like, I really hope that the criminal is like one of the goblins. Because he's just charging the entire army. You know, chat, if it ends here, it ends here. I was hoping it would last slightly longer than that. Who is he trying to execute, though? You're confused? I mean, he ran in and died. He just was trying to execute somebody that he couldn't get to. I mean, he clearly went completely insane. Clearly. I was trying to set him up to be in a position where he could, like, have survived a bit longer, but I don't really see another option here. Oh, no, he's dead. He's 100% dead. Yeah. He charged into an entire goblin army and died. Like, yeah, that's gonna kill you. I don't care how strong you are. I'm sorry if you were expecting more from him, but he wasn't a zombie. I think in gameplay it's anticlimactic. I can make that not anticlimactic in a video, don't worry. Especially because the fight ain't even over yet. The goblins are regrouping. I mean, with our leadership gone. I really hope he comes back as a ghost. Doesn't value the law, totally dies. No, he doesn't value, he values law. He doesn't value loyalty. That was the difference, right? He valued the law. He just didn't value loyalty. Those are not the same thing. Trying to spot dwarves I could follow. Like, this is kind of the 300 Spartans moment right here. Also, I would say Uncle Sage, I don't think it's anticlimactic. It did end quick. I was hoping he would kill maybe like 6 or 7 of them. Like, I knew he would die the second he charged that army, but like, it's very much a like, that was not a fight you were getting out of. It was the only thing the goblins were afraid of. I mean, it'd be great if the goblins leave. Like, if this ends with the dwarves winning somehow, that would be incredible, but I don't see that happening. We do still have, like, a little tiny squad left. Oh, never mind. Most of them are dead now. The question is, will the queen survive? Do have this dwarf here. It's out of ammo. Trying her best. Dying as swiftly as any would. Oh, the mayor's fallen. Let's find a goblin with a name. Somebody who's become legendary from this. This is Nagazring Lash Demon. Just killed a vampire lunchable. I wonder who killed Tosid. It would probably be very hard to figure that out, but somebody killed a kitten, you monster. Need to figure out what goblin killed Tosid. Somebody with a much longer name than normal. Also, a bunch of these goblins are now lords because of this fight. Where are you? Where are you? Check legends? That might be faster. Kind of don't want to unless I have to, but to be honest, I always forget that this screen is even here. I'm sorry, what? Where, hyena? Yeah, I could just... We're about to get hit by ads. I'll just check. You just got here, what'd you miss? You're about to see the credits sequence. That might be from a while ago. Greg and then some. Remember, the queen is still locked in a room by herself. I would just like to remind everybody, the queen is still alive. She's just locked in a room. So if by some fucking miracle, the goblins retreat, the queen will live on to tell the tale of this fucking fort. Tosid. Guilt Monk. Tosid was killed by... Struck down by the goblin Snowdub Fortune Hex. With a silver great axe. What a way to start. I mean, it's his only kill, right? It's born in the year 80. Anything can, yeah. Yeah, by the way, his total kills were 62 notable, 47 others, if anybody's wondering. That kills vampires. Oh yeah, this machine kills vampires. I mean, we were the baddies. Like, let's be honest. The vampire was the baddie. So there's a real chance she won't be found. You're not wrong. Actually, she's sleeping in her quarters. It's just the quarters that she claimed when she first got here, not when she inherited the throne. Because the other queen that we had previously was killed by the other vampire. That's the truly hysterical part. So does anybody remember the name of that snow dub, right? It's a dub. Did anybody write down the name of the goblin? I didn't. There's only 4 of them. That's matched fell. Something hex, yes. Fortune hex, there you are. Just double checking I did in fact have my recording going. Okay, who's left? Just looking for a spot where there's like a last stand happening. Let's tell everybody to just get melee weapons. Who's still alive? Somebody chained up or anything sad like that? Oh, there's somebody in here. They're all trying to go get gear. There's the queen. Locked in her quarters, thirsty. Looks kind of doofy, not the top goblin. Oh, certainly not. Oh, hey, one of you got a sword. Kind of elite Marksdwarf here. He's trying to climb something. There's a bunch of dwarves here fist fighting with a troll who's trying to topple something. The goblins did save him, though. We do have some skilled dwarves left. I mean, named dwarves still alive. You've still got Micah, who's trying to fire a bolt thrower. That's maybe not a good idea. Desktop Bogwater soft cups was drained with blood by Toasted. Nice, perfect. Tasted like Bogwater. That's it. That's a good entry. This was one of the starting 7 dwarves. Just gonna go get a snack. He's got some beak dog meat. It's final insult to the goblins. And then grabs his hammer and runs away in fear. Let's see if I can expel him. Oh, I can't because he's a nobility. Who else? Man, you're caged? Oh my god. Because this dwarf is caged. Until they starve to death, the fortress will just live on. Here goes Bishop, the legendary spear dwarf. He's got 8 other kills, along with 9 notable. Let's see if I can just tell all of them to go up here. Let's see how many Bishop can take out. He's already tired, so only so many. But he is in the stairs. He's got a choke point. And he's right next to Dastot, the Swordmaster. He's one of my other quiet heroes. 13 notable kills. As well as 9 others. You're gonna go take a nap though. That's not good. Same with you. It's a good way to die. Although they'll rest better now than they would before. Question is, will they wake up? So where are the remaining goblins? Or are they leaving? Oh my god. Chat room? I think they're leaving. Also, did you see that the goblins built their own little stairway up? I think they are, yeah. Including these lazy fucks. They can do that? Oh yeah, they can give up. What, they can build their own little stairways? Oh yeah. They tried to build one over there, it didn't go so well. Now the dwarves are using it. Man. Well, they're almost all dead. Turns out we were able to take them out. The question is, can we kill these last few? We're now hunting. I mean, we do still have a few very talented combat dwarves. Oh, confirm. Yeah, that was back in November, the Siege update. They added battering rams, much smarter enemy sieges. The enemies can dig. Sometimes they're just not super enthusiastic about it, which is probably for the best. The battering rams are pretty dumb, but they can bring them. Kill goblins. Damn right. It's a mission if I ever saw one. Let's see if Dastot can clear. I don't know, the way I headcanon all of this is the vampire betrayed them. And opened the gates to let the goblins in. That's it, that's the siege. And that's the queen. Man, she had a bad night's sleep. Like, literally, she went to bed and woke up, and the fortress looks like this. I'm just going to do this real quick. They killed him without finding the queen. That is true. And where is his body? It should be around here. There it is. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, wait, no, that's it. Yeah, there he is. There's our Tosid. I think this is a cause for an abandon the fortress. I don't think any dwarves in their right mind would try to recover this place. I will do one save and continue playing. It's almost a final girl situation with the queen. Not quite. Almost. Did you have fun, chat? We followed a vampire for 10 years. I'm probably off by like 20 days or so. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. I will be taking tomorrow off. The normal schedule. Same with Friday. For a few reasons. I've been a little bit off in the moods recently, but I've spent last weekend and the weekend before prepping for this to just be edited into a video. I've recorded all of the footage from the entirety of this fortress for like the last 15 years of it, because the fortress was actually longer than that. And I'm going to spend tomorrow, the day after, the day after, the day after, and the day after, and the day after, editing this fortress into one giant video. If you enjoyed this fortress, there will be more of it. Also, did anybody else notice that Micah, the Duke of Grizzly Onions, survived? Was one of the starting 7. The remaining dwarves still alive are Bishop, Micah, the Queen. Everybody's getting geared up. Yervad, Dastot. I think Dastot needs a name. Because, damn. Yervad. Wounds. Because he didn't make it through uninjured. But he did quite well. I mean, like, holy shit, dude. How's Micah doing? Became more of a thrill seeker, that's for sure. After seeing Tiny Hippo's dead body. Yeah, I mean it needs a new coat of paint. I mean, sorry, it's recently been repainted. Yes. Taylor, thanks for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. Near a tastefully arranged bed. I really like the way this fortress looks, even with all the miasma everywhere. It kind of adds to the aesthetic, honestly. I mean, there's something about this fortress that's just fucking beautiful. Just all the different colors that we got. Mwah. All right. Goodbye, After Casket. You lived up to your name. Are they being tended? They'll be fine if I abandon the fortress. Now we get to figure out what we're doing next in this world. If you can think of something cool, I don't know, let me know on Flux or Discord. Or send me an email. Whatever works. Because we'll do another fort. in this world. I think because it's so vertical, I want to do something with lava cannons. I mean, obviously we have to go fucking World War Dwarf and just go after these goblins. I mean, the dipped volcano needs vengeance for what they did to their new mountain home. That's for sure. It was a good one. Good fun. It's been a little bit since I've had a fortress actually end with, like, everybody bleeding out on the floor. I feel like the last few I've done, I've just kind of been like, yep, done everything I wanted to do. Now I got vengeance in my heart. You'd say dig a hole? I'll have to consider that one. You know, you say that, Jonathan, but we could do, like, the only use ramps. Like, I've done those before. Those are fun. The frustrating thing about only ramps is, like, then you can't auto-build. Like, no stairs, no nothing, just ramps. Like, you can't auto-mine anything. Well, I'm gonna shut down the recording now. Give me a sec. The important question, though, I guess it'll be this one. It's time to go export legends. So YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Like I said earlier, there won't be a stream tomorrow and there won't be a stream on Friday. But unless, I don't know, I get sick with something or break my other foot, there will be a video by Monday. Hold me to it. If not Monday, then Tuesday at the latest. And that's only if I decide to do cool things like fun animations or something. So YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Thanks for hanging out today. It was fun. Take care of yourselves. Say something nice to somebody and pop over onto the Twitch side of things if you want to go raid someone. Otherwise, I will see you Tuesday with the new fort.